Okay. I don't really know. I don't really know what happened. Everything froze. And then, like, my monitor disconnected and everything's fucked. So I restarted my computer and I think we're good. I literally don't know what happened. Like, literally everything just froze. It was completely frozen. And then my monitor like flashed black for a second. And then they came back on. And one of them was disconnected somehow. Even though obviously the wire was still connected. And then OBS had crashed and other shit had crashed. Like my chat overlay thing crashed. But we're good now. We're good. Hopefully good. Maybe we're good. We're good. I think maybe. Who knows? We're fine though. We're fine. We're chill. Everything's good. I had also, this game crashed, which means I have to remove all this shit again. But we're good. I think. Oh, Captain K, what's up?
The trade deficit.
The trade deficit for real, for real. How do we fix this horrible, evil, horrible trade deficit, guys? Okay, I think we're good. I think we're. Oh, surely it won't crash again. Surely it won't crash again. By the way, I think we're probably gonna read Pop Internationalism, some of it today at least. Does she have the thing set up yet? Ah, come on. Isn't this shit? Yeah, this is today. Thursday, I think I have a show with her. That'll be fun. Milton Friedman is the greatest economist. This is true. I think we got it every tomorrow, and then we have the thing with Sarah on Thursday, and I think on Friday, maybe also Thursday. I don't know for sure yet, but there's probably going to be another panel of Gibbs. Interstate tariffs and local content requirements now. That's what I'm saying. It will happen one day, okay? The governor of fucking Louisiana or some shit is going to come out and say, California's stealing our jobs. We need more interstate trade barriers. Which why I do, like, on my blog, I have a post called, like, Canadian Statehood Presents a Challenge for a Protectionist. Because, like, there just is not that big of a difference between interstate and international trade barriers. The Commerce Clause. Because it's like, let's say Canada joins the U.S. or whatever. We might benefit from that in some way, but like, they're still going to run a trade deficit with us. Like, If anything, the trade deficit could very well be higher, considering states can't have that many trade barriers. I mean, when obviously, to some extent, regulations can act as trade barriers, um, but they can't like states can't tariff each other. States can't engage in trade policy for the most part. I think Gavin Newsom was like asking Gavin Newsom asked to be exempt from tariffs. I think he asked other countries to exempt California from tariffs.
Yo,
What's
the
up?
goat is streaming. Let's go. Let's go.
True, true.
Yo, what's up? Check this fucking. I cannot like ChatGPT is
I
fucking OP.
yeah, I'm looking at it. It's
Isn't it fucking awesome?
sure.
I like it. Yeah, it is. It is. It is. Yeah, what are you planning the stream for? I mean, do you think America is a dictatorship by now?
I think you make a decent case for an oligarchy by now.
Oh, I think that's obvious. Um, there was a study. No, no, but
You know, in 2014, there was a
yeah, 2014. No, no. Either way, but yeah. I mean, I think I'm not there yet. I think I'm waiting for the midterms. If they try to fucking violate the sanctity of the midterm elections, then I would say it's a dictatorship.
sure.
But it's fucking crazy, bro. 9-0 Supreme Court decisions that they're just openly violating,
Yeah.
saying like, yeah, we don't care. Like that's so crazy. That's so crazy. Like there are things I want to say that would get your stream taken down. Like it's beyond the pale.
Sam is in chat, by the way, saying protectionism was good. So
Who said protectionism is good in the chat?
Sam,
Sam?
yeah.
Fuck you, Sam. Fuck off. We don't want your kind here. Yeah, Sam sucks on trade. Sam sucks. He's like, I want fair trade. Ooh, yes, I
This
want
guy.
fair trade. Fuck
This
off,
guy.
Sam. We don't like you here. Get out. No. No protectionists allowed.
I'm very curious if any court would actually be willing to like hold Trump in contempt or anything. Like I don't know if they're gonna have
Well, I mean, right
the
now it's
balls to
going
do
to
it. Like
SCOTUS. Like, yeah, I mean, we're gonna see if SCOTUS does anything. I mean, we're gonna see if the army swearing an oath to the Constitution means anything pretty soon. I think they're gonna get violent like soon. I don't know. This is crazy. I mean,
yeah,
and what for?
I
Because just some orange retard wants to be like king? Like, what the fuck? And he's not even orange.
He
He's like
needs
super white, but he keeps being orange for some reason with makeup. Like, it's the
bro. So
fuck.
we can undo all the Biden illegal importations, okay, that he did with our illegal deportations. And that'll increase the wages of Americans, by the way, because there'll be less competition, clearly.
That's right. That's right.
And then we
No,
just have to
this
become
is.
hyper isolationist, and that'll
Was
also
Sam
increase
giving
wages.
protectionist arguments in chat? Because I see him
He just
retweeting
said
retarded shit.
protectionism good. True, I have seen him
Protectionism
tweet stuff.
bad. Sam,
He
stop
said he
retweeting
says he
Jacobin.
cooked you on the
Stop
environmental
retweeting Jacobin. You gotta stop doing that. I know it's addictive. I know it feels good when you do it. You're like, oh, I'm a dogmatic social democrat. I gotta retweet everything that aligns with the left and like have GDS, globe derangement syndrome. I know. I understand how you think, Sam. But like, you gotta stop, man. It's getting worrying.
I don't know. He says he cooked you on the environmental Kuznets curve. So
He said that? No way he said that.
that's what he said.
I don't think he. No way he said that because he got like completely crushed. I mean, I just cited like 12 different studies and he knew nothing, no rebuttals, no arguments. He was just like,
Was
I'm
it
British
the
and I think
studies from
it's
the
wrong.
Social
Like,
Democrat Library?
maybe.
That's what I have. I have them.
Yeah,
They have some
they
papers
were.
on there about free
They
trade
were.
being good for the
They were. And
environment.
he got like eviscerated. And he knows it. That's why he's lying to you about it. I mean, the EKC totally defended. totally secured, totally protected, you can say. Right, right. You know, I'm not. The joke is too good. The joke is too good. I'm a globe. I have sex and it's raw because I don't want to be protected. It's fucking retarded, but yeah. No, I mean,
I asked
I
this
don't
dude in
even care
methodology
about
based studies,
the
and he said he only
protectionism
read the
anymore. I mean, we're just
abstracts.
seeing like open violations of Supreme Court. It's a 9-0 decision. Even like the fucking remedial Thomas agrees. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know where things go from here because, like I said, like I don't know if they would ever. I don't know if they would ever have the balls to actually like say he's ignoring it. And I don't know what they would do. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck they
Yeah.
do if he if he ignores it. Like what the fuck are they gonna do?
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I
No, I
actually, I
mean,
like
I
I
imagine I don't even know if it's a 9-0 decision, but I don't know if the six conservatives will probably Amy Coney Barrett. She's the most reasonable, it seems. But I imagine, like, Sotomayor. I don't know how they make decisions. I don't know if they're allowed to talk or whatever. But I imagine like Sotomayor being like, "Hey guys, we gotta just this once, just for me. Do me a favor. Come on, we gotta unite. We gotta unite. This is come on, guys. I'll do you a favor later. We'll decide some big thing for you later. But come on, guys. We gotta. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's bad. It's like really bad. Yeah.
but no one even
Oh,
no not Notion. You don't fuck with Notions. Now I'm getting made fun of for using Notion. Oh man.
who's getting fun
Um,
of for using Notion?
Sam is making fun of me for using Notion.
Well, Sam doesn't know what he's talking about. He begged me. He was like, sample text. You're like awesome and you're like smart. We were talking about random shit. And he was like, oh, sample text. I know you're like so much smarter than me. And because I'm slow and I cannot think of arguments, here's like a tweet that I saw like 3 years ago that raised an objection to like something about Mises's praxeology. To an objection about Mises's praxeology. And I just don't know how to rebut it. Like, what's your counter argument to that? And I was like, oh, my friend, I have seen the same tweet, and I wrote in my notes a rebuttal. And here you go. I'll send it to you. He was like, oh my god, thank you, sample text, thank you. And if Sam disputes any of this, he can join. But yeah, he was like, thank you, you're so awesome and Israeli. And I was like, yeah, that's true. And he begged me for access to my Austrian notes, right? Notes about Austrian economics. He begged me. He was like, sample text. You gotta help a brother out. I was like, I'm not sure. And he was like, no, you don't understand. It's gonna be a voluntary exchange. That means that it increases both of our utilities. I was like, are you sure? I mean, what about my like information deficit? I mean, you gotta. I mean, it's infant Notion pages. You got to protect them. And I mean, in general, it's an informational security concern, right? And he was like, no. You don't understand. I was like, I was convinced because the arguments were too powerful, and so I let him access the Austrian notes, and he's been using them ever since because he's like addicted. He loves
Bro.
Notion. He's just lying to you.
Also,
He's
I
like
want to hear
in denial here.
Sam writes his notes in fucking Google Docs. You have like a 400-page Google Doc page,
Yeah,
Sam, and it's laggy as fuck, and it's not, and it
it is.
sucks ass. Okay,
And
so
no summaries, no like coherent ordering. It just sucks. It just sucks.
bro,
Compare that to my notes, where like you debate someone, it's like boom, 500 graphs and memes about you because you're retarded, and then you like pivot to another topic, and boom, a bajillion images. You made the wrong choice. A bajillion images now. It's like you're owned. No matter what you do, you're owned. That's why Notion is awesome. Now you don't use Notion well, not fun.
my
You
notes are not very organized.
it's too summarized and like it's too aggregated. Okay,
Too
you gotta look
aggregated.
beyond the aggregates at the actual ongoings. What do you think about stock buybacks?
Um,
I bet Sam.
I
I
was gonna
bet
say,
Sam hates buybacks. I bet Sam is like, ooh, I hate buybacks because some post Keynesian remedial post Keynesian wrote something about it 80 years ago. I gotta hate them. That's
I've
probably what he
never
believes.
done any like reading on them or anything. I mean, they don't like seem
Well, here's
particularly
how you should reason about
bad.
stuff you don't know, bro.
Like
Here's how you should reason about. Okay, look at who dislikes it. Who dislikes it? It's the progressive types. It's the Bernie
it's the
types.
cringe people
And
exactly.
then, do Republicans defend it? Not really. I mean, they don't care. They don't know what they're talking about. That's how you know it's good, right? If progressives hate it and like Republicans are unaware of it, then that's it. Then that means it's good. Um, yeah. Yeah, notice, by the way, how Sam is not joining to dispute anything I said because it was an accurate summary and he knows it.
He said at least part of it was true. At least with the Austrian thing, I think is what he was.
It's true. It's true. He's addicted to my notes. He's got. No, I'm joking. He just accessed like one page. But yeah. No, there was Sam. There was the tweet about like the math thing, right? Like math being analytic, and you like showed me that tweet, and I was like, "What? I have notes about that if you want them." And then he was like, "Yeah," and then I sent him a screenshot. That's what happened. But yeah, no, Sam
Yes,
is a
we
brother. He
joked.
just has wrong takes. He's confused about free trade. He's gonna see the light soon.
Oh no, Sam saw my that I do in fact use him to confirm my priors. Okay, whenever I need to justify something, not fun saved, something I recommended. Yeah, look in my Notion page, I have like this bibliography that I think you tweeted about all the central bank stuff.
Yeah, I think w was it I was it me who sent you Sam's stuff, or was it did you see Sam's stuff on
I
your
think
own?
I
Because
asked you
he,
for stuff, and you just
I
said
mean,
I
Sam
don't
is
know.
smart. He
You
has a
said
lot of
ask
stuff. He,
Sam.
I appreciate how he can cite a bajillion things that support his point. Like I love that. That's why, like I like other libertarians. They also do that. I just think he's wrong about some issues.
Very true.
No, but Sam is goaded. Sam is goaded.
Did you see, by the way, Trump saying that he wants the El Salvador to build more prisons because he wants to send homegrown criminals there next?
No, but it's funny how every accusation is a confession. He's like, they're dumping our criminals into the country. That's what he wants to do to El Salvador.
Name 20 issues I'm wrong about right now.
20 issues you're wrong about. The
Well,
EKC,
trade.
protectionism, um,
He was talking about
greedflation,
rent control earlier.
rent control,
What's he
that's
wrong?
true. Um, two, like you have GDS. You are wrong about, you're probably too supportive of labor. You probably think Corbyn is not anti-Semitic. You probably are wrong about, let's see. Um, you you hate my boy Phil Mack. No, 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 no.
My goat.
Um, he's not goaded. He's like nasty. He's just a good debater. He's just like whenever he agrees with you, it's fun. But like he can be unnecessarily mean and simplistic, and I don't like that. Um, I don't appreciate it, you see. You are probably wrong about 20 issues. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. You gave me a high number, bro. You're you are wrong about let me say, a boot. I don't know. Well, I don't know you many of your tax takes. You're not a tax guy. Like I don't know if you defend the corporate income tax. Um, that's wrong. Um, but I don't know if you what's your take on it. You're wrong about you got me. I don't know 20 off the top of my head, you know?
Wow,
That
touche.
doesn't mean that doesn't like if I asked you, non-fun, can you name 100 things I'm wrong about?
Um,
Can you name one?
one.
That's
I
right.
think you're.
Yeah.
Ooh, wait. No, there's definitely something you're wrong about. I just have to think back.
You're probably more pro-Israel than me.
Am I? I don't know. It depends on the day. It depends on how
Maybe.
many news headlines have IDF soldiers shooting paramedics I read that day.
Yeah, that's right. And Israelis will be like, "Oh, here's like a 2 pixels in the dark. That means the guy was a terrorist. So it's okay to to kill 15 paramedics and bury the trucks."
I mean, I think you. I feel like we. If I look back, if I went through my VODs, we had to have thought about something before, right? Um,
Oh yeah, I mean, our first one of our first conversations was me like proving to you a priori that the Phillips curve is like evil, and you were
oh, the
like
Phillips curve,
swearing and
sure.
defending it.
Yeah.
I showed you the way. I guided you towards the light. No, no. Do you think MAGA is a third world Maoist movement?
I think a lot of them essentially are. Yeah. I think.
Okay, we agree.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Oh, another thing Sam is wrong about. He retweets Jacobin, and he hates like good people on Twitter like Burke and King of the Coast. Another thing Sam is wrong about is that the articles of Jacobin that he retweets are like wrong. The median Danish person does not live a better life than the median American. Just wrong. Um, I mean, uh, I'm strictly talking about real
I'm not
income.
sure what
I don't know
happened to the
if
RT. It
Jacobin made more points, but
might have been someone might have got
if
fired or
they're
something.
involving political, economic ideologies like social democracy, that seems like an L take. I mean, the median Danish uh, income is lower than in the United States, so that's a wrong claim.
But have you
Um,
considered that they earn $22 an hour working at McDonald's? Sample.
that's right. Yeah. Um, think Sam is wrong about.
Wait, is he vegan?
Oh. Sam is doing like productivity pay gap apology. He thinks the graph is not a problem. It's just the people citing it. He's
Oh,
wrong.
I
The
saw
graph
you
is a
arguing about
problem.
that on Twitter.
That's why like I destroyed him on it and he didn't respond to my responses. Um, gotta remind people that I'm right and they're wrong. Otherwise, you gotta be a strong defender of the truth. You gotta remind people, hey, that's the truth, and you're not gonna escape with your lies, you nasty liar. Stabs is a nasty liar. Um, this isn't jest, Sam. You know I like you. I'm just being funny on stream. Um, because I'm buddy of the year. I don't know if you know that,
He was
but
non-fun ally of the year. Yeah.
that's right. That's right. Non-fun. When are we getting? Okay, not fun. If you were to get canceled by some allegations, what would it be about?
What would it like? What would I prefer it to be about, or like what
And I
have?
don't think you ever. I don't think you leaked my nudes to anyone.
No, no, not yet. No.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing like if the 2020 Discord server logs ever get leaked, I just want everyone to know that deleted user is not me. Don't
That's
any
right.
indication that deleted user was me.
That is
They were
true.
they were role playing. It wasn't me. It was not me.
That's right.
Um,
That's right. Where
I don't
did
know.
the
It's
name
good.
non-fun come from?
I don't know exactly. I came up with it playing PewDiePie Tuber Simulator.
Really?
Yeah, I
Were
was
you
on a
not a
work trip.
fan, and that's why you chose the name?
Wow, wow, wow.
Like non-fan?
It's always been non-fun. It's never been
With an
non-fan. It's
A?
never been
Is it not with an A?
non-fun.
Is it not non-fan with an A? Was it? Wait, I know you for like a year. Did I? Wait, no. Did you
Mind crack
change your name
yourself,
right
bro.
now
Mind
for the
crack
bit?
yourself.
Wait. Are you being funny with it? Did you change your name right now to an O?
Yep, yep, yep.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's. I thought so.
Man, nothing gets past you.
But yeah, yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, at what number are we at? At like 14 things Sam is wrong about. Got to find six more.
Is he
Uh,
vegan?
oh, Sam thinks Friedman was not a great economist. I mean, just like beyond the pale, retarded opinion. Um, um, and his reductio is fucking. Do you think Lucas is great? As if it's equivalent. But yeah. Um, again, notice how he's not joining. He's not in the waiting room. He's not. He's he's accepting all of this stuff I'm saying because he knows he's wrong. That's the thing. He's dishonest. That's another thing he's wrong
True.
about. He's dishonest. He knows he's lying. He's conceding to you all right now that he's lying by not joining and defending his honor. And it's gonna be like a cope. It's gonna be like, oh, I'm in a lecture or something.
I think he said it's like
Yeah,
2
buddy.
a.m. there because he's a
Yeah, that's
stupid
right.
time zone.
That's right. That's
Friedman
right.
way better than
You're
Lucas. What the
wrong for
fuck?
like a but. I mean, can I name the stuff that British people are generally wrong about? So like, I don't know if that's yeah, but like, let's see. Um, yeah, I don't know. You know, Sam is like, look, I can appreciate Sam for even if we disagree. Okay, that's what makes this country great. The problem is that he's not from this country. So like, I mean, what's the point?
True.
Yeah. Um. Oh, Sam is wrong for probably being a Bernie bro.
Cringe,
Um.
cringe. I bet he,
Yeah.
I bet he watches Bernie talk about fair trade.
You
I
bet.
bet he's fucking gooning into that shit, bro. I bet he's.
That's right. That is true. That is true. Um. Oh, he's probably anti-Malay. That's probably wrong.
Bernie is
Um.
live right now on Twitch. Why?
No
What the
way,
hell?
bro. What? No, the oligarchy. Thank you for the donation. The oligarchy.
To be fair, I like what Bernie and AOC are
I like what they're
doing.
doing.
I
I think it's
just,
good. I just think they're not pushing anything like. I think the. I think the point of the. I don't know what the point is, but I think to the extent it's good, it's because it's putting good pressure on Democrats to be
you're right.
populist.
Yeah.
But to the extent it's bad, it's because they're not pushing any coherent good policy.
What about high interest rates cause inflation? Wait, does Sam? There's no way Sam believes that, right? No
I don't
shot.
know if Sam believes that.
He's a greedflation believer. Greedflation is what.
But he's gonna cite like 20 studies and just tell you to read the literature review sections.
True.
That's what he did to me. It was abusive. I felt abused, not from,
Damn.
but not in like a losing the debate way.
Bernie's banners literally
'Cause
fight
I never
oligarchy.
did.
Yeah, they're doing like a whole tour, like a fight oligarchy tour, which is a good. Which
Yeah.
like I think it's even a
The
like
millionaires.
the fight oligarchy thing. I think even I think that's like a good match. Like I think it's fair to consider Trump like an oligarchy. Like I think it is. I think it is
Oh, of
likely
course.
that like
Of course.
Tim Apple got an exemption from the tariffs just because like he asked Trump nicely. Like it
Well,
seems
apparently
like
Trump is saying there are no exemptions.
oh yeah right. Well no, it's a temporary thing. Don't worry, don't worry.
Oh, maybe
Um,
we'll see.
the high interest rate causes inflation. It's not true. It just has very little effect. But I don't know. He's probably saying a lot of wrong things about inequality and
I don't think so. I've not seen him freak out about. I don't think we had an inequality debate. I think when I destroyed
I'm
him,
talking
like when we
about
just
Bernie,
basically
not
destroyed him
Sam.
about the EKC. Oh, Bernie? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's probably true. I'm saying when I visually destroyed him about the AKC, I think we brought up briefly the inequality Kirchner curve. But yeah. Bernie, I mean, look, I appreciate Bernie a lot. I would vote for him over any Republican, just because fuck Republicans, they're evil, right? But probably not over Romney. But like, I mean, I'd vote for him over like, you know, um,
Would it,
Ted Cruz. I mean, I don't know.
If I read this Charles Goodhart shit that he sent me, Sam, is it gonna say that we should have fucking farmers on the Federal Reserve? Is it gonna be? Is it gonna be?
Yeah, is it gonna say that, Sam? Is it gonna say that? Because that's a Bernie policy,
Is
you know
that, yeah,
that.
that is what Bernie wanted.
And that's the scary thing. He might be able to do that. I don't know if you need congressional approval for that. My cope about Bernie is that,
Well,
like, yeah, he has a lot of bad policies, horrible policies, but Congress would never. But like, I don't know
you're
if he can just.
no look up Charles Goodhart right now. I've read his
No, of
Wikipedia
course
page.
not. Of course, the book. It was a joke. It was a joke about Bernie. Of course, the book is not going to say. By the way, we should have farmers and like consumers on the Federal Reserve Board. Of course not.
Oh shit, what was I saying? Oh, the on the
You were about to give me another book.
technically the executive shouldn't be able to control the Federal Reserve, but Trump seems to not care about that, and he's arguing in court right now that he
Yeah, but
should
the
be able to
president
control the
appoints
Federal
people to the
Reserve.
Federal Reserve. So, like, if Bernie gets elected and he instead of Powell, he appoints like I don't know, whatever Lena Khan type economist can fill. Stephanie Kelton with the Fed chair, so, or something. I don't know. I don't think even Kelton would like support putting farmers on the Fed, but
Probably
you know,
not.
he appoints someone as like head of the Fed. I
Tired of
just
this
that
monetary
just
policy talk.
evil.
Just target and GDP. Truth nuke. Truth nuke. Just tell NGDP target in the
Wait,
chat. Can
Sam
you ban
just
them, please?
endorsed. Wait, did Sam endorse NGDP targeting?
No, it was someone else in chat. The Sam not thing.
Okay, Sam is probably a GLI targeting guy.
What's
Maybe
so
not.
bad about NGDP targeting? I've never seen anyone be like super against NGDP targeting. I like
Well, it's globe coded, so Sam is like molding about it probably.
probably. Yep. Yep. Leaving comments on
Yeah.
an economist. Stop letting lawyers off the hook. True. Jerome Powell's a lawyer too, but
Yep. Um. Oh. Um. let's see.
hold on. I have to get
What are some
my.
other wrong Sam takes? Um. I should have a page about Sam in my notes, so I like can just like write down the things I disagree, and then like if he ever tries to defame me, like he did in the comments, I can just like list everything.
I have to get my mozzarella sticks. You gotta entertain a chat. Okay, you gotta.
Oh, the vegan ones, right?
Sure.
Sure. Evil. Sam, it's just me and you.
That was a horrible
Just so
job
you
of
know, fuck your take on rent
entertaining them.
control. Fuck your shut up, non fun. Fuck your take on rent control, Sam. You want to destroy cities, you know? Don't you know rent control is the second best way, short of bombs, to destroy a city? Don't you know that? An economist said that. That must be true. I mean, Sam, you literally care about the balance of trade. I mean, I don't know. I just take that as a reductio.
Truth nuke. Who is Sam? Chat does not have half the chat does not have context for why
Yeah, Sam is my
this
friend.
Sam guy
Okay,
sucks so much. This
he's
guy, this
he's an
dude.
econ bestie, but the problem is he has bad positions, and we don't like that. We don't like that. We don't tolerate the protectionists. We don't tolerate the GDS's people, GDS, that is Globe Derangement Syndrome. We don't tolerate them. Not fun. If you had to explain to someone why a trade, like a current account deficit is equal to like a financial account surplus, like what's the best way
Um,
you would pump intuition for someone about that?
I I mean it's hard. Usually I just say like I mean, they other once other countries have our dollars, they can do one or two things with them. They can either buy goods from us, and if they buy the same amount of goods from us as we buy from them, then we have balanced trade, or they can invest that money, in the US. They can buy a bond or buy a stock, and that's counted as a, capital inflow, and that offsets the trade balance is usually what I something like that.
Well, I
Um,
just cite, yeah. So what I do is I just cite the equations and just like, you know, y equals I plus c plus g minus nx,
well, no
and
one
then
Well, the people I talk to
hmm,
don't know that. They don't know what that means.
yeah, and then yeah.
But I do usually say, like, to the audience, I'm like, by the way, anyone can open up a textbook. Anyone can ask ChatGPT, like, does the balance of payments equal zero? And it will tell you, yes, the balance of payments has to equal zero. Anyone can go to the Wikipedia page. Sample text must debate PPG. I think he did once.
I think I did. Yeah, I think multiple time, maybe
Might
once.
have it was
I think we
Might have been
joined. I
twice,
think
but
I
he
think
was
what
muted.
happened
You were
was
muted
I told
once.
you about the 2014 oligarchy pay study,
Yeah.
and then a day later or something, PBG was talking to you about it, and then you were like DMing me, and I joined, and I think we talked about either productivity wages or we cited
So
Cato,
my
and you freaked
notion,
the
most of
fuck
my
out,
notion is not public.
and
The notes
we
that
talked
are
about real
public
wages.
are in
I
my
think I
Discord
bullied
server.
him about not knowing how to adjust for inflation. And then I think he muted me and I left. I think that's what happened. But it
Yeah.
was like a year ago. I don't remember.
And a lot of my notion is not public, Sam, which I need to actually update the things that are public. Eventually, I need to
The problem with your
finish.
Notion is that it's like a notes. You use it for notes, actual notes. That is like you read something and you
Okay.
take notes and you
Well,
summarize the
yes.
relevant lines. What I do is I just compile arguments
Well, that's
and like
why.
research it.
So no, but don't worry. I'm working. I'm working on that. Okay. We have the non-fonts tariff debate guide. Okay, and I'm working on it slowly but surely. Okay. Eventually, it will
Yeah,
be
that's right. That's right.
filled out, but it's mostly just links to other stuff in my notes right now. But did PPG get uncanceled, by the way? Because he,
I don't know.
I remember there was all that, because I was there for it for some fucking reason. All that drama of him and the Jigs girl. But last time I talked to him, he was talking with the Jigs girl still. So I like, did they make up or something? I don't like what happened there.
I don't know who the Jugs girl is. I
It's
don't.
just some like 18-year-old that PPG was like collaborating with.
Uh oh. How old is he?
He's like
Please don't
30.
test
He's
me.
like 34.
Oh my god. Well, collaborating is okay, probably.
I think that yeah, there was drama over like I guess he made like a sexual joke or something. I think he asked her to. I think he. From what I remember, he
Yeah,
was drunk, and he asked her to give Hawk to a flagpole.
bro, bro.
She's 16. What? I thought she was 18.
Whoa, that's a clip. That's an audio
God
clip.
damn it! It's over. Yeah. Well, that's the
Not
moment.
fun. When are we getting the not fun with her haircut? Your hair looks goofy, bro.
My hair looks goofy. What?
No, no, I'm joking. I'm projecting. I
What?
my barber fucked me up. My barber
I got my
bullied me,
haircut not
so I'm projecting my incel rage on other people.
true, relatable. Gooning? I'm always gooning.
I forget. Are you okay with like racist Instagram reels or no?
Yeah. Don't worry,
Okay.
I get the fucking George Floyd AI Instagram reels.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
It's more than that. I curate it. Okay. I paved it on my own.
PPG is mentally 15. Uh well, yeah.
Yeah.
Looking forward to tomorrow. Have a good night. Thanks, Randy.
What would it take to get you to vote for Trump? Like, who could Democrats run that is left wing that would make you vote for
To
Trump?
make me vote for Trump? That'd be hard. Um,
Even Hassan, I would probably vote for Hassan. Like,
Probably.
so
Like,
like,
I don't. I
I don't
trust
even know.
even. I don't know. I trust even like Hassan. I don't even know. I don't know if Hassan would like do the same things with like basically defying court orders that Trump is doing. Like, I don't know if he would.
I think Hassan would just like be a streamer president, and if anything, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. Soon you will look like PPG. Damn.
The real question is who can Republicans run to get me to vote for them now? Because I don't think I would ever forgive them for this. Even if next election they run like Jared Polis or something, I'm gonna be like, yeah, guys, I don't know, fuck you, I'm not voting for him. Or I might like vote for him and then like vocally oppose Republicans or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I would do. I don't know if I can ever vote Republican ever.
Dana White. I don't know anything about Dana White.
About what?
Dana White.
Dana White, I don't know the person.
I've
But
heard of
yeah, I
him.
mean, so who can Democrats run that would make you not vote for them and vote for Trump?
It'd be really hard to get me to vote for Trump. I don't like you'd have to pull some insane. I don't even know like because again I even tankies I think would have more respect for institutions than like Trump does. I don't know how many tankies would be willing to like defy orders and everything. I think they might still listen.
Okay, RFK, you voting RFK, right? Tulsi
RFK
Gabbard,
versus
you
Destiny
voting
said Jill
Tulsi or Trump?
Stein. He would vote for. I mean, Jill Stein is like cringe, but like she's not like what is Jill Stein gonna get done? Like,
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna get annexed to Russia and like what else? Like nothing else, right? That's like our main policy goal.
I don't know.
Okay, if
I feel
Republican,
like
if Democrats run Tulsi Gabbard, you voting Tulsi over Trump? Because
I might
she's
write.
implicated.
I would probably write in Joe Biden at
No,
that
you're not
point.
allowed to write in. You're not
I'm not
allowed to
allowed to
write in.
write
Your vote
in.
needs
I
to
can't
count.
do a
Your
protest
vote needs to
vote. I
count.
have to.
Your vote needs to count. It's either or.
I would. I would probably vote Tulsi Gabbard.
I
Probably.
would. I know I would. She's just horrible on foreign policy, but she's not going to destroy the country and violate court orders and deport like minorities. You know.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't know anyone who would do the deportation shit. Like, that's Trump's thing. I don't think anyone
Yeah.
else would really do that. Like, and it's like, dude, both the I bet Sam has a cringe take on this. On the
Would you vote for Sam over Trump? That's a hard one.
I would vote for Sam over Trump. Yeah, but like both the
What? Really?
absolutely. From what I know, it's Sam.
Yeah.
I've
Wait,
spoken to
but
him
like,
like twice, but
but rent control. That was a joke. It's just a joke. I'm joking. Obviously joking.
but he like even
But
but
yeah.
on the like rent control thing, he probably has like the unlearning economics take or whatever. Where it's like, oh, like
No, he's
maybe
probably like citing a study that uses absurd regressions, and it's like, oh, see proof it works. And then like
probably.
I cite a literature review, but it's because The thing is, Sam knows he's lying. That's the problem. Like like I will fight with him on rent control, and I will cite what is it, the IEA or whatever in the UK, and he'll be like, I don't like them, and then he'll talk to someone on Discord, and then he'll start citing them. And like he's inconsistent. He's a hack. We call them. We call them a pundit.
True.
He's a hack.
What's up next?
Sam, we got to debate the productivity wage graph. We got to do that. We
Okay,
got to
well,
do
that now
that.
that would
You're
be content.
defending evil. You're defending like something that's evil. He said they didn't change the methodology. Like I don't know how to talk to someone like that.
Who is it? The EPI?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean they. I don't know how you would argue they didn't because they didn't. They literally had to publish a new version of the graph, right?
Yeah. The numbers are different. I don't know if but I told that to Sam and he didn't reply. Sam, debate me. Debate me on the
He
productivity
says in
pay
2
gap.
months and to read the Summers paper.
I'm not reading the Summers paper. I'm not reading some fucking.
Wow, won't
I
engage.
cited you
Won't
stuff
even
that shows
engage.
the correlation. I cited you like I cited you the Mercator Center graph, and like why did you not? Why did you ignore that? Like it
Mercatus
showed the
Center.
productivity like to for compensation.
Bro is trying to cite Mercatus Center to someone with globe derangement syndrome. What are you doing, bro?
I I don't care. I don't care, bro. If he also Sam, you do have GDS. You do. I was like telling you, Stiglitz should not say that neoliberalism shortened people's lifespans. And you're like doing the, like he meant relative to the counterfactual. No, he didn't. He didn't. If he did, he should have said that. He's a Nobel
I
Prize
don't
winner.
have
Have
Torch
some
Break
fucking
redeemable because I
accountability,
have
huh?
to do it manually and
Sam.
I always miss the alerts.
People
But
can be
there's
on your
Torch Break.
side and be wrong. I don't know if you know that, Sam. My boy Samuel. I don't know if you know that. Because you're used to being right, but you're not, Sam. You're not. And you know what? You gotta stop being full of yourself, Sam. People people think that's douchey, Sam. And you know what? They're right. I love being a cunt. No, but for real, PSA, Sam is goated. Sam will destroy any one of you in a debate. Um,
True.
and and he's not evil. So yeah. And contrary to what Phil Magnus might allege, I don't think he's stinky. I don't think. I don't know for a fact, but I would bet he's not.
I was anti-Stiglitz until he came out in support of zoning law as neoliberalism's best critic. Damn.
That's not what I said. I said
That,
that's
wait,
like
I'm just reading
what?
chat. Yeah, I know that's
Maybe I've said that. I mean that I saw that and it made me start
this game is called
doubting.
Theotown.
But like I've not read it yet. I might read it soon. Just for you, I might read this now. I saw that the Independent Institute reviewed his new book, and they're like, yeah, he's totally like butchering Hayek. Like Hayek never said anything like this. Um, I just think Stiglitz says a lot of slop about like neoliberalism. It's I don't like whenever someone says neoliberal and they're not a neoliberal, it's slop. You're gonna like hear the most slop, boring, stupid take ever. Like, oh, neoliberalism causes us to like neoliberalism caused the decline of movie standards like the Minecraft movie. It's like, come on, bro.
True,
Just
true.
it's like and that's not even the academic jargon of like neoliberalism has engraved within our like subjugated mind a colonial structure of relations. Like that's like, just jargon, right? So I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about like far too often will it be that like I scroll through YouTube and I'll see uh, like a title that basically gives a take, but like know the take is wrong and retarded. So it's just like it reads to me as like why I'm wrong. That's what so like I scrolled today and I saw like why I blame everything on 2008. It's like I know already what the video is gonna say. I'm not even gonna watch it. I didn't watch the video, but I know what he's gonna say. He's gonna say they bailed out the banks and therefore like inequality rose and therefore that leads to rich people and they selected Trump because rich people,
Trope.
Trump is good for rich people and then Trump is now doing whatever like that. I already know that's the take. I don't even need to watch the video. I'll bet like $2, $2. Okay, I don't have money. That's the take, and it's like
You know,
it's
guys.
slop. It's wrong. So it's like if you call the video that, and me as a neoliberal, I read that and I'm like, it reads to me as like why I'm wrong. It's not why this is my take. It's just why I'm wrong. It's boring.
2008 wouldn't have even happened if we had NGDP targeting. This is the
That's
truth
right.
that you
That's true. Read Sumner or
Sumner
Sumner,
Sumner, yeah, I think
Sumner,
Scott
Sumner.
Sumner, yeah,
Yeah, that's true. And we didn't build enough housing.
very true, very true.
That is true. Um, yeah. Sam, the country is 90-10 right now on free trade, and it's not on your side, bro.
But Sam doesn't. I need Sam to specify his what he means by protectionism, because I doubt he's that far gone. I doubt he's NGDP targeting bad
Now Sam
phrase.
is replying to like messages I people sent under me, I guess, on April like fucking 5th. So let's see. So Gabe Econ, one of the best Twitter accounts, by the way. Gabe Econ said, "Need this yard sign. In this house, we believe in comparative advantage, free trade, voluntary exchange, tariffs hurt consumers, tariffs lower output, and North
100%
America free trade zone."
liked that tweet.
And then
I know I
Sam
did.
quote tweets this with, "It's sadly unfortunate with a capital U, very Trumpian, that we're jumping between one level of extreme Trump tariffs and to the other, this." And I reply with the IMF study. And he's like, "I'm not disputing that macroeconomically tariffs have negative effects on output, employment, etc. That could possibly be true. But one, that doesn't but that one doesn't make comparative advantage an accurate description of reality." Yes, he's a comparative advantage denier.
Oh, of
He's an
course.
Orin
Okay.
Cass type guy.
Oh
Sam,
dear.
I
Oh,
know,
cringe.
buddy. And then two, that does not mean we need free trade. And three, it doesn't mean NAFTA was not damaging. And then William, you were just wrong on all 3 points. Just blowing Sam the fuck out. And then Sam replies 2 weeks later. In what way? Because he's sneaky, right? He thinks that if he replies 2 weeks late, the other person will not see it. But then William claps back almost immediately. Comparative advantage is very obvious and very obviously an accurate description of reality. It's hard to see how it wouldn't be. This makes 2 and 3 pretty clearly false. Well, I don't know if it makes 3 clearly false. Um, Businesses very clearly operate according to comparative advantage, even without knowing what it is. And then Sam has not responded yet. Oof, oof, Sam, what are you doing? You're getting clapped. You're getting clapped. You're getting destroyed, Sam. What are you doing? TikTok or tick tick? The time ticking? You say tick tick? I don't know.
I yeah,
But yeah,
TikTok. I don't know. He's citing a
he's
paper
thinking.
reassessing the theory of comparative advantage by Robert E. Parsh. I think is how you.
I would maybe check out like Ian Fletcher's section on comparative advantage in his book. Look, I don't even give a fuck. I don't even care if comparative advantage is an accurate way. I think it is, but I don't even care. I mean, it just empirically free trade rocks. I mean, I don't give a fuck if you think the theory is right or wrong. I'm a stats guy. I'm a data scientist. I'm not a theorist, and there's a reason for that. Okay. Yo, Andrew Yang read Abundance. Let's go.
Yeah, I wish we had more fucking. We need. we need abundance liberals to be doing the same type of tour that
I
Bernie and
bet I
AOC are
bet
doing.
Sam hates Ezra Klein. I bet he hates Ezra Klein.
I think it could be fair to say that free trade is better than historical tariff usage. Truth nuke. I saw White House freeze 2.2 billion to Harvard after U.S. college defies Trump. Oh man, well that's not surprising. He's fine. He's just like
Not
how I
fun.
view Matt Iglesias.
Not fun. Generate a video for me of Will Smith eating pasta.
I don't. Where can I generate a video? I have ChatGPT.
No, you do it.
I
Draw
mean,
it by hand.
oh, draw it by. I can't draw a video by.
You're worse than AI. You're
That's true,
useless.
actually. What did Trump want out
Yeah,
of
maybe
Harvard?
maybe try to improvise something. Maybe do you have pasta near you?
No. Harvard
Okay,
flat
make some
rejected demands
pasta
by Trump.
and like do blackface or something and then eat it.
Ask Grok. I don't think
I'll be
Grok can do
honest. I'm
videos. It can do
Israeli, so I'm not
photos.
tapped into all the culture and whatever. I have no clue why blackface is offensive. I have no clue. Like I know it is, but
I
I have
mean,
no
it's
clue
just
why.
because of the. Do you know about the history of like menstrual shows or whatever?
I don't know. I know. I assume it was used to mock black people,
Yeah.
but like, yeah, and I don't know. Maybe I'm guessing. I don't know. Maybe like as a way to not hire black people in film. Maybe
No, it's just
I don't
a.
know.
Well, that's I think part of it actually. But
I'm
yeah,
just
there
I'm,
there were
I'm just not. I'm, I don't
it
know
was
the
just like
history of blackface.
during the Jim Crow area. There was just
Okay.
a ton of like menstrual shows where people would use blackface to like make fun of black people. So it's just kept.
Okay.
It's offensive. Yeah.
Okay.
But apparently,
Okay.
Trump wanted Harvard to get rid of its DEI program and screen international students for ideological concerns, including anti-Semitism, putting nearly $9 billion in federal
Mm.
funding for the university at risk.
You gotta love them for like increasing anti-Semitism by doing this.
Yeah. Trudeau did blackface. He did do
Would
blackface.
you rather
He's gone
get
now.
like waterboarded or like Chinese torture, like water torture?
Probably the Chinese water drip torture thing.
But isn't waterboarding like harmless?
No. Well, what do you mean harm? I mean, you don't
Like
die
it's
from
like
it.
I think it's only psychologically like you feel like you're drowning, but I don't think you are like actually physically harmed. No, maybe you
I
are.
think it's
I shouldn't talk
physically
about this because I know
feels like you're
nothing. I don't want
drowning.
anyone to try anything.
I think it.
Oh, by the way, another wrong take. Sam like doesn't like Micah. I mean, just stupid. Yeah, but go ahead, keep on. They're coming to me as we go. I think we need more than 20 by now. Maybe not.
Should Israel be a federal state? Isn't I mean Israel's pretty small. I don't see why they would really need to be federal. But my best take. Can't believe you're hating on Micah like that.
Oh, he said my best take. Fuck you, Sam. Fuck you. We don't like you. Fuck you. Um, yo, I'm so fucking tired, bro. Um,
The chatter really wants me to ask you, Sample, if you think Israel should be a federal state, or yeah, a federalized
we
system.
talked about it today. I was with friends today in Haifa, and we were talking about like if we had like the government and the Knesset and like the parliament, like what three reform like we each get like three bills and like one it's called like basic law, which is kind of like a constitutional amendment, but not really at all. But like kind of a law that stands above other laws, whatever. So we
Yeah.
get three like normal laws and one basic law to pass. And I thought like I
As
was
in
trying
how
to
the
think of a
U.S. has
third one. I was like
states. Not
maybe
every
just
country has like states. Like
like self-annex ourselves to the United States. I don't know if they consent or not, but we do it on our own. We're like part of the United States now. I don't know if there was any precedence for that in history, like a nation declaring itself part of another without the other's consent,
I
but
don't
not like
think so.
annexing the other, like giving up sovereignty for the other. That'd be fucking awesome. If Israel did that, that'd be awesome. Because like it would be a unique event in history, and it would be like awesome. It would be base.
Very
But
true.
yeah. I said the three reforms I would pass is like totally destroying like the well, it's complicated, but like one would be so the basic law would be something like, star voting, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
probably going to be best, or sortition or something. Star voting is probably safest. Um, and then on top of that, so the three laws would be like comprehensive economic reform bill or something, where it's like, we abolish the corporate income tax, replace it with like DBCFT, replace income tax with progressive consumption tax, um, a bunch of other stuff, land value tax, whatever. And also stripping fucking all religious people of welfare and
Based.
doing a UBI because it sounds racist what I'm saying, but people who don't know about the Israeli economy should like we are literally paying something like 17% of the population. We're literally paying them to not go to the job market, like not study, not anything, or like they just study the Torah all day, and it's parasitic, and it's evil, and it wastes our money, and it's just bad. So uh, so. So that was one of the bills. The other one was like trying to think. I think I separated it into two bills, right? So like one tax reform, the other one is like destroying the unions and like fixing the welfare.
Based.
Um, you know, I'm like that. Also, tariffs are zero now. And then I thought technically it's a bill. I mean, when you form a government, you need to declare what offices it has. But like I would close like a solid 80% of government offices.
Whoa.
Um, yeah. Now you don't understand. It sounds very Malay-ish,
I was
but
gonna say
Israel is
that. Yeah.
significantly more like terrible economically than the United States. In the United States, I would do different things, or maybe the same things, but it would be like a movement to the left. In Israel, it's a movement to the right, but we need a movement to the right economically. Ugh, we're fucked. Our all of our things are bad. Also, I would maybe try to cram into there like some farmer genocide. I'll try to think of how we do that.
Let's
Yeah, I
go.
don't like farmers. Yeah.
Well, actually, farmers in the U.S. right now are decent because they don't want the
Oh,
retaliatory
just
tariffs
because they
like
push back on
China.
the tariffs, bro. No, don't lose sight. Don't lose sight of the real enemy. No, it's your enemy is not Trump. It's the farmer. Do you see the Hassan tweet or something? Your
Yeah, I
enemy
was
is
gonna
like
say. I
global
was gonna
capital.
reference that. Yeah, your enemy is not
Love that.
China; it's global farmers.
That's right. That's right. Your enemy is not global capital. It's domestic farmers, bro. That's a banger tweet. Oh my god. But yeah. And it's also like I'm entirely correct on this, but normies don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm like, I'll talk to a normie. I'm like, we gotta like total farmer genocide. Like I'm talking concentration camps and all, and they're like, whoa, what? That's unhinged. And then I red pilled them, and it's like awesome, you know. But yeah, no, we don't call for violence on farmers. I mean, that's bad, and it's irresponsible, and it also violates TOS, and we would never do that. So
Exactly. Exactly.
yeah. Um, yeah. If you could pass like three bills in the United States and an amendment, what would you do?
Um, my amendment, I think I would repeal the 19th Amendment. No,
Yeah, let's go.
I don't actually know what I would do with an amendment. Well, I actually might.
You probably my
I might.
answer. Like
I might
abolish
make the
electoral college.
No, well, I could do that. Ooh, this is hard actually, because what I was gonna say is like I might just like establish the Federal Reserve like in the Constitution like as an independent thing because,
No, that's stupid. That's a waste of an amendment.
but I'm worried because there are, you know,
Assume it's after Trump's gone. Like it's not like we replace the current Trump admin, and
sure,
then once you're gone, we return. It comes back. It's like a post-Trump era. Imagine Ezra Klein in Abundance like ended the book by the way we gotta elect non-font, and then Trump ends his term, and like Democrats read the book and they're like, oh my God, we gotta elect non-font, and so
yeah,
you get elected, and now it's your turn. You passed
yeah,
three bills
okay,
and one
yeah. I feel
amendment.
like okay, so the amendment, yeah, I feel like getting rid of the Electoral College and maybe I guess you could have in the amendment like a better voting system, some type of proportional voting
Yeah, like
system. I
the
feel like
voting
that's fair.
reform amendment. So it's
Yeah.
like hereby the electoral college is abolished and we replace it with like a national star voting.
And then I think, I'd have I'd have like a tax bill that was like, TBCFT, maybe LVT if we can, I don't know, maybe that's not feasible on a federal
It's
level in
not
the US,
constitutional,
but
non-fun. Ooh, 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 it's not
a land
constitutional.
value tax is 100% constitutional. How is that
Nope.
unconstitutional?
Nope. And a federal one, it's not. There's a case on
You
that.
could make it what? You could make it constitutional.
There's a
There's
case
no
on that
way.
already. Look
How?
it up.
No shot.
Yeah, there
Omnibus
is.
clause, okay.
Bro, you think I've not read about this? I forgot the name, but
Two potential legal obstacles to the land value tax in the U.S. Uniformity clauses in Dillon's rule or Dillon's
it's
rule.
not interstate commerce. I think that would be the argument.
Supreme Court directly acknowledged the land value tax was constitutional so long as it was apportioned equally among the states. I don't know. Wikipedia is telling me it is
Oh, really?
constitutional.
Oh, maybe I was wrong.
Destroyed
Land value tax in the United States. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Um,
in Hilton v. United States or something. The Supreme Court directly acknowledged the land value tax was constitutional.
a federal one, or are you talking about between the states?
I think it's a federal one because it's the Supreme Court.
Maybe, maybe. Well, the Supreme Court can
Yeah, it says on
decide
a
for
well,
states.
that's true,
No, I
but
mean
I mean
Colorado
this says
versus
on a
Trump
national
from
level.
V. Anderson. Okay,
Uncapped
maybe I
new
was
seats
wrong.
for
I was wrong.
Congress.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah, well, actually,
Maybe. Where does it say that? In what section?
in the usage section on Wikipedia.
In the history, land value tax in the United States, or which part?
Yeah, I'm on the land value tax in the U.S. If you go to legality and
Usage.
go to local authorization,
There are several
what does it
cities
says?
that use in the Supreme Court directly acknowledges. But is it talking? Okay, wait. There have been also several attempts throughout history to introduce land tax on a national level. Let me read Hilton versus United States. In an early United States Supreme Court decision with that a yearly tax on carriages. No. Okay. Why would you ever tax carriages? But okay. The court concluded that a carriage was taxed, not a direct tax. I guess it was like a car tax, right? It's like the early car tax. The court noted that a land tax was an example of a direct tax. Okay.
I think I might uncap the Yes, I read chat. I'm just talking to someone right now. What's up, 123 guy? I think I might uncap the seats in Congress. South Rama. I don't know if it's like that big. You know what would be
I
based
swear I read
actually?
somewhere that they said it's not on the national
Abolishing
level,
the
but
Senate.
states can do it. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, Wikipedia says it's okay.
Yeah, I can tell. I have eyes. Thank you.
But I think
Um,
yeah, I would have some type of tax reform bill. I think I would also this might have to be a separate bill. Um, I would probably do a sovereign wealth fund. It's a Conaway here. He would like that.
oh my god.
Um,
Yeah, that's probably right.
I think I'd probably do like a. I think it's probably, you
And I
know,
would call it like I would give it a capitalist name, so like Econoboy can shut the fuck up. I would call it like
the
the Freedom Fund.
abundance liberal fund.
Oh, that's good. That's a good one. Yeah, the Freedom Fund or something.
I think yeah, but I think I'd probably do some type of tax on like on resource extraction and have that fund a sovereign wealth fund. I think that's fair. Um, I'm not gonna fully socialize shit. I'm gonna actually have in the bill the government shall or the sovereign wealth fund shall never have more than 49% stake in any company. Um,
Or just like never vote on like an or like yeah.
yeah, sure, and they can't vote. Yeah. And then I need a third bill. Let's see. Well, it'd probably be some type of like welfare reform. I might be able to have that in the tax bill, but one county, one vote, intercity tariffs, carbon subsidy.
I would like have the economic bill. So,
Yeah,
economic bill of rights, but actually good one. It was like we fucking abolish the minimum wage to trigger Sam, even though I'm okay with minimum wages. I think they're good.
based.
On
Well, yeah,
some
that would
level,
be my
I'd
bill would be
probably
get rid of
don't
the
want
minimum wage
$17
and
minimum wage.
replace it with like a negative income tax. That could be that'd be a
Well, UBI.
they're same thing. Okay,
Here's what
but
we're gonna do. We're gonna do a negative income tax, and then we abolish the income tax and replace it with a consumption tax.
very true.
We do a negative progressive consumption tax. Think about it.
I think
Well,
I think we actually
no,
do
that'd
have
be
this.
crazy. I think people like it wouldn't if people don't consume it all. They get money from the government now.
That'd be based.
Probably not.
Well, I mean, well, I think everyone should get money from the government. So I
Yeah,
just think
that's why we do a
like
UBI.
yeah. I
But yeah,
I don't know what exactly I would. I'm no environmental policy guy, but yeah, I'd probably somewhere in one of the bills we have to do some stuff in the environment. Okay. Um.
carbon tax. It's in the
Well, yeah, a
economic bill,
carbon
bro.
tax would be in the tax bill or at least, but I don't know. There probably needs to be subsidies for whatever renewable shit. I
We
guess.
declare genocide on the Jones Act.
Oh yeah, get rid of the Jones Act. Get rid of the sugar tariffs. Okay. Um.
You know,
Privatize Social Security.
probably not after Trump, right?
I have the no. This is we. I'll have the privatization bill. Okay, we're gonna privatize the post office. We're gonna privatize Social Security.
You
We're
get
gonna
only three bills,
privatize,
Ron. This is your chance to change the course of history, and you waste it on Social Security.
and I. What do you mean to waste? Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I
Okay.
privatize Social Security. I don't know if that'd be one of my bills. I don't know, but I mean,
I would also, if I had an
if there was
amendment, I would add the word liberal to the Constitution.
a repeal NEPA, true. What is NEPA? The
National Environmental Protection Act.
oh, yep, yep.
Yeah, it sucks. Not fun. You get to choose either promote free trade or occupational licensing reform. Which one?
That's okay. Are we assuming after Trump?
Yeah.
After Trump, I probably choose occupational licensing reform. I mean, I kind of just feel like we're gonna be mostly free trading anyway after Trump. Like we might have like any country's gonna have some, tariffs or whatever. But like, I don't know. I think I probably do occupational licensing reform probably.
Okay. See, this is like playing with dolls, but for wonks.
Yeah, exactly.
That's true. But yeah, again, I just want to draw everyone's attention again. Sam has not disputed anything I said, because if he did, he would have joined the waiting room. He did not. I'm calling him out.
I don't even think he's in the server, but
Oh, that's right.
yeah, I think I'd have the better voting system constitutional amendment. I don't know exactly what type of voting system I support. I might even just have like the amendment be like Congress has the authority to change how we vote. That way, like we can experiment. um,
Yeah. The three wonks need to have an episode like that. I think they had an episode with like what's the worst government regulation or something.
I think yeah.
I think one of them said the corporate income tax. Was it SDL or Econo Boy or
I
I
mean, I
think
would.
Micah said something like the Jones Act. I don't remember. It was a year ago.
I feel like I think it was actually a Conaway that said corporate income tax was like the worst
Might
single.
be true. Might be true. I remember he hates corporate income taxes.
Yeah. Sam, you can have
Bro,
the.
talking to
I don't think
normies
the
about the
commands work
TIT
in
is like,
Twitter chat, but
hmm?
like in any of the other chats, I'm just talking to Sam. In any of the other chats, if you do exclamation point Discord, the link will pop up. But
Wait, the ask yourself video is in your recs, and you
yeah,
also
I
watched it.
watched. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched like half of it. Yeah.
Look, I mean, I think he brings up good points, but he's like very aggressive.
Yeah, he is very.
He's like, he's also, I mean, come on, you know your words have meaning. It's like he supports the Holocaust. I mean, you cannot say that. I understand it
Yeah,
grammatically means what you mean,
I
but you
I
cannot say this guy
remember
supports the Holocaust.
I was listening to it and like there was a he makes the analogy to oh like obviously there are some things where like we have an individual responsibility to do something or not do something even if it doesn't fix the entire problem. And in my head I was like, oh, like littering, like obviously not littering doesn't solve the entire problem, but you still have an obligation to not litter. And he pulls out the child rape example, and I'm
By the
like,
way, I
dog.
just want to call everyone's attention. Sam has still not joined. He can join at any moment. The server, everyone can get an invite to the server, and he's not doing it.
Did Sample watch the Fletcher versus Magnus? Yeah, you did watch that. Yeah, you recommended it to me, right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Not fun. I need to read something.
Okay.
Uh, yeah. Can you read this?
Yeah, we have Sam sending. He said, "I will never join non-spawn server," and Sample said,
Let's go. He's running. He's running. Total coward. Total coward. Calling him out. He knows he's wrong. He knows he's been called out. And yeah. Friedrich in the chat? Is that like a like Frederick Hayek or Friedman Hayek?
"I've
Or
seen
like
him
what is
in
this?
three wonk chats before. Yeah, he's a.
Oh.
I don't know, is his positions exactly, but
But yeah, so Sam got okay, I will bring this up for all eternity in your scum liar. Thank you, Sam. Here, I'll send you an invite. I'll send you an
I
invite.
already sent one. You got destroyed.
Oh,
Is Sam vegan?
here
I
you go.
think I
Have
asked that
fun.
earlier, but you never.
Wait, let me send him an invite to the waiting room. So it's funny. I love being a dick. I love being like a dick. It's so fun. Oh my god. You know what? I've been here for like a while, and the big JC is not joined it.
Yeah, he
But
might
you
be.
know, that's right.
He might
That's
be
right.
streaming separately or something. I don't know, but
See, he got the invite and he's still not joining. What does that tell you?
he did join, and he's in the
He's he's in where?
he's in the server. He's not in the VC or anything, but
Ooh, oof, oof, that's gonna be rough. Wait, Scott is in the server? Whoa, you got you got motion.
like Fabian Liberty. Yeah, he's.
Yeah, Phoebe Liberty. I need to be careful then when I shit talk him now, because he might join and like start doing rhetoric on me, and
I
I'll
don't
get
know. I don't know if he has
destroyed.
perms to join. I don't think he ever. I don't think he said anything in the server.
Maybe. What do you think about Rinyald's new profile picture? Not a fan.
Uh, I think it's. I can't really tell what it. Oh, is that Joe Biden? That
Biden.
is Biden. That's
It's Biden
Biden.
is him.
I don't know. It's
Yeah.
weird. It's weird. Hopefully, Reniel isn't watching. But
Yeah, see, Sam knows how to navigate Discord. You see, he's like doing weaponized incompetence. Because he's a liar. He's like a liar. He's like a dishonest actor, dishonest agent. He's been
possible
invited directly to the VC, and he's like, "Oh, I'm
constitutional
British and I
amendment
don't
to
know how to
throw
navigate
Elon
Discord."
Musk in forever jail. That is space. That is what we need. That is true. No, we should have a constitutional amendment uh, making Doge a permanent branch, okay? That's the real. That's the real take. You know, Micah once told me in DMs that Doge was going to be really good.
No, no, heartbroken, heartbroken rose, like dead rose emoji. No shot. He had a viral tweet about why Doge sucks. I love DNC show, my god. I love it. I love it. That's why he's goaded, by the way. You see, he's not joining. He's not joining. I mean, come on.
He told me in all caps, Doge is really good. We should talk about that.
Oh my fucking god.
So,
Brother. Micah, I like you. But like, I don't know. To me, it was obvious. I mean, maybe, let's be charitable. Maybe he means the effort is good and well intentioned. That's probably what he means.
I think he, I,
But
don't know, I think he just means that he doesn't like the deficit. I think that's all he was trying to express is
I
that.
think that's probably right. I think that's probably right. But like, bro, I created a neoliberal server where like having a Discord library, but I created like 2 months ago. I didn't do anything with it. It's like a default server now. I need to delete it.
Mike is
Oh yeah.
populism pilled now, isn't he? I don't know what you mean by.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
I think he's
look,
populism pilled, but in not the Bernie way. So
yeah, like I think his position, which I agree with, I think he's right, is that like populism is like a tool that liberals can also use. Like we can also have some.
I just want to point out to sample text that this is worse than anything Econoboy has ever said. That's just, I want to say that's wrong, but let me think. Let me think. Econoboy said to me that if he could, like, he doesn't have a moral obligation to summon like a million people who would live a totally happy, awesome life if he could.
True.
Just like create them ex nihilo. He doesn't have a moral obligation to because they don't exist right now. So
Convoy said
Sam,
he would
you
do.
you don't just want to point out anything. You're lying. You're lying or ignorant. I'll allow you the option to plead ignorance.
How many Holocaust did Econoboy say he was going to do? I think we
Shut
got
up.
into.
Shut up. He's shut up. Shut up. This is not even a good reduction on utilitarianism. Oh, would you do a good thing? Yeah, bro. Oh yeah. Gotta
Just
love
do it.
that
How
you're
the fuck
trade
do I?
maxing your city.
I am. I'm trying
Doge
to.
is good is obscene. You know you
I mean,
join the VC Sam. Join the VC Sam. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Join the VC.
it was before Doge even came into being fully. Okay, it was after the election, I think, but it was before Trump was inaugurated. So we didn't know exactly how bad it was going to be, but let's not talk about Micah's philosophy takes. What's wrong with his philosophy takes?
Who said that? Who said something
Sam.
about his philosophy take? It's 3 a.m. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Sam, Doge is good is obscene. You know in your heart if a convoy said something on that scale, you would nuke him. That's what he said. And I said join VC, and now he says I can't. You see how he like runs away from a debate? You see how he's like, it's 5 a.m. for me. Have like, I had a very long day, mind you. Like I had 5 hours of sleep today, and I was like walking around all over Haifa, right? I had to talk to Arabs, Sam. Do you know how? No, no, no. I'm joking. I had banger hummus. It's so awesome. It's so fucking awesome. I had like the best hummus of my life.
Wow.
Non-fun. You gotta Arab hummus. We stole that shit,
I was
and
gonna, I
they
was
do
gonna,
it better. We did. We stole hummus, and they do it better than us. It's fucking crazy, dog. But don't clip me as like a colonizer admits he's racist and colonizing or something. Don't do
already
that.
been clipped.
But yeah.
Already at the top. I already uploaded
No,
it to.
no, no, don't clip. No.
It's on live
It's
stream
over.
fails.
No, I betrayed Israel. No. Either way, let's see. It's not about time. It's about it's about environment. I can't stop the excuses, Sam. I hope you know I'm joking. I hope you know. I hope you know I'm jesting. No one thinks you're running away. I'm just being funny in VC.
Oh wait,
Hopefully that's
shit!
clear.
I
What are
opened
you
Oh
Twitter
doing?
shit.
real
Why are you
quick.
still peeing?
And Akana Boy, no
Uh-oh.
opinion, are beefing.
Magna!
Oh man.
What? Man,
What?
what? What? Let's see.
I gotta be honest.
Oh my god.
I think I'm on team no opinion.
Oof, I want to be on team no
Magna!
opinion. My priors are gonna be no opinion is right, but let's see. Oh no, my priors are Econo Boys right. No opinion is fucking retarded. But let's see.
Whoa, whoa.
Look, I mean, rage baiting Sam always feels good, but sometimes I gotta be honest with myself. Let's see. Econo Boy. Also, look. We gotta interpret Micah with charity. Come on. He said Doge is good. Maybe he meant government efficiency is good. I mean, Sam, don't you think government efficiency is good? Certainly you
True.
think that.
Surely
He
you
didn't
want the
know what
government
it
to be
would
more
become.
efficient.
He didn't say Elon Musk would run Doge well. He didn't say, get illegal access to Treasury Department databases. He didn't say anything like that. So we gotta interpret it with charity. When was the DM sent? Not fun. When was the DM sent?
It was on the December 7th, I think. Yeah, December
See, I mean,
7th.
Biden was still in office. Everyone was feeling glee. Remember how good it was under Biden? Were you
Yeah.
better off 4 months ago? No, I'm joking. But yeah. So I mean, we just don't know what he meant. I mean, I can't read people's minds, can you? So we just don't know really. Are you gonna are you gonna run that Doge? Are you gonna run that Doge was a net positive? That's not what he said. You see, now you're lying, Sam. He didn't say Doge was a net positive. He said Doge is good. No, I read it as the meme is good. That's what I read.
Yeah, I think
You
he's
know,
talking
Doge
about
meme. That's what
the
I read.
2010 internet
How do you
meme.
know what he meant? Yeah, that's what I read from it. I mean, if I talk, certainly Sam, you would concede that if you talk to a normie on the street and he told you Doge is good, you would assume it's the meme, especially in December, right? In December, certainly it would be the meme, right? So, I mean, we're just simple men. I mean, we're not high and mighty. We don't know what other people think. And so, and so, we gotta apply the principle of charity. I know you're typing, Sam, but I'm saying something true. You know it, bro. He knows I'm rage baiting him, and he's still being rage baited. He's like accepting it. Let's see, my Jewish lawyer genes are like full force right now. He's typing. He's typing for a lot. He's typing for a long time now. I'm scared. Oh boy, I watched an episode of Family Guy. Jewish ginger guy said, "I heard that song you were singing, and I know you guys wrote it yourself, and it's new because I know every single song about money." And I thought of you. Yeah, you see, he's doing the anti-Semitism thing.
Simple
Did you
thing
hear what he
since we
just
are
said?
all stupid goy. True.
Yeah, I mean, look. So, you know, look, intellectually, um, when I have no further argument, when I'm presented with an ironclad argument and I have no response, I concede. That's what I do. I'd like to think of myself as intellectually honest. Now, what Sam is doing is distinctly not that. What Sam is doing is he's faced with an argument, quite a strong one, I should add, and he chooses to like pull the identity politics card, like race, really, really, Sam. I mean, it's just beneath you, really. Why, why is saying Jewish people got the bag anti-Semitic? I mean, look, if Elon said that, you would be posting all day about it, and you know it in your heart. You know it, Sam. So, I mean, I'm just saying what you said to me. So, I'm not committed to that premise, but I'm saying it's an internal critique on your view. You, in the conversation, be attentive. I'm saying something meaningful here. You in the conversation brought up the standard of if X said this, where X stands for someone you don't like, then you would surely condemn it, and you know it in your heart of hearts. Now, clearly, I'm not committed to the principle that saying Jews have the bag is anti-Semitic. I didn't say that. I'm saying if Elon Musk said that, you would be calling it anti-Semitic, and you know it. I'm not anti-Semitic, just like my goat. Well, the problem is your goat was anti-Semitic. Oh, Corbin. Yeah, you see, the problem is that your goat is anti-Semitic. I thought you were referring to Keynes. Keynes was anti-Semitic, but like Sam. I mean, back to the topic. Micah is not even Jewish, so we don't even need to build. Like, you're just attacking me as his pro bono lawyer. I mean, the guy is going to law school right now. He doesn't need me at all. So put aside any Jew, okay? I'm just saying, intellectually, Micah was saying Doge is good as government efficiencies, but that's what I interpret it as, or as like the meme is funny. How do you know he meant? Because you're committed to that premise. How do you know he meant it would be good for Elon Musk to take charge of a government department, not even official or whatever, and get illegal access to databases and start like schizophrenically defunding shit? Like, how do you know from what the message non-fund described that that's what he meant? Because it's in December. You got to read things in context. Why
Also,
law students addicted to having terrible econ takes? Sigh. Well, I mean, isn't Matt Brunig a lawyer or
that
something?
is true. That is true. Matt Bruneck
Yeah,
was a
Sam.
lawyer.
So like, Didn't
the
you just
NLRB.
get blown the fuck out, Sam? Didn't I just destroy your entire fucking lineage of takes? Like, post-Keynesianism is over after I said this right now. Isn't that true?
Also, I just want clear. We've gone this entire time. Sam keeps saying protectionism good. I don't even know his position on what protectionism means to him because
He's a fair trader. He's a fair trader, and I like to call them fair traitors, right? With
true,
a,
true.
yes.
Like fair trade. Okay, what does he want? What does he want a tariff? That's the question.
I don't hype
Just the
Brunig like you guys. He doesn't hype Brunig like us. Oh my God, man. Well, I mean, I was gonna say wasn't Kos a lawyer, but you probably don't like Kos. Um, trying to think of other lawyers. Um, I don't know. Um,
there's this book
yeah, I don't know,
that I
man.
found on Twitter. I haven't read it.
Oh,
Uh, it's I guess it's written by like some insane libertarian dude. It's called The
oh
Fair
boy.
Trade Fraud. I think
Yeah, I
this
think
is.
I showed it to you.
I don't think that's true.
I think I showed it to you.
I think I saw it on Twitter from Free Trade Brian. Um,
Maybe that's
but
true.
Rowan
Oh
Gray is a
boy,
lawyer. He owns
Charsky is
Looking
joining the
Optics.
debate in my mentions about free trade and comparative advantage. Let's see. What is
Oh
this?
boy.
He's sending me an article. He sent me a PDF. The rhetoric and reality of trade. Oh my God! Shut the fuck, Sam. I saw you retweeted that fucking thing. That take is not a good take. It's not. Oh, if the government has to fucking operates below, like government can only grow, in theory, optimally with a balanced trade, and if it goes above that, it must maintain deficits. One, don't do you care about deficits? I thought you were an MT guy. Second thing, trade is not the same as running trade deficits. Well, it's just obviously the case. And two, does he not? I could be wrong about this. Does he not assume constant real exchange rates? Could be wrong, but I think that's like a weird assumption. I don't think that really holds for the United States dollar. I'd need to see the real exchange rate. I don't think it's constant. Um, and third, that would just be an argument for like increasing exports, not for reducing imports. So
True.
even then,
True.
you're fucking wrong. I don't grant that imports are bad for exports. I mean, I don't grant that at all. So if any, like, nowhere in this argument does it argue against free trade. It argues against the trade deficit, and even that I think is unsuccessful. But I haven't read it, and you haven't either. You just retweeted someone who mentioned it, and you think I didn't see that. So again, I just want to highlight post-Keynesianism is over, right? I just destroyed Sam. It's effortless. It's effortless. It's just, you need to understand. On every level, Sam is advantaged in this debate over me. It's later, right? For me, it's 5 a.m. For him, it's 3 a.m. I'm on stage right now. I've been talking more.
What's up, Econo
Sam
boy?
has like all the time to not be talking while I'm yapping and whatever. Sam can do a million other things. I can't. I'm in VC. I gotta be attentive to one and not for a sec. So I'm disadvantaged there. Three, like I'm like I'm bound by consistency. Sam is not. Sam is a dishonest
True.
actor. He doesn't need to behave with consistency. I do because I'm honest. Three, Sam is like a straight cishet white man, so no way to attack him. I'm Jewish and retarded, so he can attack me in many ways, and he
Econo boy.
has.
By the way, he's in
So,
chat now. I saw your fucking quote tweet of no opinion. Okay, Noah Smith is right. Okay, you're wrong.
oh boy, oh
Okay.
boy.
Listen, billionaire.
What's the
I know
beef
you
over?
hate billionaires and everything because you and your Tiny Tim, you love equality, but like, one, I'm not convinced that most people like hate successful people, as we should refer to them. Um, seems like quite. It seems like there's a number of voters out there who don't like that Democrats hate on successful people, and like, I don't know. What do you really want all the billionaires on the Republican side? What are you on about? When did I say I hate successful people? You said you want all the successful people to exile themselves from the Democratic Party. Or you're okay if they do that because of the rhetoric coming from, what was it, Ro Khanna or whoever. But Elon. Listen, Elon's bad. Okay, Elon's bad. Yeah, let's become the party of poor retards. This big tent can fit so many billionaires in it. True. I have to. Maybe I will go on my billionaire arc. I have all the books downloaded. Okay. I have all the. You got a party set up standards, and if saying people who accumulated wealth shouldn't have more say in democracy, then goodbye. I think it's. But this okay.
Tell you.
I should have watched the original Ro Khanna clip. Like, I don't think the Democrats should. I obviously don't think people who accumulate wealth should have more say in democracy. And I don't think that's a position Democrats should argue for. But also, nice one, fucking sample. Destroyed. I don't think they, in the What's Wrong with Protectionism book, I don't think they really. They talk about the trade balance a little bit, but it's, I mean.
No, they're not addressing, like, you know, their wall.
Yeah.
I don't have to tell you, college has gone up 1,000%.
You should address their
Childcare,
wall in your,
200%.
like,
Housing,
fucking video
500%.
that's never coming out.
These numbers are not just statistics. They're not just explanations for why people are so angry at the unfairness.
What the fuck?
They are the story of a country drifting apart. Franklin Roosevelt warned of economic royalists, men who amassed wealth, rigged the rules, and tightened their grip on power. That ideology is back. I don't have to tell you, college has gone up 1,000%. Childcare.
I mean, both of the things you mentioned in that clip are just Bamul effect. They're not. They're not the result of rich people like being evil. It's just
Look,
kinda...
either way, I'm declaring total victory over Sam in this debate. I'm declaring total
Rapidly
neoliberal
in the
neoliberal victory. And so, I'm gonna go. I took my W. Sam has not responded to my PDF. Several hundreds of pages, by the way. And so I'm just, well, not several hundred, more than 100 pages.
It's like 150, yeah.
Deep, rich arguments. And yeah, I'm just taking that as I'm taking that as a concession. The fact that Sam, has been repeatedly dishonest. I think I demonstrated that. You know, his name on Discord starts with SAM. I mean, that's just retarded. And it's just, it just sucks. It just sucks that, like, this is the level of discourse. I mean, just anti-Semitism, cheap shots. This is beneath me, frankly. So yeah. Either way, non-fan. I hope I was funny for like an hour. But I'm gonna go to sleep.
Okay. Talk to a.
Hawk to a leader, right?
Yep. Talk to a.
That's what we say.
We'll talk to
Talk to him, right?
Yeah, that's
my bad, right?
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah, you saw that they revived the podcast.
Yep.
Finally, she's liberated from the oppressive, quite frankly, chokehold of Jake Paul. Yeah. Is Jake like an abbreviation of anything, or like not abbreviation, but like a shorthand for anything? Like,
I don't think so. I mean, maybe Jacob, but or like jaking it.
Yeah. Probably. I thought so. I'm not sure. I don't know. Either way, fuck Jake Paul and
Wow.
fuck Sam.
Brave.
Because he's wrong. Both of them have bad econ takes. See, very similar. in the book, What's Wrong with Protectionism, they quote the slave owner guy. Sam, you agree with the slave owner.
Wow.
You hate liberty. You love slavery, and you hate free trade. And it's like, and as far as I care, you are the only one who can see that free trade is probably better than like historical protectionism. So I'm just like, you conceded, you did cheap debate tactics, you were running away from a VC debate, and you were favored to win. It's just total post-Keynesian failure, and just absolute overwhelming neoliberal victory. And I mean, the audience should be used to this by now. But yeah.
Very true.
One convo. One convo. I hope you understand why they say Jews are funny now. Hopefully, I've been funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Expect a lot of racist Instagram reels coming your way.
Okay, good to know. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, are you a Twitch partner?
No, I'm an affiliate, not
One-
a partner.
One day.
Eventually, one day. Until
What does
I
it
get
mean
banned.
to be an affiliate? Like, what does it give you?
It just lets people like sub and gives me ads. So I get like, I checked yesterday. I have gotten 0 cents in ad revenue.
Yeah, I didn't
for the
ask for that
past
level of
2
detail.
months.
Oh, wait.
Fuck you.
Okay. Pipe
Okay,
down. I
fuck.
did not ask for that level of detail, buddy. Yeah, pipe down.
Okay.
No, I'm joking. Keep going.
I mean, I've gotten 0 cents in ad revenue for the past 2 months. Nothing. Even though there are ads that run on my channel sometimes on Twitch, 0 cents in ad revenue because of Hassan. It's all Hassan's fault. Unironically, it is mostly
Damn.
Hassan's fault.
Damn.
But
Is the Edpocalypse still going on Twitch?
I'm getting no ad revenue. I'm assuming.
Yeah, but maybe it's a you thing. I don't know.
No, impossible.
No, impossible. Okay.
Impossible.
Any other streamers complaining about this? Cause I would imagine if it's for 2 months, they would complain.
I mean, other streamers probably they still have less ad revenue than they otherwise would have, but presumably they have some ad revenue still.
Okay. I'm gonna go, but just guys, notice how Econoboy did not respond to non-fun.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go, but just how Econoboy non-fun.
Chat like if it in this part agree that it'd be stupid for a billionaire to like watch what Ro Khanna said and leave the Democratic Party just because of this. But okay. Oh Jesus. Did my stream fuck.
What?
I think my stream just crashed on Twitch. God damn it.
Right.
Fuck that shit.
But it didn't get taken down or anything.
No.
Okay.
It wouldn't. I'm pretty sure it's back up, but whatever.
Okay.
But it is true. Noah Smith is right, okay? Billionaires and the middle class and poor people should be united in their crusade for globalization, okay?
Yeah.
At the
And
Just-
also, I don't think the...
Just do campaign finance reform. Just do that.
True. Truth nuke.
tell you,
We don't need this phony every fucking thing we write ever should be about inequality economy. We don't need that. We're okay. We're okay. We've been through the 2010s. We get it. Inequality bad. We get it. We got it the first time. We got it the second time. We got it the billionth
College has
time.
gone up
Thank you very
1,000%.
much. And it's slop, quite frankly. No, I'm rage baiting. But no, I've edged you guys enough. I'm gonna go. Bye.
All right, talk to him. But you are... Okay, I agree. What he...
1,000%.
I mean, I think it's... I don't think the reason childcare in college has gone up a bajillion, quadrillion % is because of billionaires. But I agree. If a Democrat, like Mark Cuban saw this and left the Democratic Party because of this, that's fucking retarded.
college has
okay?
gone up
But
1,000%. Childcare 200%. Housing
But like, let's just look at like Mark Cuban approval. Democrats. Poll. Look, 24% somewhat favorable, 15% very favorable. Most people just don't care. Another thing for Doge to cut. Hiring subsidy for disadvantage, evidence from the work opportunity tax credit. Isn't this the thing that Trump did? I thought, or am I thinking of the, I'm thinking of the, Trump had like opportunity zones or whatever, right? The U.S. spends billions of dollars annually on policies to promote upward economic mobility. This paper studies the effectiveness of one such approach, targeted wage subsidies. We examine a large federal program, the Work Opportunity Tax Credit, which covers up to 40% of wages for certain categories of disadvantaged workers and subsidizes over 2 million hires annually. Using linked administrative data, we apply 4 complementary quasi-experimental approaches to assess WOTC's impact on labor market outcomes, including age-based eligibility, discontinuities, eligibility expansions, and changes to program participation cost. We find the precise null effects on hiring, employment, and earnings across all specifications, where we can rule out effects on unemployment as small as 0.2 percentage points. Instead, employers hire the same workers as in the absence of subsidies, and subsidies operate as a pure transfer to the firm, where most of the benefits accrue to a small number of large firms. Damn. To understand these results, we collect original data on the hiring process of WTO utilizing firms, or WTO, or trade organization, WOTC utilizing firms. These data suggest that firms often silo information on candidates' subsidy eligibility from managers making hiring decisions, with some evidence this is due to concerns about legal liability. I think this, I don't think that's the thing I'm thinking of. What was Trump's opportunity zone thing? Oh, wow, I'm streaming. Line for certain investment in lower income areas have tax advantages. Purposes programs to put capital to work that would otherwise be locked up due to the assets holder unwillingness to trigger a capital gains tax. Oh, it's some way older program. Yeah, I was just thinking. Anyway, all I'm saying is that billionaires are good. I love billionaires. We should have more billionaires, and they should all be in the Democratic Party, and they should all fight in solidarity with the working class for globalization.
Direction of oligarchy. The United States of America today is increasingly becoming an oligarchy. More and more moving toward an oligarchy. We are moving in the direction of oligarchy. We will move even more rapidly in the direction of an oligarchy. This great country is evolving into an oligarchic society. It is called oligarchy, and that is the system we are rapidly moving toward. This is a budget that...
He's still saying rapidly moving towards. Okay, I was going to say, no, 2014 is when the study came out that proved the U.S. is actually already an oligarchy.
Moves our country rapidly into the direction of oligarchy. A handful of billionaires are moving this entire planet toward an oligarchic society.
Start off with the bad news, which is pretty bad, and that is that under Donald Trump, this country is hurtling rapidly toward oligarchy.
Truth nuke. Vindicated. I don't care. Bernie Sanders vindicated. Okay. After fucking Tim Apple and NVIDIA are seemingly able to just fucking lobby for their tariffs on their products to be, Apple didn't want tariffs on, like phone parts, and then, or on phones, and then, NVIDIA didn't want export controls on their, chips. Vindicated. Anyway, finally can get around to watching this. This is I've seen a few posts on Twitter about this. This is the All In podcast, the tariff debate, Larry Summers and everything. Clinton Page was 2014, which also proved U.S. as an oligarch. I think that's whatever. I think that's the thing I'm talking about. It's whatever Princeton study that has like an R squared of 0.02 or something, and it's like a horrible fucking study that people still cite it. PPG cited it to me once. But let's see the justification here. No way Summers won a debate podcast. Yeah.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the #1 podcast in the world. I'm your host, Jason Calacanis, with my besties, Chamath Palihapitiya, our chairman dictator, and live from, well, the administration, Mr. David Sachs, our czar for AI and crypto. And amazingly, two fantastic guests this week. We have New York Times writer and host of the Ezra Klein podcast. He's got a new book with Derek Thompson, Abundance, and he co-founded Vox in 2014. He's our guest here today before Trump ships him to El Salvador. Please welcome Ezra Klein. How are you, sir?
Glad to be here in my final hours of freedom.
Okay, great. Good to be here. Sorry, Sachs. And with us, of course, Larry Summers, economist, former Treasury Secretary under Clinton.
Summers Epstein links? No, but awesome. Cool.
Director of the National Economic Council under Obama and the president of Harvard from 2001 to 2006. Thanks for coming, Larry.
Good to be with you.
Okay, we have a lot to get to here, so we might as well talk about the big news of tariffs. It's day 80 of the Trump presidency, a second presidency, his second term. And Trump tweeted that he paused tariffs for everyone but China on Wednesday. Basically, let me just cue up the details, Larry, and then we'll get your take on all of this. Just 1 week after Liberation Day, Trump announced on Truth Social that, in effect, he was raising tariffs against China 125% based on their lack of respect, quote unquote, instead of negotiating, and that he was pausing reciprocal tariffs on all other countries for 90 days. And markets ripped 10% after he posted this. And today, Thursday, when we tape, there's been a massive sell-off on Wall Street, so the roller coaster ride continues. What it will be on Friday when you consume this podcast is anyone's guess. S&P is down 5% today. For context, the S&P was at 5,700 pre-Liberation Day, so about a 9% drop after these wild swings. And in fact, this has been historic volatility. Here are the top sell-offs in history. As you can see, 3 of them came during Black Monday in 1987. 3 of them came during the financial crisis. 3 of them came during COVID. And coming in 11th is Trump's tariffs. Also, in the gainers, you have these big rebounds. Wednesday's 9.5% recovery was number 3. The administration says this was all part of a master plan. We'll hear more about that later. And that they laid a trap for China. They laid a trap. Bessent has been the spokesperson during this retreat, or whatever we're going to call the pause. And quote, "This was driven by the president's strategy. He and I had a long talk on Sunday, and this was his strategy all along." I don't think we need to play the clip. That's the gist of it. The White House account then tweeted in all caps, my favorite way to tweet, "Do not retaliate and you will be rewarded." Wall Street Journal, on the other side, posted a story about why Trump blinked. They chronicled the decision as being affected by Jamie Dimon, who went on Fox to express fears of recession while saying the tariffs were valid, and that he knew the Trump and cabinet would be watching him on Fox. Other banking executives who felt they didn't have a lot of influence in this administration, according to the Wall Street Journal, started lobbying Republican lawmakers that the Trump tariff plan would tank the economy. The White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles started receiving calls from executives and lobbyists expressing concerns. And the Wall Street Journal reports that Trump was influenced heavily by Bessent. They were flooded with worried calls from Wall Street, and that the president was lobbied to find an off-ramp. Trump ultimately relied on his instincts, according to the administration. Larry, is this 4D chess?
His instincts, his businessman instincts, okay?
Or is it something
when the S&P 500 is down 8%, that's a bad thing.
else? What are your thoughts?
This is dangerous work with a sledgehammer on a pretty sensitive machine, which is the global economy. That's having really serious.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. We'll get the 10-year to yield down. Just don't look at the... Jesus. I have to read that Noah Smith article, by the way. This is called Capital Flight, because, oh my God.
Consequences. First, it's important to understand that there's more tariffs that are around than you described. Even after the big back off, there's a 10% across the board tariff, a range of structural tariffs like on steel and automobiles, and a range of new tariff threats like on pharmaceuticals. Here's a kind of market-based estimate of what the damage that the market thinks this is all doing to the U.S. economy is. Market's down. Let's take today's number, 9%. If that's right, that would be about $4 trillion.
Larry Summers doing debate panels, non-fun. It's 50, non-fun in 50 years, I think, probably. This is the goal. This is the goal. Okay, we get the econ degree 5 years from now or something. Whenever I get around to doing that. I mean, I guess technically I'm on my way there, but and then we do the real debate panels, okay, like these.
Of course, at $4 trillion since Liberation Day, of course, markets were down coming into Liberation Day because of some anticipation of these policies. So let's be conservative and say these policies have taken $6 trillion off the stock market. Now, the stock market only measures the adverse impact on corporate profits, not the adverse impact on workers, not the adverse impact on consumers. So you need to add to that stock market number. One way of thinking about adding to it would be to say that corporate profits were 10% of the economy. So you could argue for multiplying by a factor of 10, but maybe that's being too exaggerating or too bold. So let's multiply by a factor of 5. And what you get is a loss in the $30 trillion range as the present value, as estimated by markets, of what's being done. Now, I know the Trump administration sometimes likes to say it's working for Main Street, not Wall Street. I noticed that they're pretty excited about the stock market rally yesterday in a way that wouldn't really go with.
Insane doublespeak from all the fucking conservatives who are like, it's actually perfectly fine. The stock market is down and it's short-term pain for long-term gain. And, you know, the worst thing we can do is abandon the plan right now. And then, like, the moment the stock market is up, just be like, are liberals still going to be mad about the stock market being down? Which, by the way, again, I'm every single possible argument I think is going to be thrown at me Thursday on that debate panel. So I have to be prepared for all of them. I think, like, the easiest thing to say is just, like, do you think if tariffs were never announced in the first place, do you think the stock market would be higher or lower than it is right now? Because the answer is obviously higher. And there's no argument to be made that if Trump had never done tariffs in the first place, that the stock market would be lower right now. Unless you think, I guess, somehow the globalization was like catering on the very edge. Okay, the globalist society would have collapsed if Trump just hadn't done the reciprocal tariffs or whatever. Surely, technically, we've seen the biggest drop in inequality in a long time. Maybe.
Not caring about markets. So I think what markets are seeing what's
Trump,
true,
the degrowth,
which is three things.
Egalitarian degrowth.
This is an inflation shot because you're adding to prices. CEO of Amazon got it right. The Secretary of the Treasury got it wrong. Increases in tariffs of this magnitude, the overwhelming part of them will be passed on to consumers. So you've got an inflation shock. When you raise the prices of people and their income, at least in the short run, is the same, they're poorer. And that means they can afford less stuff. And that pushes the economy down. And so you've got higher inflation and you've got less demand and therefore more unemployment. All of that's bad for the economy and companies. And the last thing, which I think is profoundly important, is we are trading like an emerging market country right now.
True.
For
yes.
serious countries, for the United States, the pattern is that when the world gets riskier, the bonds go down in yield and the currency goes up in value because people come for the safe haven. When you're a country like Argentina, then the assets all move together. Falling stock prices go with higher bond yields, go with a weakening currency. And so because of our erratic behavior, we have changed the zeitgeist surrounding America from the traditional zeitgeist surrounding America to the kind of zeitgeist that surrounded Juan Perón's Argentina. And that goes with all the other things that are happening. The more protectionism, denying the independence of the central bank, fiscal irresponsibility, breakdown of traditional boundaries between government and business, substantial cronyism as a strategy, authoritarian tendencies towards the opposition, lack of total respect for the judiciary.
Keep going, Larry.
What we're seeing is a pattern of America being governed on the kind of Juan Perón Argentina model. And that sometimes produces some benefits for some people in the short run. That sometimes generates popularity for it. Perón kept coming back in Argentina, but ultimately it's extremely costly for a society.
You've heard
Larry Summers might go. I don't know if this is ever a conversation worth having because people don't fucking care ever. But I do think it is important to mention. Trump doesn't like Federal Reserve independence in the first place. He didn't like it during his first term. He's still looking mad at it, not liking it now, pretty openly. And it seems like these tariffs are going to put the Fed in a kind of tough position. And if Trump, for example, let's say hypothetically, Trump is looking at the bond market and wants the Fed to do a bailout of the bond market, like if he already has anti-Fed independent tendencies, don't we think that this is probably probably gonna increase the likelihood that he tries to corrupt the Fed in like somehow. Like, but people just don't care. People just don't care.
Larry's take on all of this.
Larry's giving it about
See, Bassett talking about interviewing replacements for Powell or whatever. That will be interesting. It will be interesting.
Plus on a Harvard grade scale.
Which might be inflated. I'm not sure. Sachs, obviously in the administration, you cover two things: AI and, of course, crypto. And you're a member of the pod, so
okay, kill me. All right.
So let's get your take on what happened this week with these tariffs. Even the most ardent supporters of Trump have felt this is chaotic, not well executed, not communicated well. What's your take, Sachs, on how this was executed, and could this have been done better?
Well, I think what happened, if you go back to Liberation Day was only 8 days ago, it was April 2nd. If I had told you on April 1st that Donald Trump would find a way to get the entire world to eagerly embrace a 10% tariff on the American market, and not only would they not complain, but they'd actually be relieved that it was only 10%, you would have said that would be an April Fool's joke. If I had told you 8 days ago or 9 days ago that Trump would...
I mean, that is... If you already grant Trump any credit for any 4D chess move, this would be the 4D chess move, which is like you announced a plan that's so fucking insane that people are actually relieved when you only do 10% universal tariffs. Because I mean, I was skeptical Trump was ever going to do actually 10% universal tariffs. I always knew he was going to do higher tariffs than Kamala Harris would have done and everything. But like, would he actually go do 10% across the board? I guess excluding USMCA compliant goods, but he did it.
Would find a way to accelerate the United States is decoupling from China, which is something he's long wanted to do, and that Wall Street would basically breathe a sigh of relief over that. You would have said that there's no way that could happen. If I had told you 8 or 9 days ago,
the 10% universal tariffs totally undermines the decoupling effect from China, because like a lot of time what the pro-tariff defenders will say, by the way, is like, we need a 10% universal tariff because if we just tariff China, then countries will move to companies will move to Vietnam to do their production or whatever. If you tariff everyone, you really undermine the ability to do like what, Biden did with his like friendshoring, where it's like, certain goods probably shouldn't be produced in China, but does it matter if they're being produced in Japan, if they're being produced in South Korea, our allies? The fact that like Vietnam, China tariffs, I think Vietnam and China are meeting to try to, and I think part of what they're doing is trying to figure out how to retaliate to the U.S. effectively. The fact that we're pushing Vietnam closer to China is fucking horrible, when we could have had some production move to Vietnam and still have benefits from trade, but with a country that's friendly towards us.
That President Trump figured out a way to assert a presidential power in a way that gives America extraordinary leverage over virtually every country in the world, you would have said, well, I don't believe it. I don't, what is that power? And he proceeded to do that. And now basically every country in the world, except for China, is coming to Washington seeking to...
the thing is, him going back to 10% was still higher than it was announced on Liberation Day, because I know technically the average tariff rate is higher after Liberation Day, because he made China's super high, but I think he was like made it 145% or whatever. But to be fair, like any tariff rate beyond 100% or whatever just kind of stops a lot of trade between the U.S. and China entirely. So it's like, it's not that big a deal going from 100% to 200%, because most of the trade that stops at most trade stops at like 100% tariffs anyway. But
negotiate a new trade deal for the United States on better terms.
And also, obviously the 10% universal tariff is tariffing a fuck ton of intermediate goods. I need to get data on this. I asked Grok, and Grok told me 10% of goods that we didn't import from Mexico and Canada are intermediate goods. Because obviously, if you tariff intermediate goods, it makes it harder to produce shit in the U.S. because you just raise the cost for businesses for importing all their products, importing everything they need to make their products. Sorry, to the U.S. A fuck ton of goods we get from Canada and Mexico are intermediate goods. It's like literally over half of the goods that we get from Canada and Mexico are intermediate goods. Now, right now, only non-compliant, non-USMCA compliant goods are tariffed from Canada and Mexico, and the majority of goods that we get from Canada and Mexico are USMCA compliant. but we still do get intermediate goods from other countries as well. Obviously, steel is an intermediate good, and we get a lot of steel from Japan and South Korea and everything.
Or the U.S.
If you told me any of that a few days ago, I would have believed you, and I would have thought the consequences would be a substantially deteriorated American economy and a substantially less secure
I don't think we know
United
that.
States.
I don't think we know
It's
that.
not any surprise. There's
I
nothing.
don't think we know that. How could we possibly know? How could we possibly know that when we have like centuries worth of economists writing about free trade and developing models for free trade, and we have studies on the effects of tariffs in Trump's first term, and studies on the effects of tariffs in other countries, and studies and like study after study after study. It's like trade is just generally really good. Like Jesus.
Surprising about the fact that the United States has the power to extort Lesotho. It's just, and that's a country that was singled out in the Trump formula for the highest level of protection. There is no surprise in that. There is no surprise that
That's
the
not
United
coming to
States has the
Washington right
capacity
now.
to isolate itself
That's not
from
who's coming
China.
to Washington
It
right
will
now.
be very, very
Japan's
costly.
coming to Washington. South Korea's coming to Washington.
Everybody's going to try to cut a
Everyone's
deal.
going to come to
but that
Washington.
doesn't-
It never would have occurred to anyone with experience in government that the United States would have any difficulty getting any major country to come send a representative to the United States to have a discussion and a negotiation with the United States on a matter that was of concern to the United States.
There were lower tariffs on just buying from China versus buying part. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's insane too. Is that we're granting exceptions on finished products, but we're still tariffing intermediate goods. What the fuck are you doing? Like, dog. I'm getting more and more convinced every day that Donald Trump is actually trying to deindustrialize America, and like just uses his rhetoric to get to like try to look harsh in China, because he lifted some of the export controls on NVIDIA AI chips to China, and he's tariffing intermediate goods from China and not tariffing final products. So what the fuck? Like, you're actually trying to deindustrialize America. What are you doing?
Why
Never
didn't they?
could possibly
Why-
have come as any
Okay, let me let
surprise.
Sachs reply to that, and then Ezra, I'm going to bring you in. Sachs, go ahead. You reply.
Then why didn't they, Larry? Do you think that all these countries were going to renegotiate their trade deals with the U.S. if President Trump asked nicely, if he said, pretty please, let's renegotiate our trade?
First of all, this is like the idea that like, I mean, maybe they would be unwilling to do certain things, but like, I'm fairly certain if the Secretary of State or someone asked Japan or asked South Korea, are you willing to negotiate to lower trade barriers? They'd probably say yes. They would probably say yes. And guess what? You know how we got to these low trade barriers we have now in the first place? Through a lot of negotiating with countries to do reciprocal tariff cuts. Okay, we said this was the whole premise of GATT, the General Agreement on Taxes and Trade, and I think the WTO like largely continued this, where countries would agree to reciprocal tariff cuts. They'll say, you know, if you cut tariffs on our goods, we'll cut tariffs on your goods, and we'll have this deal in place to try to prevent any like backsliding that happens afterwards. Why? Like, can't we just do that? Can't we just do that, please?
Trade deals, so you take down your trade barriers, they would have done it. If he had said pretty please with a cherry on top, that's not the way these things work. He had to establish the leverage in the negotiation first. And the fact of the matter is, he's the first president in decades who's been willing to do that. You don't get anywhere by just asking nicely. And I think that what President Trump did over the last 8 days is A, establish the leverage, and B, get all these countries to now want to negotiate a new trade deal with the United States.
If this is such a terrific thing, why do markets think it's so terrible for the American economy? Maybe the market's just completely wrong, but at least another possibility
long-term
is
gain.
The question
that
is,
the market's
is
judging this. That the market, job of markets is to look forward. It's to look past the immediate. It's to see what the long-run consequences are going to be. And markets are making a pretty devastatingly negative judgment.
Not true. Larry,
on
that's
this
not
step.
true. That feels emotional and nice, but it's just not accurate. So let's just establish a couple facts about quote unquote the markets. Number one, there are two markets and they behave totally differently and sometimes inversely to each other. There's the stock market and there's the bond market. With respect to the stock market, what they are debating, and you're right, Larry, is what is the effective long-term.
Do either of them look good right now? Like, the bond market doesn't save you here, brother. What do you mean? Like, neither of them look good. There's the stock market and the bond market, and right now yields are going up and the stocks are going down. Like, that's not okay. Like,
rate of return a dollar needs to generate in order to pay me back that dollar. That is what the fundamental stock market does. And what we've seen for many years with trade imbalances trade deficits, and close to zero interest rates, of which more of that happened under Democrats and Republicans, we have allowed the stock market to inflate past historical averages. What we've actually seen happen in the last week is what most people would call mean reversion. The stock market is still way above where it was last year, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. What has happened is that the forward multiples have compressed. So that's number one. That's a fact. You can debate whether that's bad or good, and I'm willing to debate that with you.
Okay, now let's go to bonds. Yeah.
And then with respect to bonds, what we are seeing now is there are two very complicated issues. And we don't know what the unknown known is. And let me be very specific. In the last 2 days, we saw one part of the bond market totally get out of whack. And what we know is that the yields changed materially in a very acute way, which is atypical of how the bond market typically digests a philosophical change in approach to policy. Normally, when you see an acute reaction in the bond market, the underlying reason tends to be some financial calamity in a participant. What we heard in the last 24 hours is a lot of this move may have been attributed to an enormous levered bet on U.S. Treasuries by a Japanese hedge fund. It will take
I don't think anyone knows for sure what happened yet. I don't think people are all debating whether it was Europe selling the treasuries or China selling the treasuries, or China selling the treasuries through Europe or whatever. But this whole somehow this is dumber than the Twitch debate panels is reverting back to zero. Yeah, I know. Like this is the fucking. I guarantee you. Again, on Thursday, you're gonna get this quote from people. Is it what people will just be like? Yeah, of course the stock market's falling. It's all fake anyway. The Biden economy was all fake. It's been pumped up with fake money and fake government spending. It's like, okay, like, I don't know. What do I tell? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if you just think it's all fake anyway, then like, okay.
4 and 5 and 6 weeks for us to really know. Separately, what we do know, though, where the structural complexity of the market, and this is where, Larry, I agree with you, is acute and important to observe, is in the credit markets for private companies. And that is where you have to pay a lot of attention.
Okay, Larry, let me let you respond to Chamath's response to you. And then Ezra, I promise you're going to come in next. Larry, go ahead.
Martha, as you well know, the vast majority of financial thinking emphasizes changes in the earnings prospects of companies associated with the strength of the economy as a major source of stock market fluctuations. And if you look at dividend strips, if you look at what's happening to analyst revisions, that's got a lot to do. Negative prospects for the economy has a lot to do with why the stock market has turned downwards. The foreign exchange market's very big, and it's a big referendum on whether people have confidence in the United States. And somehow, tariffs, reduce imports, are supposed to reduce dollar selling and make the currency go up. And not only is the currency not going up, it's going down substantially. So we're seeing a pattern. Maybe it's all just due to one Japanese hedge fund, but maybe we're seeing a pattern that really looks pretty much like the Argentine.
I mean, it's for the most part continued. I haven't checked today if the S&P 500, if it went up today, oh, fuck you, Google, every goddamn time. It was up a little bit today. 5 days, it might be up still, yeah. The yields, from my understanding, are basically, they're down a little today. Look, guys, it's all going to be okay. Nothing ever happens, bros. But yields have been fluctuating from what I've seen between, like, the 10-year yield has gone from 4.3 to 4.5, like, 5 million times over the past week. Like,
time pattern.
Ezra, you are hearing this debate. I think there's no debate that this was done in a very extreme fashion at a minimum. Do you wonder if this could have been done in a more gradual or thoughtful way? What's your take on the execution here by the administration of these tariffs and their response to the markets?
I can't say I wonder if it could have been done in a more gradual, thoughtful way. It could have. I defer to Larry on the markets. I'm more of a connoisseur of arguments, and something I've been thinking about over the past very long 8 days is covering the 2024 election and covering Donald Trump's tariff promises. And it was a thing that liberals like me were doing, where we do these shows and say, Donald Trump is promising a 10% to 20% global tariff and then 65% tariff on China. And if he does that, it'll have this set of effects, higher prices, it'll create financial uncertainty, etc. And what I would be told, like the counter argument was, oh, you libs, you always take him literally when you should be taking him seriously. I had Vivek Ramaswamy on my show. He said, he's not going to do that. That's just a negotiating ploy. And this was the common line from Trump allies on Wall Street. And then I watched as he began doing not just that, but layering a series of them bilateral tariffs on top of that plan. The markets began freaking out. While they were freaking out, a bunch of his defenders said, no, actually, these tariffs, which we told you were never going to happen, are actually a great idea. We need to reset the entire global financial system, and you can't shift those tectonic plates without creating a few earthquakes. Then, the moment the tariffs paused, or the 90-day pause on the tariffs on top of the 10% and the China tariff, then I heard, no, that pause is genius. Haven't you read The Art of the Deal? And what I would observe from this is that usually when an idea is good, you don't need people jumping back and forth on it so often, going between these tariffs are a bad idea, but they're a smart negotiating ploy, to these tariffs plus are an actually great idea, and you should all calm down, as Trump said. You should all be cool. Back to no, these tariffs are a great idea. I think something I'd love to hear from David. It's very hard to break the pattern of being a podcast host. I would like to hear what the measure of success in 2 years is. Right? We can sit here and speculate about the effect of these, and I'm much more on Larry's side than what I'm hearing from Chamath and David. But what are your measures? What in 2 years?
Good question.
If manufacturing,
Yeah, go ahead,
they will define winning as whatever happens. And literally any effect that can be plausibly attributed to the tariffs, they will define as winning, bro. Like even if just in a year, like inflation is at the same like 3-ish, 2.8, 3% it is now, they'll count that as a win. Even if we see even if we obviously have other negative effects from it, they will define whatever as a win.
Employment or whatever is below X, will you be unhappy? If GDP is, what is a sort of objective yardstick where we could come back in 700 days and say, did this work out or was this a bad idea?
I would say probably the biggest thing would be whether the U.S. can reindustrialize to some extent so that we're not completely dependent for our supply chains on a potentially hostile adversary.
And what is the measure of that? Is it the quantity of manufacturing we're making? Is it the share of
I don't
manufacturing?
think it's a hard thing to understand. You know, during COVID,
I'm just asking you to set it very tightly.
He literally is just asking for if it's not a hard thing to understand, then provide a metric. Because what does it look like? Again, does it look like employment? Because you're probably not ever getting that employment back, by the way, just because of a lot of structural factors and the fact that we've gotten so much more productive. Or is it like you said, like is it output, which by the way is still, I shouldn't say it's still rising. It's basically stagnant in 2008, but basically where it was in 2008, which is like near all-time highs. Like, yeah.
Point. I am saying it concisely. During COVID, we discovered that we were horribly dependent on a supply chain from China for some of our most essential products, for pharmaceuticals, for other medical gear that we needed during COVID.
Sure. So what would be, if you were to put a metric on
Just
it?
as one example, but we've also learned that our entire supply chain for all sorts of industrial products now is dependent on China and other countries.
So I think there's, oh God, I should do maybe a day reading on this. I think there's studies about it too. It does seem like it is the case that there are like globalized supply chains can respond better to shocks than like local supply chains, obviously. Like I think I think baby formula was like a good example of a I think during COVID, I think we only I think in the US, I think we had restrictions on how much we could import or where we could import baby formula from. And like when there were problems in like one plant, Abbott Labs, one of 3 major formula producers in the U.S., shut down its Michigan plant in February, allowing Food and Drug Administration to yeah. So like literally one plant had problems in the U.S. with baby formula, and because we have like import restrictions on where you can import baby formula from, we had a huge shortage of baby formula during COVID. With more globalized supply chains, there's almost always a country that is not under lockdown at that specific point in time, so you're able to shift where you get supplies from.
Let's be more precise. We have 4% unemployment at the record low of our lifetimes, and
Trade analysis for the Libertarian Cato Institute noted that instant formula is being subject to high tariffs as well as tariff rate quotas. An item subject to tariff rate quotas it has some import subject to tariff and over quota excess subject to tariff and additional duties, making it expensive to import.
Do you think Americans want to work in these factories? And if so, which factories? Obviously, pharmaceuticals, that's a dependency. Obviously, building ships and weapons, that's a dependency. I think we can all agree on that. And that might be low hundreds of thousands of jobs. Do you believe we should be making Nike sneakers here? Do you believe we should be making jeans here again? What would be the objective measure of success? Like a certain number of jobs, certain number of factories, certain types of factories? Because the other piece that I don't understand, and maybe you can inform me here, Sachs, is number one, who's going to do this work if we're going to be deporting millions of people, and we have the lowest unemployment of our lifetimes, and we have automation coming to these factories, and Americans don't want to take these jobs historically? How is this all going to work? It seems a bit farcical to me that we're going to bring these things back.
I don't think the millions of Americans who lost their jobs in the heartland because we let China into the WTO, which is something that Larry, I think, supported and championed.
We're talking about decades ago, though, right? Yeah.
That's what started.
First of all, again, he literally mentioned automation. A lot of those jobs were lost due to automation. It seems like from the stuff I've seen that like maybe 2.4-ish million jobs were lost to trade with China, and a lot of the other ones were lost due to just automation. But again, like he just mentioned, I don't know if the guy just can't listen or something. He just mentioned unemployment is super low right now. Unemployment is at like 4%. Like these millions of people that lost their jobs in the heartland or whatever, most of them found other jobs. But like there haven't been millions of people, the same millions of people who lost their jobs in the heartland due to the China shock, just unemployed for this many years. Most of them found new jobs or fucking died because it's 20 years. It's 20 years ago by now. But it's not. Yeah, if we don't have a huge employment issue in the country right now, lost. Yeah, like that's another like. And again, I would. If I was there, I'd try to get the concession. Like, do you agree? Yes or no? Are tariffs gonna harm jobs in the export industry? Because literally, like, the export is like the most direct line you can draw. But tariffs can protect jobs, but at the cost of jobs in other sectors. They shift investment away from unprotected sectors and towards protected sectors. They appreciate exchange rates and harm the export sector. Again, exports is the most direct link you can draw because we basically have to export stuff to pay for imports. But they hurt other sectors as well. Obviously, the tariffs on intermediate goods like steel hurt employment in other sectors. So, like, I think all the empirical evidence says, essentially all the empirical evidence says, tariffs lead to a net job loss. They reduce total employment. Well, the elderly will be doing work after we get rid of Social Security. This is true, actually.
This whole thing.
Yeah, okay.
I don't think those millions of people want to.
Thanks for following, Hall Apron.
Respectfully, you're talking nonsense.
What are you talking about,
Respectfully, David.
You were Treasury Secretary when we walked China into the WTO, and you were just still defending it. I was just watching an interview. Hold on, Larry.
Larry,
you just did an interview with Neil Ferguson.
Wait.
Why am I the one who gets to talk for 2 seconds before I get interrupted?
Okay,
you guys get 5 to 10 minutes.
Finish your thoughts. Finish your thoughts
for
the way 3 minutes, and then
I get to
Larry will
speak
go.
for 2 seconds. Then you speak for 5 or 10 minutes.
Go right ahead.
Larry, I just saw you do an interview with Neil Ferguson where he asked you, was it a good idea to bring China into the WTO? Was it a good idea to give them permanent normal trade relation status, basically MFN, which is something that Bill Clinton did in 2000? And I'm
doing pretty good. Larry Summers so base, true. I'm convinced most of the Rust Belt Heartland stuff is culture war nonsense. It is like that is a purely, I don't want to say purely, but it is. It's just like a cultural. It's just a cultural thing. The actual degree data does relation in particular locations doesn't seem correlated with the narrative around it. Yeah. It is basically like cultural, like intuition pump like thing. Like it's not a BRB, dude. Got held up, but I'll be back ASAP. Let's catch up on Discord. Lideland 22. Okay, dog.
It was bipartisan. George W. Bush continued it. And you were defending this as a good idea for the country. What was the result of that over the past 25 years? Millions of industrial jobs were lost. They were exported to China. Millions of factories.
Maybe 2.4 million.
Shut down. The United States has a
trade, like any type. Again, the easiest way to view this is just viewing trade as a type of technology. Just imagine China as a factory that turns shit we export, that turns wheat. We'll use wheat because it's an example that I'm stealing. Into whatever we buy from them, into cheap toys or whatever. It's just a type of technology. It's just a magical type of technology, okay, where we can use less resources to get more things by producing things to export, like wheat, and trading them for things that we import. It's just a production technique. It's just a type of technology that lets you buy things to import by first producing things to export and then trading. And we end up with more or the same amount of things with less resources. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Like, we would never make this argument for like anything else. Like, we never Guys, I'm going to do a Milton Friedman thing. Guys, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it so you all can, so all the libertarians can fucking come, okay? Like, we would never say that, like, oh, you know, we need to build a canal with spoons instead of shovels, or shovels instead of industrial equipment, because otherwise it's gonna cost jobs. So many jobs are replaced when we use automated construction equipment and not shovels. Like,
diminished and hollowed out industrial base, we certainly can't make the products of the future.
Again, like, I need to see Larry Summers and Piers Morgan. That'd be fucking based. I'm not, like, in some sense, like, obviously the manufacturing share of employment has fallen, just like it's fallen in every advanced economy ever. Every economy follows this pattern where manufacturing employment peaks and then falls over time as per capita income rises. There are structural reasons behind that. But if you look at manufacturing output, it was going up all the way until 2008. It was going up during this entire period where he's saying, oh, China was stealing all our jobs or whatever. Look, we were making more shit. This is when, like, 1993 or something, China joins the WTO. Well, like, this entire period, we're growing shit, except for this. I mean, there was a recession here, and then after 2008, shit kind of got fucked. But why is there no reset zoom button?
Like drones or semiconductors? Jason, just to answer your question, yeah, obviously.
But again, so the drones and semiconductor things, I don't think any of the liberals really disagree from here that there are reasons to protect strategic industries, but universal tariffs actively undermines that for the reasons I mentioned before. When you tariff intermediate goods, when you tariff the semiconductor fabrication equipment, like Trump is trying to do, like, kill me.
Some industries are more strategic than others. Do I personally care about sneakers or textiles? No, I personally don't. Do I care about semiconductors? Absolutely. Do I care about circuit boards? Do I care about drones? Do I care about...
No one disagrees with this. Paul Krugman, Larry Summers, Jenna Hell, Darren Acemoglu, Crackhead, Barney debate appears more than it would be. Dude. These people should be on fucking, okay, I saw a tweet about this. Like, it's unfortunate that, like, you can't call out, like, Peter Navarro and Howard Lutnick and all these people to, like, debates. And, like, he was using it in a sense that, like, these people should be, like, willing to, like, put up money, like, all put up $10,000, like, spend time writing a thesis or whatever, okay? And then maybe spend time writing a rebuttal to the other person's thesis, right? And then, like, submit that to a panel of judges and have the panel of judges, you know, decide on whose argument is better. Like, it's none of these people, like, you should be able to, for all these, like, public figures and, like, Trump's administration saying, like, all this insane, retarded shit, you should be able to do that. But also, you should absolutely just be able to have them on Piers Morgan's panel. Like, why can't we have Paul Krugman and Peter Navarro fucking going at it in a Piers Morgan panel? I think that'd be funny. I actually do think that could go poorly just because it's pretty easy to, like, intuition pump against free trade. And, like, in the context of a Piers Morgan panel, like, it might be hard for Paul Krugman to, like, kind of go on and explain, okay, so trade is just a form of technology. And, okay, so the balance of payments means that, you know, dollars that are the trade deficit is offset by net capital inflow. Like, it might be hard to win in the eyes of the public, but you should absolutely be able to challenge these people. But
robots. Do I care about EVs and cars? Absolutely.
Okay.
Those industries, we are no longer in a position. David? We are no longer in a position as a country to make those products because we exported our entire supply chain and manufacturing base to
Krugman. Well, that is, yeah, probably. Yeah.
China.
David,
so how is that a good idea, Larry?
Okay,
David,
Larry, you go, and then Ezra, I'll go back to you and Shimon. Go ahead.
I have three questions for you. One, can you name a single trade barrier that was reduced by the United States associated with China accession? A single restriction that existed in the United States that had not been in place for 5 years before that we removed during China's WTO accession. Can you name one?
I don't think we should have done any of it, Larry. We threw open our markets to Chinese goods.
What restriction? Your thesis is that we threw open the market and therefore we exposed ourselves to all of this China thing. And the question I'm asking you is, can you name any restriction on Chinese exports to the United States that was in effect in 1999 and was removed by our WTO accession in 2000. Can you name any such restriction? Just name one.
This was a policy that built up over time and was basically made permanent. Hold on, it was made permanent when we walked China to the WTO and gave them MFN status.
I'm sorry, David. I'll ask the question one more time. We had given them MFN status 15 years before. They had MFN status. They had it for 15 years. There was not a single reduction in a barrier to Chinese trade. So the way in which you're describing it is just...
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I trust Larry Summers here, I guess, because he was involved in the thing or whatever. But there had to be some restrictions lifted during like the China shock. If I just look up China stock trade restrictions lifted, like there's got to be.
Bears no resemblance to what it was.
Why did you bring them into the WTO? What was the point of bringing them into the WTO?
The point of bringing them into the WTO was to use the leverage that we had to win a whole variety of concessions that enabled us to
Larry, let's be
export
honest.
more to China.
This is an extraordinary writing of history, Larry. This is an extraordinary writing of
history here. Larry, let's move forward.
You're
denying history. You're denying history.
All right, listen.
This is a bad deal.
Hold on a second. Let's go back to this.
Just a minute. I just want to know the whole argument you are making is about increased exports to the United States that had bad consequences. And so I'm just going to keep asking you, what barrier that previously existed?
Okay, I'll name them. I'll name them.
Go ahead, Jamal.
Number one, prior to the WTO, China imposed a bunch of export duties and taxes on a whole bunch of goods to control outflow. Okay, that prioritized domestic supply. As part of coming into the WTO, China said, hey, hold on, we'll limit these export duties to only a specific set of products. And then they capped those duties at agreed rates. Number two, they eliminated export quotas. They historically had export quotas to manage the volume of goods. Under that WTO commitment, they agreed to phase out all those quantitative restrictions on exports, except were explicitly justified under WTO. Number three, they removed the export licensing restrictions. Number four, they ended state trading monopolies for exports. Number five, they liberalized foreign trade rights. The point is, people thought that China was going to be a honeypot of economic activity, and it turned out to be a sucking sound, a grand sucking sound of opportunity, where the globalist corporations saw a massive labor arbitrage. So it's fair to say that it was done with the best of intentions, but it was
wait. Like, does he think we don't benefit from that? Like maybe, I don't know, maybe we'd benefit more if they also, which I mean, they do have whatever special investment zones and everything. But maybe, sure, we might benefit more if they liberalize further and let, U.S. companies like actually invest in them and everything. But like that, all this, this cheap labor pool that other globalist companies take advantage of has real benefits for American consumers who see lower prices because of that. It has real benefits for American businesses who have lower input prices because of that.
A bad deal. They got one over on us.
I really want to say that rather than having 30 minutes of debate over something that happened in the 90s, I would like to go back to this question. I keep not hearing.
I will answer your question, Ezra, because that was a great question.
I would like to hear from David, but I'd love yours too.
Yeah, I never got a chance to.
I think there's a tendency to just be talking in an anecdotal way.
It's not anecdotal. Okay,
we want to move forward.
Presidents announce these policies, and then there's never metrics.
Give me what indices you are going to look for. Where if in 2 years it is under X, I can come back and we can have a conversation.
Here's some metrics.
Ezra, I'm so sorry.
Here's some metrics for you. Okay, let's go back to Bill Clinton's speech that was given at Johns Hopkins on March 9, 2000.
He's not gonna mention a metric. He's just gonna say Bill Clinton, China shock. Clinton said it was going to make jobs, but it didn't, even though it probably did on net.
I was asking about forward-looking metrics. What would you think would be successful 2 years from now? Not the history lesson.
Well, hold on. We haven't finished the debate about China and PNTR, okay?
But my question predated that debate.
Yeah, we're trying to
you're trying to change the subject. Let's just finish up on this topic.
We're trying to move forward. That's all.
Oh my God,
I'm trying to finish up on this topic, okay?
Okay, we'll let you get the last word. Go ahead.
About this.
Okay, you can have last word.
So March 9, 2000, Bill Clinton announces PNTR at Johns Hopkins. It's a very famous speech. Maybe you can tell us about how it got written. Anyway, Bill Clinton promises several things. He makes a number of arguments for PNTR. He does not think that this does nothing. Larry, your argument is that Bill Clinton didn't do anything. You're saying that somehow it happened under Reagan or something like that? That's not what Bill Clinton was arguing. He said, number one, there'd be huge economic benefits for the U.S. He says, quote, by this agreement, we will increase exports of American products. He means to China. That will create American jobs. Okay, did that happen the way we intended? I don't think so. Number two is...
probably... he said that it happened the way we intended, whatever. I'm sure if we just look up U.S. exports to China, I'm almost certain that they... went up. This is agricultural exports. Is there like, does Fred have like China import of U.S. goods. Fred? This is just China imports. Imports of U.S. goods by custom basis from China? Is this what I'm looking for? This is import and export. God, can I just go? Wait, okay. Hold on. Yes, here, Census Bureau. They did on this. Okay, so let's go back to, what was it, 1993? How much did we export? Exported like 8 billion, 9 billion, 11 billion, 11 billion, 12 billion, 14 billion, 13 billion, 16 billion, 19 billion, 22 billion, 28 billion, 34 billion, 41 billion, 53 billion, 62 billion. I don't know. Looks like it's going up to me. 69 billion, 91 billion, 104 billion, 110. Seems like it's going up. 106 billion, 124 billion, 151 billion. Went down a little bit, 143 billion so far, 20 billion this year.
He believed that.
Have you looked at the data on export flows from the United States to China? It actually did happen at a quite substantial rate.
But with huge trade deficits for the United States.
Wow, great fucking argument. But the obsession with trade deficit is fucking stupid. For a lot of reasons. I need to I don't know what exactly this guy thinks of trade deficits. So I'm not gonna it's dumb to automatically assume that trade deficits, for example, lead to net job losses. But the obsession with trade deficit when it comes to manufacturing and everything is stupid because obviously it's easier to have an advanced manufacturing sector with say $8 billion in exports or $100 billion in exports to China that we have now, whilst also having whatever 200 billion worth of imports than it is to say run a trade surplus, but the trade surplus is $10 in exports and $5 in imports. Obviously, the first example where you have much larger gross exports is more conducive to manufacturing sectors and other. I mean, I'll stick to trade deficit in goods because obviously the U.S. exports service as well, but I'm retconning it to trade deficit in goods. Obviously the trade deficit is not what matters here. Gross exports probably matters more than the trade deficit in goods.
Arguing that they did not act in a discriminatory way towards our products. This idea that Americans could just do business in China the way that they could do business here is ridiculous. Anyone who tried to do business over there knows you have to create a JV.
I don't think he ever made that claim, but okay.
You have to get a local partner, give him 51%. It was extraordinarily difficult. We were discriminated against, Larry. Okay. It's ridiculous to try and claim that somehow this was an equal relationship, okay? And we imported far more from them than we ever exported to them. So Bill Clinton was wrong.
That's not doesn't mean it's first of all, that alone doesn't mean it's unequal, obviously, because we get capital inflows as a result, and we get access to their cheap labor. Again, it's just a form of technology. That alone doesn't mean it's unequal. But even if it's unequal, which by the way, a basic comparative advantage model will show you that it's a lot of times it will be unequal between big and large countries, in that big countries only benefit a little bit from trade, but smaller developing countries can actually benefit a lot more proportionally from trade, but it's still mutually beneficial. Something can still be a net benefit, even if it benefits one side more than the other. Something can, it could benefit one side 50% and the other side 10%, but we're still better off with that 10% benefit than if we had 0% benefit. I compare trade deficits to having $1 million in cash. You can never spend / invest, and having $1 million in goods and services. Everyone would pick the latter. I compare trade deficits to having $1 million in cash you can never spend / invest, and having $1 million in goods and services. Everyone would pick the latter. That is true. But soon China will own the whole U.S. This is true. But people don't even people. It's fucking stupid. I mean, maybe you might be able to make a little bit of an argument that maybe letting China own a ton of treasury bills is bad, but they don't even own the majority or anything. I think they own 10-ish% or something.
Wrong about that. Number two, he said that signing PNTR and bringing China to the WTO would promote democracy in China, that we would export one of democracy's most cherished values, economic freedom. Did that happen? I don't think so. He said this was...
That didn't really happen, although if I'm being like ultra good faith, we aren't losing money with the trade deficit. Yeah, I know. Which is people just see the word deficit and they think like losing money, like money going overseas is bad. But yeah, obviously we're getting shit in return for it. Like that money comes back via a capital account surplus. China owns approximately 2.6% of U.S. Treasury debt. That's lower than I thought, honestly. Sectorial balances, crazy. It might be like 10% or 30% is owned by foreign investors, I guess. But
strengthen global
there was something
trade
else.
for one of democracy's most cherished.
Like if we're being like ultra good faith, like, you know, technically like we don't have, or not ultra good faith. If we're doing like the ultra steel man of free trade here, you can say like, I mean, technically we don't have the counterfactual, like maybe it is the case that China is more democratic today than they would have been without free trade. Like that could be the case. Like China's obviously not a democratic nation, but they have liberalized a little bit. Like they sometimes have local elections. In a sense, the budget deficit can be considered as an artificial export surplus. So true. Where's our trade-off? Inflation. God, I gotta read I know the Pop Internationalism has. I've seen some quotes on it where it explains to like balance of payments, but it's just not intuitive to people. It is an accounting impossibility for third world nations to simultaneously attract large inflows of capital and run massive trade surpluses, thus fail to connect with an audience that is easily persuaded by authoritative sounding men that they will do this chat. Which also, from the way Trump speaks, it does sound like that he wants a lot of foreign capital inflows. He wants a lot of investment in the U.S. or whatever, and also trade surpluses. But
values economic freedom. Did that happen? I don't think so. He said this would strengthen global trade by ensuring China adhere to international trade rules, reducing trade barriers, and resolving disputes through WTO. Did that happen? I don't think so. And then he said on national security, he said it would improve our national security to bring China to WTO and help make them rich. He said, quote, if we don't deal with China in this way, we'll increase the prospect that they will turn inward. That's not what happened. We helped make China rich. We've exported millions of jobs to them. They built up their economy and their supply chain to the point where now they are a global competitor to the United States. They're a peer competitor. We turned that baby dragon into a Drogon-sized monster that can now challenge us in Asia and across the world for primacy.
There is an argument to be had. Again, like, I think the bigger thing here is that I think these universal tariffs are pretty obviously kind of anti-national security, or like anti-industrial policy and national security combating China stuff, because like all the reason I mentioned where it's a net job loss and like you actually hurt a lot of strategic industries that rely on imported goods and all that jazz. There are just way better ways to decouple from China or whatever. And I obviously think he's wrong for the most part about exporting jobs to China and everything. But I mean, to be fair, like it does seem, I believe there is evidence that free trade increases peace between nations. I believe there's evidence to that effect. I think I probably have studies cited somewhere about stuff like that. It could be the case that China, like, maybe wouldn't have gotten as rich without us, but they might have, like, I don't know, already invaded Taiwan if, they weren't dependent on us economically. I was trying to say that they may not entirely necessarily be dependent on us, but interconnected, right?
Why in the world we have done that? Just for national security reasons. Okay. That was a very foolish thing to do.
Okay, so Larry, I guess I have to let you maybe self-grade. How did you guys do? Is there any regrets, as Sachs is pointing out there? Obviously, China has not magically become a democracy, but I guess you could argue they do have a middle class now. We haven't gone to war with them, so I guess you could argue that this has been good for relations. But to Sachs's point, they are incredibly powerful and they are our top adversary. How would you grade the history of this so we can move forward?
China was a surging, growing, reforming economy, growing at double-digit rates. That it was before there was any WTO agreement. The WTO agreement did not change a single rule that represented a U.S. restriction on imports from China. It did change
1.4
a
billion
variety of
people being rich is good. Actually, I mean that too. Like it is just a good thing that a lot of Chinese people aren't in poverty anymore. Like it is like that is just like a good like human happiness like good thing. But these people don't care about that. These are the people who cut USAID. These are the people who fucking hate
rules. Not
poor
as far
people
as
in
I
other
would have
countries.
liked. That
And
let
poor
the United
people
States
in their own
export
country as well,
more to
but-
China, and that protected United States intellectual property in China, and that brought China more closely into the international system. You need a counterfactual for what would have happened if China had been excluded from the World Trade Organization. That counterfactual is not that they would not have sold goods to the United States. That principle had already been crossed 15 years before. Not a single restriction was reduced.
So,
But look,
anything you would have done differently?
I
Or
just don't get. I don't get the whole mindset here. I understand that we should have done more as a country for the Rust Belt and invested in it much more heavily. If I was worried about dependence and strategic and all that, the last policy I would have wanted to abolish was the CHIPS Act. That's the largest, boldest thing the United States has ever done to avoid dependence in a national security area.
Great.
And
Let me bring
yet
Chamath
the
in.
Trump administration has killed all of that.
Chamath, you heard Ezra's original question and the history here from Larry and David. Looking at, there's some industries that we need strategically, pharma, military, cars. These are fairly obvious. Rare earth minerals are obvious. But we also have the lowest unemployment of our lifetimes. And Americans probably don't want to work in factories en masse. What is your...
There's a poll from like last year. There's like a YouGov poll that went like viral on Twitter because it was cited in a Financial Times article recently. That was like, I think it's like 20% of Americans think that they would be better off working in a factory, but like 70% of Americans say America would be better if more people worked in factories. It is literally Americans doing the meme of like, who thinks America would be better if we all had factory jobs or whatever, or if, you know, if we industrialized, and everyone raises their hand, and then it's like, who wants to work at a factory job? And no one fucking wants to do it. Like, yeah.
Take on going forward some metrics that this administration should, not Sachs is saying this, you're saying it. What would you measure this success as in terms of onshoring and reducing dependencies if, to Ezra's point, 2 years from now we were to grade it? Give us some specifics here, Chamath.
There is a major issue that the United States has that's much bigger than China, which can be framed in the lens of resiliency and the ability to fend for ourselves. There are supply chains that have many single points of failure. And independent of whichever country that single point of failure exists, it could be an ally, or it could be a foe, or it could be a frenemy, that creates risk.
True.
And I think what we are learning, and David's right, it was really highlighted during COVID, we are not in a position to take care of what we need. So if I had to very precisely answer Ezra's question, I would say that we need to measure and protect 4 critical areas. Everything else, I think we can deal with, some inefficiency, some single points of failure. But the following 4 areas, Ezra, I would say are sacrosanct. Number 1 is all of the technology, both the chips as well as the enabling technology around artificial intelligence. It must be a robust, largely American supply chain. It must. You cannot have single points of failure outside the United States, because what you see is even in allied countries, their posture towards things like free speech and other things can ebb and flow. Their posture on trade, their posture on defense. Okay, so that's number 1 can change.
Chips, got it.
Number 2.
I think, you know, obviously chips is a very strategic industry. It makes sense to have them being made here. Like I've mentioned this like 2 times by now, but I don't think it's a big deal if some of the equipment being, you know, some of the equipment that's necessary to produce semiconductors is being made in the Netherlands, for example. Like, there are benefits from trade. There are benefits from countries specializing in niche products. And it's just not a big national security issue if the Netherlands is producing some of the equipment that is used to make semiconductor fabrication factories. And it's probably pretty bad to tariff those because that undermines their ability to actually make semiconductors here. But
2 is energy. We have a critical deficit of electrons in America. We do not have the capability we need to make the energy we need quickly in many ways. We have supply chain issues on nat gas. We have critical supply chains that can be shut off by China around photovoltaics. So whether you believe in coal...
I mean, from my understanding, we are energy independent and that we produce more energy than we consume. From my understanding, it's also, you know, because of how integrated our supply chains are, it is kind of, it might be hard for, you know, for example, like if we don't buy Canadian oil, it's kind of hard to get the oil that's being produced in Texas to the Midwestern like cities that rely currently on Canadian oil. But really, we can't. Like, I'm not convinced we're that dependent on anyone other than Mexico and Canada for. Yeah, I know, electron deficit. I don't like. I don't know what that. I don't know what that means. Obviously, we're not. I don't think we're that dependent on anyone other than Mexico and Canada for energy. And I mean, first of all, we've invaded countries for oil before, and I'm not convinced Canada would be that hard to invade. But second of all, like, really, some shit is gonna go down with Canada? Really? Like, what? If I just look up U.S. energy imports by country. 52% Canada, 11% Mexico, 5% Saudi Arabia, like 4%, like. Seems like, although other, to be fair, makes up like 40% or whatever, but.
Whether you believe in nat gas, whether you believe in clean energy, we are in a very.
We got to shore that up. Okay, I think we're in agreement. Keep going.
Number three there are critical material inputs that drive the material science of the future. Rare earths are an example. Going back to chips, things like gallium, things like phosphorus.
I mean, there are rare earths that we can't even get here.
Even so, we have a critical minerals and rare earths and material science input problem. And then the fourth are pharma APIs, so that when American citizens get sick, we have the ability to not just make it, but also design it and manufacture it. Because some of these APIs, the active principal ingredients.
I mean, I think the U.S., from my understanding, maybe I'm wrong here, the U.S. is the one designing a lot of these pharmaceutical things, right? I'm pretty sure we are the ones doing a lot of this medical research. It's just that they are a lot of times produced in Denmark or whatever. And it's like, I mean, one, I'm not convinced that having some pharmaceuticals produced in Denmark is really that big of a national security thing, dog. Denmark's their ally. Like, okay, whatever. But I'm pretty sure nothing bad is going to happen with Denmark anytime soon unless Trump is really intent on taking over Greenland. But, like, from my understanding, a lot of medical research is done in the U.S. It's just that we don't produce it here, which is true of a lot of things. A lot of research and engineering generally is done in the U.S. and because that's the capital intensive thing, is researching all this stuff and designing software and designing iPhones and all that shit is very capital intensive. And then the labor intensive work of actually putting this shit together is done in countries with relatively more labor than capital, because that's basic HOS trade theory. Like, medical research by country. United States is leading country in global medical research. Okay, well, this is paywalled, but United States, China's next, and United Kingdom, then Germany, which, by the way, these are like our ally countries, so it doesn't really matter that much, but like, it seems like a lot of countries, like, look at this fucking shit, man. Top 10 countries in life sciences. What is the life sciences? Presumably something to do with medicine.
For many of the drugs, require very convoluted and complicated processes, cold chains, and the like. And again, we depend on folks whose view of the United States can change in real time. So if I had to say to you, Ezra, what I would expect is if the United States government, whoever was in charge, would put those four things on a board, then detail out all of the key inputs, measure how much we can make ourselves versus import, and then basically try to level that playing field, we would be in a very good place.
A couple things, because I think I probably agree with all of that, and what it sounds like is an excellent argument for Joe Biden's policies, which were functionally, maybe not the pharma side, just literally that. Let's pull out semiconductors and the semiconductor supply chain. Let's pull out energy. Let's pull out a couple of things like that. You know, what was it? A high fence around a small garden is what Jake Sullivan called it. Let's particularly try to restrict the supply chain export of AI critical materials to China. They had a whole,
is Trump again? Just undid.
whole set of policies about this. Now, the Trump administration, the thing we are in theory here discussing is an extraordinarily broad-based set of policies. It is tariffs on not just China, it's on Brazil. It's not just on critical industries like Chamath is talking about, but it's on, mangoes and avocados and, lumber from Canada and basically everything else. I guess there's an argument I could sort of extract out of this that the Biden administration believed in what they call friendshoring, which is that you want to create an integrated supply chain of allied countries that we can work with and that we can rely on. And the Trump administration, I think, believes something, depending on who's talking, more like that the entire supply chain needs to be onshored to America specifically. But one of the problems, and the reason I keep trying to push people to be very clear about their arguments and very clear about their metrics, is that I feel like there's this king's cup of what we're trying to achieve here, where one day it's that we're trying to achieve the reindustrialization of the American heartland, and the next we're trying to...
This is true as well, but also, I always would just, look for the concession, which is basically okay, do you agree, economically, this is basically a net negative, and we just kind of justify the economic negative based on the national security concern, right? This is probably a net job loss or whatever. It's just we need this shit for national security reasons. But outside of the national security reason, it's economically probably not sound. I'd always try to look for that concession, but people seem to not willing to get it. I was also just any of this shit, it's it seems like these people are if you have the view that tariffs are economically good, then it makes sense why you would love them so much for national security purposes as well, because at that point they're just a magic bullet. That's what I need to start branding this as. Okay, people have this idea that tariffs are a magic bullet, and they're good economically, and they're good for national security, and they're good for they're gonna raise revenue, make us more secure, bring jobs back. They're gonna do all these things at once when there are trade-offs between all of these things. There just is no magic bullet tariff. Okay, that's the important thing. But
to replace the income tax with tariff income. And then the next, we're just using it as all-purpose surplus leverage against any country that does anything we don't like. And the next day, we're using it for an entirely third purpose. And maybe we're just going to use it to isolate China, but to bring in our friends. But none of these, you can't do all of these things at once. And it needs to be very stable if you're going to get companies to do these long-term CapEx investment decisions that take decades to play out. Nobody I know in the markets,
the fact is,
CEOs,
you guys didn't want to change anything. You guys didn't want to change anything about anything.
I wasn't in the Biden administration, number one.
What do you mean, dog? He literally was just talking about Biden's policy that he was in favor of. And also, I don't know, to some extent, it seemed like trade and globalization was working out perfectly fine. I don't know. I don't know what exactly we need to change, but what do you think of the idea of reducing trade deficits by reducing government deficits? I mean, I don't if you want to reduce a trade deficit, certainly I would say one of the least damaging ways to go about it would be, increasing American savings by reducing the budget deficit. But I just don't think that trade deficits are a problem per se. Now, I do think that budget deficits can be a problem, and the trade deficit can reflect the fact that the budget deficit is a problem. But it's just I don't want to say the causality. The motivation there is kind of backwards. I'm in favor of reducing the budget deficit, and I don't really care for its effects in a trade deficit that much. I think that's kind of the reason the trade deficit we're doing the trade deficit is an indicator of the problem, not the problem itself, right? And I'm all for addressing the problem, which obviously changes how the indicator of the problem indicates.
I'm treating Ezra and Larry as a team.
I would love to change. I just want to make sure everybody's following here. You mean the Democrats didn't want to change it?
Let's see if we
Larry won't even admit that PNTR did anything.
Can we not keep doing PNTR for a minute?
Let's look forward, not backwards.
Look at the CHIPS Act. Look at the IRA Act. They did the exact things we're talking about.
Larry, go ahead.
Let's see if we can find a little bit of agreement.
Please.
Here. I agree with Chamath's agenda. I may not agree in every detail, but I broadly agree with Chamath's agenda. And I'll go a little further than that, Ezra. I think Joe Biden's attachment to energy security was kind of selective and heavily oriented to green technologies, not others. I thought canceling the Keystone Pipeline was a clear mistake. I thought the stopping a variety of things involving liquid natural gas were a clear mistake. So I think the Biden administration's approach to regulation that empowered every NGO with respect to stopping transmission lines, with respect to constructing power plants because of the importance of Democratic constituencies was a mistake. So I think energy security is a central objective of policy, and that there's a lot of room to move beyond what the Biden administration did. I actually believe that very strongly and agree with Chamath and David. What I don't understand is CHIPS, absolutely right. The CHIPS Act was all about making there be an American semiconductor industry with production in the United States as a central priority. The Trump administration has declared war on that. Rare earths, you want to have a strategic petroleum reserve for any rare earth. You want to do more mining in the areas that Chamath says we should in the United States or in friendly countries. I am all for that. Here's what I cannot understand, Chamath. I don't see how your resilience agenda drives anywhere near Liberation Day and the emphasis on tariffs. It drives towards a set of specific industrial policies, perhaps including tariffs in some particular product areas. But steel from Canada, anything from Lesotho, any natural resource product, across the board tariffs on everything. I think you are absolutely right about resilience, and that traditional conventional economics has given it.
Again, like the I don't know, the thing I would get him to try to concede here is like, do you think that absent these national security things, like they'd be like economically bad? Because if you think it's like economically good and a national security good, then like I understand why you love this fucking policy so much. But like, if you have my view that tariffs are economically bad, then it makes a lot more sense to like be skeptical of when the national security justification actually justifies the use of them, right? Like, because if you think they're economically good, then like any time there's a national security thing, you're just obviously going to be like in support of it, because even absent the national security concern, you'd probably be in support of it. Like,
too little thought, and that COVID pointed that up as a central issue. What I can't understand is why Donald Trump's echoing of Lee Iacocca from the 80s about tariffs is responsive to any of that.
But this is the point I'm trying to draw around Biden. I'm not saying I agree with every way the Biden administration defined its objectives. I just read an entire book about the failures of Democratic policymaking in this specific era. What I am saying is the Biden administration's view of trade was that there are targeted industries we should be putting a lot of both domestic policy and international policy into play in order to protect and reshore or friendshore. And the Trump administration's view is that you have a generalized problem running all across the world that requires highly general policies. But then when I ask people to defend it, they sort of move to this targeted argument. Donald Trump's view, I feel like we end up making something that is not that complicated into something much more complex than it is. Since the 80s, Larry's point about Lee Iacocca, Donald Trump has appeared to hold the view that any time the U.S. is operating at a trade deficit with someone else, that is evidence we are being ripped off. And that is how you get at least the initial set of tariffs here that work off of bilateral trade deficits and try to correct every single one with every single country, be it Lesotho or a collection of islands inhabited by penguins. I think it's really important to be connected to the policy that was actually announced and not sort of projecting all of our own onto it. Like, yes, Larry's right that you could have a different set of critical industries than Biden did. The Biden team was very focused on clean energy over other kinds of energy. I also did not agree with like the liquid gas pause. I thought there was some, and we did not do nearly enough on things like permitting reform, right? There's a lot you could have done that they didn't do. But if what you have in your head is a targeted idea of reshoring specific industries or nearshoring or friendshoring or whatever, which is kind of what I'm hearing from a number of people on this call, then it seems like you would want targeted policies. And what we have is not targeted policies. It's broad-based policies, a 90-day pause on larger broad-based policies, and a huge trade war with China.
I would like to hear a defense from somebody.
I'll give it to you.
Ezra and I agree, specific policies. I'd like somebody to explain to me why it's a remotely sensible theory to say that the United States is being exploited by any country where the overall pattern of trade is such that...
Wait, sorry, Larry. It's not overall. Remember, their formula was based on trade deficits in goods. Only in goods and not in services. Because obviously the U.S. exports a lot of services because we're a service sector economy. And we import a lot of goods because goods tend to be more labor intensive.
We are running a trade deficit. And maybe in the process, you could explain to me why my grocery store is exploiting me because I'm running a massive trade deficit with them.
Okay, trade deficit, Chamath or Sachs? Who wants to take it?
I can start, then maybe Sachs can. So let me actually start by giving some credit to where Biden did do a few things, right? Just in the spirit of finding some common ground.
He's going to say tariffs on Chinese EVs. Oh, no.
Inside the IRA, I think that there were two things, and I've said this pretty repeatedly, but I just want to put it on the record again. The ITC credits and the ITC transfer markets for those credits, the tax equity markets, are critical industries in America to
We're not defending the EV tariffs yet. Okay. Thank God.
Support private investment in all kinds of very complicated markets, energy markets, being the most important. And what the Biden administration did, to their credit,
Larry Summers immediately. He's been good in this debate, okay? Kind of he has that dog in him. He's going hard. He's going hard right now for the most part.
was remove the uncertainty, because those things had to be renewed over and over again. And they gave us a very long window where we could underwrite investments. To your point, Ezra, that was smart. But it's important to also remember that in order to get Biden's budget done, what they did was they had Manchin roll over on permitting reform. And Ezra, you know this probably better than all of us. When you look inside of the CHIPS Act, as smart as that initial policy was, if you ask,
I don't think Ezra's gonna.
Why has nothing actually happened?
I don't think the abundance liberal, okay, is gonna fucking disagree with you here, buddy. But I like how they very specifically said, like, oh, it seems like all your justifications here apply to Biden's, targeted policies. Can you maybe defend the fact that Trump is tariffing mangoes and tariffing bananas, and they're just not doing that. They just don't want to defend that. They don't want to touch that. They don't want to touch the point he brought up about the formula being based on trade deficits and Donald Trump's rhetoric being about trade deficits.
I have no fabs actually been built other than grandiose statements. The answer is that, which you speak to in your book. It's just this complete malaise and inability to actually get these things permitted and turned on, even when it's right. So I just want to acknowledge that that's there. So Larry, very, very importantly to your question, the thing that we have to acknowledge is that in certain countries, what you have is a very blurry line between private and public industry. And they have this very tight coupling. And again, I hate to go back to China, but it is the best example of this. Where what do they have?
Choose one other country just for the sake of it.
We can use Korea, we can use Japan, we can use Germany, okay? There are instances where the government balance sheets support private industry. They can support them in 3 different ways. Number 1 is the tax credits that they can use, the subsidies that they can use to build the things that they need. Number 2 is how then they can support that in the active selling and engagement in public spot markets to shape the demand curve of the things that are made. And then number 3 is the taxation on the back end, the terms of repayment and the capital cycle. Those are things that in the United States, we overwhelmingly turn the responsibility over to the private markets to do. We are the cleanest, the purest form of capitalism in that sense. But many other countries are shades of this. And again, let's not talk about China, which is so Larry, hold on a second. So Larry, so what you have is, how do you defend dumping? How do you defend that? How do you defend spot market manipulation that drives American companies out of business?
I don't actually know if we are the cleanest when it comes to that. We subsidize the hell out of our farmers, out of our corn farmers. He just mentioned all the subsidies we had, Trump doesn't like, that we have for chips and everything. I don't know. There's got to be empirical estimates of it somewhere. Maybe I should ask fucking Grok for empirical estimates of it. Because I've seen people dispute that China even really does as much dumping as we think they do. Because steel, for example, in steel, that's a very high fixed cost industry. So in a commodity boom bust cycle, it can make sense to sell below cost if you can still cover your variable cost. In a short run slump, it can make sense to sell below total cost or whatever. And that's not necessarily dumping. And it seems by the way, I'm gonna sound somewhat like a libertarian here. Kill me, okay? Even if we agree that there is a problem, it doesn't always mean that government intervention is the correct solution. That could end up just making the problem worse. And it could also be the case, and also obviously, even if government intervention is the right solution, there are different ways the government can intervene, and some of them are going to be better, and some of them are going to be worse. So with tariffs, when China was accused of dumping steel in 2002 with Bush's tariffs, China was accused of dumping steel in 2002, and in response, Bush did his tariffs. That had pretty negative and sustained effects on employment in downstream industries, even though the tariffs on steel were temporary, largely because firms anticipated that steel tariffs would come back, and guess who was fucking right? I think this is it. Empirical evidence backed this up. Lake and Liu, 2022, examined the effects of Bush's tariffs on steel and aluminum and found that they hurt steel-consuming industries like the auto industry. President Bush imposed safeguard tariffs on steel in 2002. We analyzed the local labor market employment effects of these tariffs depending on the local labor market's resilience on steel as an input. As a part of local production, the tariffs did not boost local steel employment, but substantially depressed local employment in steel-consuming industries for many years after Bush removed the tariffs. The tariffs also led to a persistent exit of steel-intensive manufacturing establishments, suggesting a role for plant-level fixed entry costs in translating the temporary shock into persistent outcomes. Why is this here? I think there's another study on it. Yeah, unintended isn't known. Historical evidence shows tariff rate prices reduce available quantity of goods. And okay, well, what is this site? This might actually cite the same thing. Oh, this isn't even a study. This is a tax foundation thing. Oh wait, no, this is okay. It's a tax foundation thing on this study. Oh wait, no, hold on. It's a different study. I think. Who wrote this? It is a different study. Yeah, it's okay. This is a different study that also found basically the same thing. Is there an abstract or just a summary? Okay. Point is, this study also found significant negative effects. Bush's steel tariffs, like
business. How do you fight that? And I think
here's the problem. If President Trump had announced a big broadening of anti-dumping law to confront...
Oh, and again, he's also like, we already have all these fucking anti-dumping laws like on the book. Like we already have a lot of anti-dumping things that like automatically go into effect. Like if we think a company or a country is dumping shit, we don't need Trump to do 10% tariffs on mangoes to solve this issue.
Variety of instances of what the administration, after careful economic analysis, saw as inappropriate subsidy. I might or might not have thought that they were doing that in the right way, but we wouldn't be having this argument. The front pages would not be about tariff policy day after day, and the stock market would not be down by $5 trillion. The central thing we are discussing is not whether there are sensible modifications to trade policy to respond to bad practices in other countries or to promote resilience. Those are technical debates that, frankly, aren't that interesting.
Do you think that when Larry says this, they're finally going to recenter the conversation and actually engage on this point? Or do you think that they're just going to mention like more unfair trading practices that they think happen by other countries or something? Like
a large number of people. The question is whether declaring that we need a whole new era of U.S. economic policy around universal tariffs against everything is
so I think
a rational step forward, or
and what I would say,
bilateral trade surpluses as a judge.
Now we're talking about the Monte Carlo simulation of how to achieve the outcome. And what I am saying is there is just as much as you and I want to guess, the fundamental and honest answer is none of us know. The people in the White House, what they know, they will share a little bit at a time. Because the reality is what you wanted was a white paper, or if what you wanted was paint by numbers, I think back to David's point, all that would do is just take any leverage that they had and give people the opportunity to shape their response. And I think in traditional game theory, and again, in traditional game theory, I think the right thing to do is when you're playing poker, you play street by street. What's the flop? Make a set of actions. What's the turn? Make a set of actions. What's the river? Make a set of actions. And I think if you're going to play to win, this is what they should do. Keep their cards very, very close to the vest. Realize that you can't necessarily...
It's just like no one would ever, none of these people would ever say this for fucking Biden, ever. Like if Biden was doing the exact same thing, they would never come up with this like insane like 4D chess, it's all for a negotiation. Which also, again, wait, what is the end goal of these negotiations? Are we gonna, because they've been talking about this entire time, how we're exporting all our jobs to China and everything. Are we gonna have free trade with all these countries, which you just explained why you think that's bad, why you think that exports all our jobs to other countries? But again, they would never in a million years give Biden this much credit. Jesus. Is this connected? No. How do I connect these?
You surgically go and attack the lithium market first, then the rare earth market second, because it all goes back to the same balance sheet. It's the same actor over and over.
I think there's a useful analogy to draw here. I think a lot about an article Mark Danner wrote in the New York Review of Books many years ago about the Iraq War. And it's an article that has stuck in my mind forever, because what he says about it is that one of the difficulties of the politics of the Iraq War is there was no one war. There was everybody's private war that they were projecting on to the Bush administration. You had the liberal humanitarian vision of why we were going to war and what that war would look like. You had a realist vision for it. You had a vision that was more about weapons of mass destruction and keeping the homeland safe from terrorism. You had people believe there was an Iraq-Al-Qaeda connection. There were really dozens of these, which is how you got as broad a coalition behind as bad a policy as that together. Because everybody said, you know, they're being a little bit in the homeland safe from terrorism. You had people believe there was an Iraq-Al-Qaeda connection. There were really dozens of these, which is how you got as broad a coalition. He said, you know, if you go in, is the thing I want, even though the policy doesn't quite match what policy you would get from starting from my premises. And that's really what I hear here. I hear it on this show, but I hear it in
stream. Fuck. Oh, did it? It showed on my end. It crashed for a second. It might not. I don't know. Twitch said it's fine. It's fine. We're good. Maybe. Hopefully. Maybe.
General in the discussion around this, that there are a lot of different objectives being projected onto Donald Trump and his trade war. The objectives do not fit the policies we're seeing. The objectives are not stably articulated by Donald Trump or the people around him, nor is any specific objective being articulated in a stable way without contradicting objectives also being articulated at the same time. And look, maybe in the end, and this is why I want to push you all on metrics, you get something you like out of this. But you're giving away a lot of clarity just on the trust that what is happening is people are keeping a good hand of cards with a good strategy of poker hidden from you. As opposed to what's happening is what we seem to be seeing in public, which is Donald Trump is a chaotic and erratic person. They are making policy in a chaotic and erratic way. That policy is having chaotic and erratic consequences, and then they are operating and moving on the fly in chaotic and erratic fashion.
Zach, you heard Ezra say that he feels this administration...
Yeah, YouTube has way better like disconnect protection where it doesn't actually just immediately, oh, I did fucking end on Twitch. Now the timer says a minute. I've been streaming for only a minute. YouTube has like way better disconnect protection. Yeah, see, it's just, I'm streaming. That's crazy. Wi-Fi's fucked. Don't know what to tell you guys.
Being a bit chaotic in the approach here. What's the counter to that? You heard Chamath say, hey, this is a really thoughtful. They're holding their cards close to the chest. Maybe you could clarify what your position is. Is this too chaotic or is this crazy?
What I'm hearing is a bunch of process objections to Trump's policy, and I'm hearing a bunch of nitpicking. What about Lesotho or whatever? Okay, look.
True, nitpicking, true. It's nitpicking when I say it's insane to tariff mangoes and the... I wish they would have brought up you're tariffing the intermediate goods that strategic industries rely on. I wish it would have brought that up by now, because that's like not at all a nitpick. That like directly contradicts like all the shit they've been saying the entire time. But
look, this is a very unrealistic view of politics when we've had a bipartisan consensus in Washington for decades that unfettered free trade is a good thing, no matter how big our trade deficits got, no matter how rich and powerful China got, no matter how unfair the trade practices got, no matter how many millions of our jobs and factories got exported overseas. This has been the bipartisan...
Keep mentioning it, Cap. Keep mentioning it for the fifth time. So I can go on my fucking rant again, every time where I bring up actual evidence, which you guys never seem to be able to do.
Consensus in Washington. And Larry, you're right that it started before the Clinton administration, and the George W. Bush administration definitely accelerated it. But there has absolutely been a bipartisan consensus in Washington that this sort of unfettered free trade policy was good for the country. Now, how do you change that? Now, look, you can nitpick this, and you can make all the process objections you want, but Donald Trump has changed the conversation.
Let me finish. You keep saying I've offered a process objection, but I'm objecting to the absence of clear goals.
Ezra, you were pointing to Donald Trump's views when he was a public figure in the 1980s and 1990s on trade as somehow he was wrong. He was not wrong. He was one of the few people and the few public figures in America who was right about this. I think most people today would say he was right about this, that throwing open our markets to these foreign products without thinking about the consequences was a mistake.
You guys have me completely confused. Really, you do.
No, I'm confused about the incoherence of your position. Larry,
David,
you still believe that the Clinton administration, let's call it a bipartisan consensus of that era, was correct, while at the same time you're arguing that PNTR didn't do anything.
I think it is really telling that you are so much more loath to defend what we are seeing than to attack what has been. If you want to, it's fine. Like, I guess you could have, it would be interesting to have you and Larry go, if you'd be interesting to have you and Larry go 12 rounds on the Clinton era. But, when I say to you, listen, there is not a stable set of objectives that fit the policy here.
Can I answer
you say
that?
That's a process objection?
I just would like somebody to
defend the thing they keep actually doing.
I would like somebody to explain to me here. I understood Chamath, resilience, central, 4 sectors. Are we more resilient in the 4 sectors? What's the answer 2 years from now? I got that. I agree. All that. I cannot make any linkage between...
By the way, he probably, even at like, like if we're not more quote unquote resilient, which I don't know exactly how we measure that. Maybe there's an index out there somewhere. He's probably just going to shift the goalpost. He's probably going to say, but look at, where we've done well here. Maybe employment goes up a little bit, or maybe he just says, oh, all the liberals say it would cause inflation, but actually, or the stock market's at an all-time high. Don't think of the counterfactual where the stock market almost certainly would have been higher if we had never done tariffs in the first place, but kill me.
A 10% across the board tariff, a tariff on steel, a tariff on automobiles, and much of what the rest of the president says, and your very valid objectives. I hear David give this, free trade has destroyed America, and we're going to undo that, and eviscerated the heartland, all this stuff. And I just want to understand.
They kind of, maybe as evidence to back it up or whatever, but it's saying they keep bringing this up, but like don't actually present any evidence. It's kind of just like this, something that kind of feels true if you just kind of keep on repeating that, like we exported all our jobs to China, like it kind of just feels true, but like it's not really, look into it, like it's not, the evidence is mixed. Like there's plenty of studies that say like 25% of the jobs lost in manufacturing or whatever were due to were offshore to China, which, by the way, there are still benefits to. Kind of weird that we're just ignoring that there are benefits to doing that, and that probably creates jobs in other sectors. Kind of just weird that we never talk about that. But again, a lot of it had to do with productivity increases. You're not actually presenting any evidence that what you're saying is true. You're just making a feels-based intuition. China shock, China jobs, offshore, free trade, bad, cringe.
Dan, how we'll know whether we have fixed
Okay, look, well, I can answer this too.
Go ahead, David.
All right, look, Larry and Ezra, welcome to a political coalition. Different people have different objectives, just like different people had different objectives for the policy that we had in place 25 years ago. Okay, there are some people who think that we should have an across-the-board 10% tariff to raise revenue because the country needs revenue, and that
Oh my God, that doesn't even raise that. First of all, no. Okay, first of all, no one smart thinks that. No one smart actually thinks that. No one smart. No one intelligent actually fucking thinks that. That might be the ad hoc justification that some dipshits give, or maybe some smart people acting like dipshits give. But a 10% tariff does not raise that much revenue. I think a 10% universal tariff raises about $250 billion a year. And it is incredibly distortionary and has like incredible negative effects on employment and incredibly negative effects even on manufacturing, like I said, because all the intermediate goods. It's regressive. It's just not a good tax. Why would you not just do a VAT? You could do like a 5% VAT and probably raise as much revenue as a 10% universal tariff. Like,
would be a better way to raise revenue than to say have income taxes or capital gains taxes. Stan Druckenmiller, who's not a fan of tariffs, nonetheless said that he would support a 10% tariff, no more than 10, but up to 10 as a way to raise revenue. Okay, that's his point of view. There are other people, and I would say I'm more someone who thinks about the geopolitical consequences of this, who think it was a huge mistake to throw open our markets to Chinese products, basically feeding their economy to the point where they could become a pure competitor of the United States and threaten the U.S. world order. There's different people with different objectives.
One more time, because you are.
By the way, there's a trade. I mean, I understand what he's saying. There's different people with different objectives, but like, can we at least get to the concession that like both those goals kind of can't be true at the same time? Because if you're raising a lot of revenue from these tariffs, then that implies that people are still buying the foreign goods. But if you're closing our markets to these countries, then that implies people aren't buying the foreign goods anymore. And do we at least acknowledge that like both these objectives kind of can't coexist? Base Hungary has a 27% tariff that is so universal it also applies to domestic goods. I know, yeah. What if we went even more universal, Mr. Trump? And what if we started subsidizing exports too? And what if we made sure that intermediate goods didn't have to pay the tariff and they actually got rebates for
not speaking truth? I want to know one restriction that the United States had on Chinese products that was changed in the year 2000. You've said 7 times, throw open our market to Chinese products. I want to know one example in which the United States opened its market in 1999 or 2000.
The point of
PNTR.
Well,
can you name one product where restrictions were reduced?
Okay, David, name it.
Listen, you're mischaracterizing what PNTR did. We can play this like a grok game if you want. People can go ahead and grok this question, and they'll get this answer. Look, the answer is that before PNTR, China was granted MFN on a year-by-year basis by Congress. Correct? PNTR made it permanent. What does that do? It created a permanent new framework for trade relations between the United States and China. So it created permanence and it created a certain expectation. What did that enable? Massive investment.
Wait, what the fuck? I can build shit like this?
By U.S. companies in China. So all the bean counters from McKinsey started talking about outsourcing and just-in-time manufacturing. They started moving the factories over there in a much greater way. You know, the Mitt Romneys and private equity. Hold on a second, let me finish. The Mitt Romneys and private equity said, this is a great idea. Let's move all of our manufacturing.
Could we agree that whether or not it was the WTO?
Hold on, the bankers on Wall Street got to financialize and securitize all sorts of new products. Okay. That was the result of PNTR.
The thing we have to decide really right now as a country is if the thing that you all are trying to replace us with is better, right? If it will work. And so I want to go back to what you said a minute ago, David, when you're like, welcome to political coalitions. Larry has been in politics a long time. He was Treasury Secretary. I've covered politics for a long time. I'm familiar with political coalitions. In fact, a lot of my book is currently about the problems in the way the Democratic coalition, with too many objectives all at once, can end up destroying the ability of the policy to actually achieve a clear goal. So This is precisely the non-procedural objection I am bringing here. This is why I think it is dangerous to be creating an upheaval of the entire global financial system without a clearly defined objective that is connected to a policy. And so the question is, if the idea is that there are all these different players.
I'm telling you, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, okay, non-fun will be on these panels, okay? I do actually, when I do get my econ degree, I think I might, if I'm still doing the streaming shit, which I hope I am, maybe probably obviously not necessarily full time, but like as a hobby, I think I'll still be doing strong. Okay, 5 years from now, I think it would be fun to have a podcast just to like interview like economists, just to like. Just like, okay, today we're bringing on fucking Robert Z. Lawrence. Okay, he's going to talk about his trade things. Okay, today we're bringing on Douglas A. Irwin. Okay, today we're bringing on, I'm trying to think of more B-list economists that aren't too popular, like Krugman or like other economists who are so popular that they would never agree to come on the show. There was another one I was thinking of who was too popular to ever come on, but I forgot. I'm blanking, but that'd be fun. I think that's the goal.
Here who have all these different policy objectives that would connect to all these different policies, and everybody's getting a little bit of them, and Trump is kind of flipping back and forth through different versions of them. You could end up, despite, yes, whatever mistakes were made in the free trade consensus, which I do agree that we had, you could end up with a bad next, not even consensus, just a bad next policy. An unclear coalition that is fighting with itself and is making policy without a strong process can create not like nitpicky procedural problems, but actual damage and disasters.
Chamath, let's try to look forward here. This obviously has been a cataclysmic, chaotic, intense, whatever descriptor you want to use of the past week.
Productive.
Okay, sure. And it's certainly created massive swings in the market. Is this all going to cause a recession? Is this too violent of an approach to markets? That is, I think, a valid criticism that people have, including, the majority of business leaders are saying, hey, I think I have to start layoffs. You had United Airlines say, we're not going to give any guidance. This feels to business leaders, Republican business leaders primarily, and market participants as just far too chaotic, and they can't plan. And if they can't plan, then they stop planning, which then is going to cause layoffs. It's going to cause bankruptcies. And who knows what the second and third order consequences are going to be. So what's going to happen here over the next couple of weeks and months?
So just on the recession question, and I'd like to give an answer to Ezra and Larry. I think that, and I've said this for about a year, it was clear to me that we were sneakily in a recession before. And the reason was the vast amounts of money and deficits that were being pumped into government services that perverted the actual GDP picture in America. So as Doge...
I don't understand. Maybe my brain is broken. Maybe it's my brain that's broken. But in my high school econ class, they taught the subject called, I think it was called crowding out. Where basically government spending could actually reduce private investment and consumption, and therefore it doesn't increase GDP. I don't know, maybe that was just made up or something, but like, I don't, like, maybe my brain is broken, but like generally it seems to be one or two things is true. Either one, the resources in that, for the government production or whatever, that's measured in GDP, wouldn't have been put to use otherwise, in which case it's a good fucking thing that we spent that money and utilized those resources, or the resources would have been used privately, and therefore the government spending simply crowded out their use in the private market, and GDP is either the same or actually GDP would either be the same or less, because it could the resources maybe could have been more productively used in the private sector, and therefore would have had a greater contribution to GDP than if the government spent the money to, essentially bid away resources from the private sector for their own purposes. But, okay, the ghost recession. Again, these people say whatever the fuck, like, the bioeconomy is only good because of fake numbers, fake GDP, government spending, blah, 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 blah. This is why tariffs are secretly 4D chess and a recession is secretly good. Like, okay.
Doge sort of slows down that money flow. And as the...
Doge has not slowed down that money flow, by the way. When was this filmed? 3 days ago. Yeah, Doge has not done that. If you actually look at, they've maybe at most, I think Elon's own numbers say like 150 billion or something, which in terms of the macro economy in the US is not going to have a noticeable effect. 150 billion over 150 billion since January. It's not going to have a noticeable impact on the macro economy in the US. And then if you actually just look at federal expenditures in real time, you'll notice, 2025 is actually higher than 2024. It has actually not been any reduction, any reduction at all in government spending relative to 2024. It's still higher than 2024. And I believe it's higher, the margin is higher than the difference between 2024 and 2023.
Consensus in Congress gets to a better budget, I think that you're going to see that the government was probably
better budget
responsible for 100 to 150 basis points of just waste. And if you take that out,
True.
You will technically be in a recession. That was independent of these tariffs. And I think that that's where the true economy, Jason, was. And I think that we're going to just find that out. So that's that. On where we go from here, I can give you an anecdote and I'll give you a projection. The anecdote is this weekend. My wife and I were in bed and a person called me, very successful businessman who was representing the president of a country, saying, hey, Chamath, I need some advice. What do we do here? And we walked through the three things that he and his government, that their government, were trying to figure out because they wanted an off-ramp. They were like, I'm ready to cry uncle. We're ready to tap out. And again, he was calling me as a private citizen, but I think this conversation was very instructive. Number one, he's like, look, we have these really high tariffs on inbound American products. We're happy to cut these things to zero. And I said, well, you should do that. Second, while we were exploring, he's like, yeah, we have an enormous capital purchase with Airbus. I said, cancel it. Swap it to Boeing. He's like, done. And then the third, which was interesting, is he's like, we need to import an enormous amount of energy. And I said, well, who do you give that concession to right now? And it was a non-American company. And I said, well, why wouldn't you just RFP that to an American business and let them compete? And he's like, we'd be open to that as well. So he said, we're getting prepared. We want to find a way to talk to the Trump administration. And I'm like, great, however I can be helpful, I'll be helpful to you. I got off the phone, I looked at my wife and I said, if even 30 of these 75 countries do a deal anywhere remotely close to this, this was an enormous win. So let me give you my projection, Jason.
Again, people who just ranted repeatedly over how free trade is bad and we're exporting all our manufacturing to China and blah, 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 are now saying, well, actually, we need these tariffs to get super good deals out of these countries so that, so that they have zero tariffs on us. It's like, okay, dog.
What the art of the deal could be here. What you do is you can rewrite Bretton Woods 2.0. What was Bretton Woods 1.0? It was fixing exchange rates. It was setting up the IMF. It was setting up the World Bank. Those were the conditions on the ground post-World War II. It made a lot of sense. What would we do if we had to write the Mar-a-Lago Accords right now?
Oh, man.
I think what we would do is work backwards from the question that Ezra asked and the answer that I gave. How do we create resiliency in these critical markets? Number one, a framework for that. Number two is how do we create limits for government-sponsored intervention against capital for-profit companies, many of whom are American, so that we can actually compete on a level playing field. And then number three, very simply, if you can do business in my country, why can I not do business in yours? And I'll just give you that story for 1 second. I was responsible. I was the head of every single entity of Facebook outside of the United States. I opened every market. My team and I created a framework for dominating. We figured out how to crack Brazil, India, Russia. The one market that we never could ever make a single iota of progress? Say it, Jason, with me.
China.
Well, China, Russia,
no,
Iran.
Well, we won in Russia. So my point is, in every single market except one, is it that we were just lucky in 174 markets and one we were stupid? No. So I think that the Mar-a-Lago Accords, this sort of Bretton Woods 2.0, is the outcome, Ezra. It will basically use tariffs as a way to get these governments to a table and allow us to negotiate a much fairer economic quid pro quo.
Here's my concern with this theory. I want to leave out I'll leave the sort of question of what the real economy looked like to Larry. This world, in which what is happening is a business leader who represents the country is calling you and saying, okay, what do we need to do to deal? Right? They're coming to Donald Trump, and they are going to come to Donald Trump. As Larry said earlier, there's no doubt that the U.S. economic leverage is enormous. And virtually every country faced with our might is going to try to cut a deal with us. But then there's a call they're not making to you, that they're making to someone else, which is we have allowed, or we have approached the U.S. as a functionally benign partner for a very long time. And now they're becoming a dangerous partner. They are very, very strong.
True.
And they will use that strength to crush countries smaller than them when it suits the whims of a personalist regime run by a person who his feelings, even about people that the U.S. or countries the U.S. traditionally considered allies, like Canada or much of Europe, change. And so, yes, on the one hand, for the next year or two, we want to avoid getting a big tariff slapped on us. And so we got to figure out what is it that if we offer to Donald Trump, he will say to himself, that was enough of a give. that, I can move on to someone else. I can make them the focus of my ire. And on the other hand, they're going to begin to build fortresses and deals and partnerships and approaches that make sure they're less exposed to our ability to wield this power against them in the future. But before I came on the show, I had gone on X and I saw a clip of you going around where you're saying that one of the problems with the Biden administration was that you couldn't get anybody on the phone. And in the Trump administration, you make the call, the deputy chief of staff picks up, you say, hey, I need you to talk to this company. I work with them. They're freaking out about the tariffs. The deputy chief of staff tells the company, they work something out.
No, not that they work something out. They listen.
They listen. This world in which we are doing the deal making by
read economics and history books about the Mar-a-Lago Accords. It'll be. I will actually be surprised if that ends up happening. By the way, or if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if something happens where they call it that. I'd be surprised if anything meaningful comes from that, but we'll see. Kill me.
Individual relationships, by who can get their calls answered, not by rules that feel clear and stable.
That's how the Biden administration worked, Ezra.
That's not what Chamath said.
And that's not what I said.
No, Ezra, you're trying to make it sound like corruption.
Hold on.
Ezra, Biden, it was George Clooney that was making the call. Who cares what George Clooney thinks?
Didn't you just say on... I was very, very critical of Biden.
No, I saw that clip, Ezra, and what Chamath said, what Chamath said is simply that the White House listens when he calls, whereas he can get his calls returned by the Obama administration.
Great. I think we're actually not saying something all that
different
here.
You made it sound like corruption.
I actually do think what Trump is working through is deal-by-deal patronage based on how he sees the company. The other country.
That's not what happened. Ezra, can I just make sure that this is clear to you? This is a 150-year-old American business. I have no interest in that company except a friendship. These are Americans hiring Americans trying to compete with China who were very negatively affected. And all I said was, why don't you have a chance to explain what's happening on the ground? My point that I was trying to make, and maybe I didn't make it clear enough, so let me set the record straight. The Trump administration, what I have seen as a businessman, is willing to hear the conditions on the ground. As a businessman, when I was building, Ezra, just to be clear, critical rare earth supplies for America under the Biden administration, battery can materials to compete with China under the Biden administration, AI chips to be the best inference solution under the Biden administration, I couldn't get a call back. That's just the facts. Not because I wanted anything, just to tell them what was going on.
So fair enough.
That is insane.
Okay, fair enough. I am not telling you that the Biden administration should have returned your calls. What I am saying is that the degree to which Trump first, and then everybody around him as an example of him, because culture comes from the top, is working off this kind of individual call and deal making worries me, because I believe that you had every one of these calls you're saying, and they went exactly the way you say they went. And then the calls that you are not getting, and they
2 minutes ago, Ezra, you were saying that a 10% across the board tariff was too broad, and we need to go industry by industry. And now you're saying that it's going to be too particular, and he shouldn't do country by country negotiations.
Using the word deal making, listening to people. Listening to people is not deal making, Ezra. It's just listening to people.
Are you really going to be here and tell me that the way Trump himself works is not individual deal making with countries, with people, with areas?
Especially, again, this was filmed 3 days ago, but after what we just saw with Apple and NVIDIA, and the certainly seems like an individual deal making thing happened there.
Adams, is this really the argument here?
I will tell you what I've seen, and David's seen much more. What I have seen from the president is he takes in hundreds of opinions and starts to figure out what the ground truth is. And the reason is when you only listen to one or two, every president probably deals with this, you have this information asymmetry problem because you are the president of the United States. And so how do you cut through it? You talk to hundreds and hundreds of people and you triangulate what the truth is. So it's not like he's giving any favor. He's collecting information. That is a good process. You want the most powerful person in the world to get to the ground truth.
Go ahead, Larry.
I am all for information gathering. I agree that the Biden administration did not do as good a job as it could have of maintaining relations with the business community. I agree that it's a good idea for there to be quite extensive connection. I am also appalled by the half dozen phone calls I have gotten from prominent people in business who have said, I'm used to being shaken down when I try to do business in some parts of the world. It's a new experience to be shaken down by representatives of the President of the United States.
What's the shakedown?
And when you have close connections, you help us, you contribute this way, you
that makes
do
no
this.
sense at all.
Makes no sense,
What
Larry.
the president has been trying to do is encourage domestic investment.
Maybe it is an erroneous perception to which I have been exposed repeatedly. But
Total
it is
nonsense.
But it is a pervasive.
Total nonsense.
You guys are very confident that your anecdotes are true and everybody else's aren't.
It is a perception that is shared by almost everyone who has experience in the conflict of interest area, who has looked at the situation of Trump administration officials and those working as special government employees in the Trump administration.
What are you saying? Because I just went through that whole process, Larry. What does that mean?
It may all be false, but
I can speak to this because I just went through this process. It took forever. It took like months. Okay. I went through the same process everyone else goes through. The OGE career staff have to go through all of your disclosures.
God. By the way, it's so insane how many times Larry and Ezra have said, like, I agree. Biden was bad. Biden didn't do a good enough job. Biden cringe. And then, like, these guys won't grant any criticism to Trump at all. Like, dog. Come on, man.
Figure out what the conflicts are, and then you have to divest them. Okay, it's the same process everyone goes through. So you're all over the place making all sorts of accusations here. So if you have some proof or you want to accuse someone, then why don't you just do it? But otherwise, what you're saying is just not true. It's not backed up by anything.
Great. They shook down Eric Adams. That's a direct accusation that happened in public. They shook down Eric Adams because they put him in his pocket.
I don't know.
That's a big deal, y'all. Like, that is the way they are doing business here.
You guys are all.
I'm gonna fucking Minecraft myself, bro. Eric Adams? What? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. What quid pro quo. Jesus, can't speak, but okay, Jesus.
Over the map, making wild accusations.
Well,
First,
maybe.
it was.
There have been a
hold on a
variety
second.
of
Wild
accusations and
accusations.
resignations because of their discomfort with being overruled by your colleagues in the Trump administration. So the suggestion
all over the map.
that you
5
have been
seconds
held to
ago-
the same ethical standards that I was held, and that other members of previous administrations, including the Bush administration, were held, unfortunately, is not right.
No, that's false.
All right. Well, there's
I don't
two
know if
issues
you're
here.
fam- you may not be familiar
We're
with my
talking about two
situation,
different
but I
things
had to
here.
divest. Hold on, I had to divest a lot, as I talked about on the show.
Yes,
in any
we're-
event, you guys are all over the map making wild accusations. 2 seconds ago, the shakedown was at the level of companies. Then all of a sudden, it was OGE and ethics. Then it was something about
It's
Eric
an
Adams. You
integrated
guys
way
are
of
just
doing
making
business.
shit up.
Nobody's making. I like that you're like, who's Eric Adams? We're not making.
No, I know
that.
who Eric Adams is. I supported him on this show.
It's a
I know who he is.
straightforward way that Trump does business at every level at which he operates, and so it is happening at
Can I
every
give you my
level of his
personal experience,
administration.
Ezra? I know you don't want to hear it, but
I don't. It's not that I don't want
Hold
to
on,
hear.
you know how it
It's not that I
started?
don't want to hear it.
You know how
It's
this
more that
started is
I'm not
because
sure
Ezra
that the-
quoted. Hold on a second, Ezra. You misquoted something Jamal said on another podcast, where all he said was that I can get my phone calls returned by this White House, where I couldn't with Obama or
I think
Biden,
we
even though I
all
was a big
agree-
donor. Hold on,
Oh my God.
and you guys have somehow morphed that into some sort of like broad-ranging accusations of corruption or something like
I
that.
think
where you
I'm
have
being
no
very
evidence, no
clear
proof.
about what the accusation of
No,
the
you
way
weren't.
Donald Trump works is.
Ezra, your accusation of me tried to infer some form of corruption or some form of deal making. None of that happened. Again, I'll tell you.
Jesus fucking Christ! How long are they gonna circle on this, man? Oh my God.
The White House, so they could hear on the ground what's happening from a company who was very negatively impacted by the tariffs, so that they had the complexion of that feedback as well. Okay.
Do you deny the possibility that your experience with the Trump administration might be different than people who they feel are less allied to them than you are?
Ezra, I'm willing
It's a
to.
straightforward question.
What
Are
I'm
you
trying
sure
to
that you're a good sample?
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. All
I
Jamal
think what we're
said is
talking
that
about
this
right
White
now
House
is that
listens,
people who
which it does.
donate to politicians have unique access to politicians. I think we can all agree
That's
that
not
that's
true.
the
That was
case.
not the
Just to be
point.
very clear, I have given way more to the Democrats than I've given to Donald
And
Trump.
you were disappointed about that.
I didn't say anything about your donations.
by the
I
way,
said about where you're allied now.
And by the way, like what's crazy is I was the same intellectual person I was under Biden that I am under Trump. It's just that it seems like the Trump administration is like, well, this is a smart guy with some opinions. Let me listen. Biden, and by the way, and Larry, you know this. These are some very close friends of ours that we share mutually that would not even return my calls. So it is a little personal for me as well, Ezra, just to be honest with you. I'm not going to go there, but the point is,
That's fair.
I have never seen a single iota of any form of anything other than just gathering information from the Trump. They've never asked me for anything. They've never tried to direct me to do anything. They just want to know what's going on.
The
When
idea
you
that
ask
a
them,
real estate developer in Manhattan in the 70s and 80s might be corrupt is preposterous. I know. It's so funny that they are just going to keep circling on this because I guess they're so convinced that Ezra Klein was really trying to insinuate that who is this guy? Is it David Sachs or the other dude? Was like personally corrupt? Like Jesus.
hey, can you talk to such and such a
I
person?
can assure you that your experience is not the experience of quite a number of the nation's major law firms. It is not the experience of quite a number of the nation's business leaders. It is not the experience of quite a number of the nation's universities. That I am neither the first nor the 100th person referencing efforts at extortion to use the movie The Godfather as a metaphor for aspects of the way in which our country is being governed.
What a surprise. Democratic universities and Democratic law firms are making accusations.
All right, let's move on.
I'm going to actually Minecraft myself. I'm going to, first of all, I don't even know if these are, first of all, I don't even know Democratic law firm. I don't even, like, there were probably some law firms that, like the ACLU, like maybe you can consider that like a Democratic law firm or something. But is the law firm that defended Dominion, or I guess they were the plaintiff, right? The lawsuit that represented Dominion, are they a Democrat law firm? I don't know if there's any university this guy would consider not a Democrat university, because all the universities are woke and teach new trade theory in their economics classes.
Vaughn, we think we've beat the tariff issue.
What was Edward Klein? What was his original question that they never answered because they got distracted based on this? I totally forget by now. think he's talking about Perkins Court, which mostly takes Democratic cases. What's that? I don't even know which one is that. Is that the one? Which one is this one? He's going after multiple of them, right?
And I think we can all agree that if you donate money, you might have better access to politicians. I want to talk about the future.
Especially, Jason, if you give 10% to the big guy, then you really...
Also, okay, first of all, fuck this dude. Second of all, we do have that study that says, by the way, that companies that donated money to Republicans were more likely to get exemptions from the tariffs during his first term. And again, with what happened with Apple and NVIDIA, it does seem like if you rub shoulders with Trump, it seems like you can convince him to grant you an exemption, but
really get access.
Listen, we could do these allegations all day long. If there's a long list of people who've made donations, and there's a long list of favorable things that have happened to them across all administrations, and we can debate cause and correlation all day long here. But I wanted to talk about the future of the Democratic Party while we're here. Ezra, you have been on a tour talking about exactly how incompetent, how terrible of a campaign they ran. What is the future? And I'll let Larry get his 2 cents in here as well. Is there any saving this party? And if so, what would it look like?
Also, again, totally fucking insane that now the conversation is, what do Democrats need to do better after these people got so butthurt by the fact that Ezra Klein insinuated that Trump might be a teeny bit corrupt in the way that he does his individual dealings with people. Oh my God! What are you? Or Ezra didn't even say corrupt, right? Ezra just said that obviously Trump tries to, or no, it's Larry Summers, I think, who initiated it by saying, Trump tries to shake people down or whatever, and there's some amount of extortion that goes on in some of these cases. Jesus.
Well, there's the problem with the party and the campaign.
Main vendetta against him started from the Steele dossier. But Mark Elias hasn't worked there since 2021, so it's insane. Yep. Well, he's a pretty crazy dude, so wouldn't expect anything less from him. What a wonderful country.
So my book Abundance is more about how Democrats govern at both the state and local and federal level, and some of the pathologies of governance there. They make it hard for liberals to achieve their goals. There are versions of this on the right, but I'm not really writing about that in this. So my book Abundance, Derek Thompson, is about the tendency Democrats have to subsidize things where they're choking off the supply of the thing they want people to have more of. So think about housing in California. You get rental vouchers from the federal government, but we make it incredibly hard to build homes. Clean energy, which a lot of the Biden administration's policies were about putting huge subsidies.
As much as I am the biggest abundance liberal in the world, okay? I've not read the book, but I am the biggest fucking shit lib, neoliberal abundance, billionaire defender, okay? Free market enjoyer, abundance liberal, okay? But, oh my God, I just cannot stand that, these people, somehow the conversations about what Democrats do wrong now, when these people were just defending a 10% universal tariff and oh my God, kill me.
Behind the building of more clean energy, but they didn't really do anything to make the permitting, the siting, the state capacity to do all of that capable of building that amount of clean energy at the pace they foresaw us building it, right? That they wanted us to build it. And behind this, and I can sort of go into a lot of detail here, but is a diminishment of state capacity that comes from wrapping the state itself in red tape and regulation. I think we think and have an intuitive way of thinking about the idea of deregulation on the private sector, right? When the government is imposing regulations on private companies and it's making it hard for those companies to act, to do business, et cetera. But this happens first and foremost on the government itself. One of my favorite examples I've been using lately, there's a new RAND report that looks at how much it costs to construct a square foot of housing in California, in Texas, and Colorado. And it does it on two kinds of housing, market rate, and it does it on affordable housing subsidized by the public sector. And the cost of creating housing in California, market rate, is 2x in California what it is in Texas. But when you get into that publicly subsidized housing, where you have all these new standards and rules and regulations being triggered by the addition of public money, it goes up to about 4.4x. And so you have this real problem, I think, in a way of governing that evolved in the 70s, the 80s. There's a kind of small government version of the Democratic Party, the new left, more individualistic, that was worried about too much exercise of government power. And now that we are in a different world with different problems, we're thinking about reindustrializing, we have a housing shortage, and you have things like the Biden administration, which really are thinking about how to build a lot more in America, but you don't have either a policy architecture or, I would say, a governing culture that makes that possible.
Yeah, and so a lot of this came from Francis Fukuyama, I think, in Votocracy.
Yeah,
how do you pronounce this?
Fukuyama is a great sort of related concept of vetocracy, which is that. But he also got another great concept since we're bringing up Fukuyama, which is that neoliberalism, which we've sort of been talking about here with the WT and other things, he says people think about it as the veneration of the market. But what it is, first and foremost, is the degradation of the state. And And I think that explains a lot more about the world we're in than people recognize.
Ezra, you can agree with this. Francis Fukuyama is probably one of the most polarizing modern academics in America. As you read him, people end up they're very pro Fukuyama or they think Fukuyama is insane.
Yeah, I mean, look, because what happened is, just to up-level this for a second, is that you had Fukuyama write The End of History, which basically said that democratic capitalism is the end-all be-all, and we're basically down to one system, and the whole world's going to run on that system. And that philosophy then animated, I would say, a neoliberal and neoconservative consensus in Washington for 25 years. And there were three key pillars of that, let's call it globalist consensus. Number one, we'd have open borders, free flow of labor. In fact, the Wall Street Journal editorial, which is considered to be conservative, actually supported a constitutional amendment saying that we'd have open borders. Number two, we'd have open flows of trade and capital, so basically the unfettered free trade agenda. And then number three, the third leg of it was Pax Americana. We deploy American troops all over the world to defend this consensus because they'd be greeted as liberators, not occupiers. I think all three pillars have been refuted. And the person who has represented...
Really have not. I mean, like, the third one is obviously the one who I'm willing to grant, like, the most, sort of most criticisms against, but I don't know, it seems like free trade globalization has worked out pretty well. It seems like immigration in the U.S. has probably helped out our economy and probably, continue to support us while our population ages and, stopped our helped our working age population continue to grow even while it's like shrinking in most European countries. I don't know. Seems like we're pretty good. I think no one cares about Fukuyama outside of think tanks in these kind of discussions.
The shift in this consensus to, I'd say, a new agenda of economic nationalism and geopolitical nationalism is Donald Trump. Okay?
Wow, I was going to guess that.
Now, when you have, listen, when you have
so this is a real Fukuyama violence. End of History and The Last Man is a much more complicated book.
Let me at a very high level. Let me finish the point here because I'm kind of on a roll here.
Yeah, keep wrapping around. Bring it home.
When you have a bipartisan consensus that included both Bush Republicans and Clinton Democrats around these three pillars of globalism, and then I'd say that country turns against that, that's not going to be a smooth process. That is going to be potentially a violent process. It's going to be a disruptive process. And you guys want to raise like all these nitpicky objections and process or whatever. Donald Trump is bringing that realignment. But the real question is, was that consensus correct or was it a failure? I would argue it was a failure.
Larry, let me ask you a question then. When you see something like Doge happening and people start taking a bit of a...
ever going to present evidence for it? Because I haven't heard them cite any evidence for anything. All I've heard them say over and over again is we opened our markets to China and exported all our manufacturing to them. And they've not presented any evidence that supported that. They just kind of said it. And again, like, seems like we have evidence that suggests that a large factor of it was actually productivity increases that caused a decline in manufacturing employment. And like this happens to all countries with over time when the per capita income increases. And also, why are we never discussing the benefits from doing that? Why are we never discussing the fact that businesses and consumers are able to buy cheap goods and cheap inputs? Why are we not talking about that? It's almost like there's a reason that countries with a lot of labor specialize in labor-intensive industries, and countries with a lot of capital specialize in capital-intensive services. And
a more unilateral, a quicker, a less veto-based approach. Is that encouraging to you, Larry? Do you think that's the right way to do it? Because we haven't been able to get the government smaller since Clinton. So are you pro-Doge, not Doge? And do you think this sort of...
Now we're talking about Doge.
Objection to, hey, we're going too fast, too violently. Maybe that's what we need to do at times. And then I'll go back to you, Ezra, to answer the same question.
I think that Ezra is broadly right about the promiscuous distribution of the veto power. He's broadly right that we need to be able to do more things more quickly in the state if we're to be an effective government. I think we need much more reform. I think Democrats have allowed themselves excessively to become hostage to particular groups, particular traditional concerns, and have lost touch in important ways with an American mainstream. And I think that insofar as the election outcomes in recent years have not been what they wanted, that is an important contribution to how that has happened. And I agree with David that Donald Trump represents a transformative and profoundly different ideology than has been present in governing America before. I do believe that it is fundamentally not new under the sun, just new in America. That it is the Juan Perón approach, which is very familiar to students of Latin American history in particular, and that the general experience of that approach is that its leaders, particularly when they have galvanizing personalities, can be very popular for a substantial period of time, but that they are very rarely remembered well by historians of their countries. And so my best judgment is that this project is going to end in disastrous failure, despite having put its finger on some important concerns and issues. Of course, there should be much more aggressive reform of the government than there is, but that does not excuse or mean that it is likely to work out well for some of the mindless savagery that the Doge is bringing to traditional American institutions is going to work out well. And to take just one example, my belief is that the revenue loss from the Doge's destruction of significant part of the functioning of our nation's tax collection system is likely to exceed, in terms of contributing more to the deficit, than any savings that is successfully realized.
What do you mean by that? What is
they've
destruction?
identified the right thing, but they're executing on it too much. Go ahead, Jamal.
No, I have two questions, Larry. Just tactically, what do you mean by the destruction of the revenue collecting mechanism? That's question number one, which was just, I just want to understand what you mean. The second question, which is more broadly, Larry, if you were president for a day, just give us the Larry Summers plan. Like, what is the counterfactual to what's happening now? You can include tariffs, you can include Doge. I just want to understand how you would frame the solution to what ails us. So maybe tactically just talk about the collections part because you referenced it, and then just more strategically what the Larry Summers 2.0 plan is.
We are firing en masse people whose job it is to audit people like you. And the result of that is that we are losing revenue directly. We are losing revenue further because people once audited go straight in subsequent years. And we are losing revenue because more and more people are playing the audit lottery, engaging in problematic practices in the expectation that they will not be caught.
Let me tell you my experience. I get audited every year automatically. And the reason you get audited every single year is typically the way that you acquire your wealth creates complexity. 700, 800, 900.
I would have to assume. I would have to assume. Now, I have not fact checked this, okay? Maybe I should do some reading on it, okay? But I would have to assume if I went and asked Grok and I said, does tax compliance fall with less IRS funding? I would have to assume that empirical evidence generally supports the idea that aggregately tax compliant falls when you have less IRS agents. There's probably a margin somewhere where adding more IRS agents doesn't actually do anything. But I'm sure if we just went to Google Scholar and looked at this, there's probably some studies.
900-page tax filings. Now, you don't do that yourself. What happens is you typically pay a large Big Four accounting firm millions of dollars to do it. Deloitte, PwC, Anderson, etc. Every year that I've been audited, the biggest delta has been about $1,000. In this case, I actually was owed $1,000 by the U.S. government last year.
What'd you spend it on? Incredible.
I'll spend it everywhere. So, Larry, just so you know,
I'm well aware of everything you just said, and I have no doubt about your personal integrity.
It's not the honeypot you think it is.
Less than a quarter of people with incomes over $10 million are audited. So,
what? He has evidence? What? That's crazy. Evidence.
It's just not true.
Let me ask you a
question. It's not true that everybody is audited.
I get the sense, Larry, you like Doge, but you don't like the execution. Got it.
This paper provides an overview of two IRS studies of indirect effects of a broad range of IRS activities. The first was an econometric analysis of individual income tax filing and reporting behavior, and it's referred to the paper as indirect effect study. The second was a quantitative attempt to achieve some consensus among IRS executives as to the relative magnitudes of indirect effects of even a broader range of tax and IRS programs. This is referred to as the consensus judgment study. As we go through these studies, the paper outlines how these results will help IRS make resource allocation decisions. Okay, so I don't know if this is what I'm looking for.
Ezra, you talk about your book. We got to move faster. We got to do things faster. We got to take more risk. So are you pro Doge or not? And if you look at...
Do you think about using streamer donos as the new strippers in terms of being a signal of recession?
Listen, my money ain't on a recession yet. I'll say that, okay? I need actually, you know what? It's probably better for... Selfishly, people will actually... I would assume people would donate more if they don't assume a recession is incoming. But thanks, Bobby, for the 210 bits. I really appreciate it. Is it really? I mean, is donating to strippers a recession indicator? Or do donations fall for strippers? I would assume donations would fall.
at the Democratic, if you look at this administration, I'm going to call it Trump 2.0 for clarity, these are, I would say, 2 out of 3 people around Trump, whether it's...
Okay, hold on. In July, the CBO estimated that modest investment in the IRS would generate somewhere between 60 and 100 billion in additional revenue. This is quantitatively correct, but quantitatively the revenue potential is much more significant than CBO report suggests. We highlight 5 reasons CBO's underestimation. 1, the scale of investment in IRS is contemplated in modest and far short of sufficient even to return the IRS budget to 2011 levels. 2, the CBO contemplates a blah, 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 blah. We discuss these issues, present an alternative calculation, and conclude that a commitment to restoring tax compliance efforts to historical levels could generate over $1 trillion in next revenue. $1 trillion in revenue in the next decade. Study found that enforcement measures such as audits and sanctions significantly influence deterring non-compliance and encouraging voluntarily compliance with tax laws. This research also highlights the role of psychological motivation, organizational norms, community perception, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. It seems like, cursory reading, just kind of seems like there's evidence to suggest that IRS funding actually does increase compliance. I don't know. Maybe that's just like a thing. That's true. IRS funding cut despite increased workload. IRS funding falling sharply. Decline in taxpayer services. Significantly weakened taxpayer services. Weakening of enforcement. Since 2010, IRS staff devoted to enforcing tax laws has dropped from over 50,000 to below 39,000, declined 23%. Among other things, the cuts have put pressure on IRS criminal investigation divisions, which plays a crucial role in enforcement by investigating potentially criminal tax code violations. The division's activities not only sanction tax evaders, but also provide a strong incentive for voluntary compliance. However, the number of these agents continue to fall as resources shrink. A former IRS criminal investigation chief, Mark Matthews, put it recently, the inevitable result of CI budget declines is a decline in CPI's core product, criminal cases, and convictions. I mean, it's just this is just expert testimony, not necessarily a study, but IRS, as a result of the cuts, IRS is conducting fewer audits overall and fewer audits on high-income taxpayers and businesses. In 2010, it audited 1.1% of individual returns. In 2015, it audited only 0.8%, the lowest level in over a decade. The IRS audited 1.2 million taxpayers in 2015, 13,000 fewer than 2014, and over 350,000 below 2010. This represents a 22% drop. I don't know why I don't want to call them MAGA people because I don't think they're strictly MAGA, but these people don't have evidence for anything. They just kind of like are saying things. How do I de-zone this? I already broke all the roads, but
it's Chamath, Joe Rogan, Bessent, Howard, even Trump himself are Clinton Democrats.
I thought you were going to say yourself.
I don't matter. Ezra, are you happy about Doge? Your book seems to be a plan to do Doge-like things.
I think building state capacity is 2 dimensions. One is what the state can do, and the second is the rules under which it doesn't. Doge seems to me to be fundamentally destructive of state capacity. First, and this goes again to my endless frustration that I feel like goals are not clearly laid out in the Trump administration. What are the measures we are looking at and how will they achieve them? Is it just trying to cut spending?
Save $1 trillion. They've been very clear.
But that's not efficiency, right? I could save $1 trillion. No. I could save $1 trillion in ways that will make let's put it this way. What Larry was just saying, right? If you cut everybody at the IRS, right? Just cut every single one of them. On the Doge measure of how much did you save in headcount, that will look like it counted up towards your save $1 trillion goal. But in terms of what Larry is saying, which is the long-term efficiency of U.S. tax collections, you'd have just made...
Blackout have a lot of houses without access to electricity. The
IRS much, much, much less efficient.
Yeah, no, we get that, but they've also cut all these bogus software and consulting nonsense.
There is some stuff. I am not going to tell you that there are 0 Doge cuts that made sense. But I am to say that what I see them doing overall is highly destructive of state capacity, or similarly, a lot of things happening around USAID and, say, PEPFAR funding. Is PEPFAR efficient? I mean, yes, you save money by not giving HIV retrovirals to children in Africa, but I think it is good that you do that, right? So that's not the kind of efficiency I'm looking for. I am interested in state capacity that is connected to achieving specific goals. I've talked to a bunch of people around Doge. And again, here you get a lot of different ideas of what the goals are. Some people say, well, what we're trying to do is save money. But if what you wanted to do is save money, you could say, go to Congress and do a very big bill. There was a lot of interest in Congress, people like Ro Khanna, who wanted to work with Doge to identify big spending cuts that both sides could agree on, defense being a big piece of this. And then they decided not to do it. So Doge to me is it would be great if somebody tried it, but I think this is much more of a destruction of state capacity and a hack and slash operation.
Larry Summers, we're going to thank you for coming. I know you've got to drop off right now. Thank you.
Wait, what about this Larry Summers 2.0?
Thank you for the opportunity to be
Would
with
you
you.
like to do your
Larry, please,
Summers?
yes.
Yeah, before you leave.
I want to know what the counterfactual is.
Yeah. What's your plan, Larry?
Counterfactual is focus on necessary strategic investments in infrastructure, in making America the leading country unambiguously in the world in technology, particularly disseminating in large scale artificial intelligence for collective benefit, building a larger network of alliances so that we are in a position to counter China, both with hard power in the form of increased military expenditures and with moral strength and the world as a whole behind us as a central organizing theme of foreign policy, and reinvent our education system at every level to pick up on Ezra's notion of being about results, and doing all of that while you're doing the abundance agenda as well of freeing stuff up so that we're in a position for government to get things done. I believe the country is best governed from the center, not best governed from a radical fringe. And I believe moving to a transactional model of leadership is the approach of Latin American strongmen, and history does not find it to be a successful model. And so I would venerate rather than denigrate the rule of law as part of governing the country.
All right, there you have it, folks. Larry Summers, appreciate you coming on the pod. Thank you,
Thank
Larry.
you.
Spicy episode here. Sex, you wanted a chance to respond on the Doge issue as we wrap. Wow.
Well, yeah,
a pretty productive episode.
Yeah, let me partially agree with Ezra here. I mean, I think that he's trying to introduce this idea of an abundance agenda to the Democrat Party. I think that's a good thing. You know, I know you've talked about permitting reform and not tying up projects in so many hoops and so much environmental regulation and, you know, even DEI and all this kind of stuff. So I think that is all well and good. I mean, we should do those things. The thing that I take issue with is that you're on the one hand saying that there's way too much process around just getting things done, right? When you're talking about public works. But the objection you're making to Elon is that he's not following enough process. You know, it's not enough niceties. Larry called it mindless savagery. This is the problem, is how do you expect anything to ever get done? The reason why your public works projects don't happen is because there's too many special interests who get organized and they stop it, okay? What Elon is trying to do, we have a $2 trillion annual deficit. He's trying to figure out how to cut it. Every single program that gets cut.
True. That's why he hasn't done shit so far. True. And only Congress has the ability to actually fucking change that budget.
The interests who receive that money, and we found out that it's hopelessly corrupt. You know, Stacey Abrams gets $2 billion for her nonprofit, and you have all these NGOs who are basically cashing in. They're all going to do everything in their power to stop those cuts from happening. And they're the ones who are ginning up this hysteria, you know, burning down car dealerships and so forth and so on. So this is the problem.
I'm going to shoot myself. I'm going to Minecraft myself, man.
That I see is that you don't really have a kind word to say for the people who are actually getting things done, who actually are reforming things. Elon is one who's actually making the difference.
Can you find any good in this? I mean, you sound like you're cherry picking. When I brought it up and I questioned you, like, do you support Doge? Your first thing is to say, like, well, here's my favorite pet projects. I want to keep those.
Yes, right? Like, this is, I think, really important. And weirdly, it's the through line of almost everything I've said on the show today. Knowing what you are trying to achieve is the first part of achieving it. So if Doge is cutting things that I think do good in the world, I'm not going to say, hey, look, they're making the government more efficient. We no longer have a strong foreign aid program or whatever it might be. They destroyed the Department of Education without knowing what they're cutting there. I don't think Doge is doing a good job because I don't think they have in a thoughtful way connected means and ends. And weirdly, my critique often of Democrats is also that they have not been outcomes focused. They've been process focused. So David's point here is actually not been the critique I've made here. I would make procedural criticisms of Doge, but there's a world in which my take on Doge is, look, I agree with what they are trying to do, but I wish they would follow the law. But that's not my take on Doge.
If you had to pick Kamala Harris continuing the spending that was going on or Elon and Doge cutting, which would you choose?
I would absolutely prefer the Kamala Harris administration to the Trump administration. What I like...
First of all, he just laid out that he thinks a lot of these spending programs are good or whatever. And two, like, why are we granting that Doge is even cutting most of the spending shit? They say, like... I guess they've kind of moved away from talking about the macroeconomy. But again, the $150 billion they saved, at most, is not going to have any perceivable effect on the macroeconomy. Most of this shit is stuff that Ezra would probably support happening anyway. And the $150 billion number is probably not accurate. I think there's that muskwatch.com or whatever. What do they say spending's up to? Don't they have a website that I feel like had like an estimate of like verified savings? maybe not.
Like to see Democrats be significantly more reformist? Yes, I've written a book about it. I'm trying to persuade them of this
But
argument.
your book is about getting rid of this red tape, and you just said
Well,
you want
it's
to
not
keep the
just- it's
people
not
who
just
put us
getting-
$8
it's not
trillion.
just getting-
Hold on.
How you think we are closer to war over Taiwan after tariff mess? Probably. I don't know how meaningfully closer to war over Taiwan we are, but I would say probably. I would guess probably.
You say you want change. This is radical change. I agree. But you just said you would rather have had the person and the administration that put $9 trillion on top of the debt.
This is why you'll never get that change, Ezra.
You guys all invited me here.
You'll never get the abundance agenda that you want.
I don't think.
Because it's people like Elon or Trump who get things done. This is the way that politics work. You have to have a paradigm shift to get what you
I
want.
think getting dumb things done is not good change, right? I actually don't understand how this point is so hard to grok. If you get a lot of change and the change is bad, I'm going to think that is bad, not good. I would hope that is true for all of you, that if Kamala Harris or some other Democrat came in and began wrecking things, that you wouldn't say, well, we needed a bunch of change. Like, let's break everything in sight. I want to see things done well. There should be good permitting reform.
I think
so
the
let me give you an example of the kind of thing that I am looking for. We talked about CHIPS a bunch on this show. I like the CHIPS Act. I did a big piece that coined the term everything bagel liberalism about the way in which the ideas inside that act, when they began building out the grant program, layered on too many standards and programs and so on. But one thing they then did was they passed a bill, or Biden signed a bill by Ted Cruz and Mark Kelly, taking chips out of the normal environmental review. Because they said, look, if this is a matter of national security and we're trying to build these semiconductor fabs so quickly, we cannot have this layered in years of environmental review, which now take on average 3.5 to 4.5 years. So because I care a lot about clean energy, one of my arguments is that we should have a speed run for clean energy. It should not go through the normal levels of review. What is happening in California High-Speed Rail, where it had 12 years of environmental review, was not, in my view, a good idea. At the same time, that doesn't force me to say, well, I think we should build a bunch of coal plants without environmental review, because I can make distinctions between things I want to see happen in the world and things I don't.
I think you're totally right with that. Let me give you the more practical day-to-day example, because those are these albatross projects that are largely a byproduct of ineptitude.
It's for whatever reason impossible for the conservative mind to grasp that sometimes, but it's like, you think tariffs are bad, but you think minimum wage is good. It's like, well, yeah, one of them tends to have bad outcomes, and the other one seems like it has good outcomes. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I can tell you why minimum wage tends to have like small disemployment effects, and tariffs tend to have, negative effect, higher negative effects on employment than minimum wage does. Actually, probably, at least minimum wage at a reasonable level. But like, Jesus, it's like
and corruption. But let me tell you a more tactical example so that you can understand why what Elon and Trump are doing is so necessary. So as I told you, in 2020, on the back end of COVID, I started a business to build battery cathode active material in the United States, okay? So that's a business we need so that when you want to electrify everything you want to electrify, there are batteries that we can make that's not reliant on the Chinese supply chain. It made sense. The guy that I started it with worked for Elon. The other guy I started it with was a professor at Stanford. And the third guy I started it with was the head of battery engineering at Toyota. A more complete group of people, I think, you couldn't put together. So we start to build, we get a deal with General Motors. So far, so good. But eventually you hit a point where in order to really commercialize, you need some form of government acknowledgement that you're good. And the way that you do that is you apply to the DOE. And the DOE has a very legitimate grant program that tries to accelerate these key things, especially things that are critical. We went through that program, Ezra. We paid a couple $1 million in consulting fees to the people that we were told to pay it to. And we were rejected. Okay, fine. Kept going. I kept running the business. And then last year, we applied again. 125 companies applied. 25 were shortlisted. We all went through incredible diligence. We won. Incredible validation. At the end of that entire process, so really 2 years from when I started, and millions of dollars, we got a $100 million federal grant from the DOE and $50 million from Michigan to build a plant in Michigan to help redomesticate battery cam in the United States. It turned out that in that same period, while we were going through that rigmarole, Stacey Abrams got $2 billion after 30 days. And I just asked the question, what is broken inside of the government that's possible?
Making Ezra's points for him.
It's hopelessly corrupt.
I know.
That's exactly right.
A company of 50 people, where none of this money goes into our pockets. We take that money and we then have to raise...
By the way, like, recoiled so hard at the idea that Trump might be in the tiniest bit corrupt. Like, fucking Minecraft me, dude. I don't think I gotta censor myself more on Twitch, but...
More money. I have to put in more money. We try to hire people. We try to build a battery factory that can basically give us resilience against the Chinese, which I think is great. They're an incredibly strong and viable competitor.
By the way, Noah Smith has an article about this. Biden did stuff, and it looks like it's working. I think this article's good. I'm not convinced that the battery shit in the CHIPS Act in the IRA was this ineffective. U.S. Clean Energy about to abandon Twitch and embrace Slayers. I need to. What's that, Ginny Hardimus? Welcome back. Like, I don't know. Looks like investment increased in clean energy. I think this is there's something here specifically about batteries too. Oh yeah, here we go. Like, there's a lot of clean energy. See the blue thing is batteries. Seems like that investment increased a lot. This doesn't have batteries, but it has others yet. Like, delays are incredibly common for this type of manufacturing effort. The fact that the majority of projects still on track, only if you've been paused or canceled, it's actually a good record. Yeah, I think this has like the dashboard of the projects that are on time and or which might be a little fucked up now that Trump is president. So it's like some of these projects are already done, some of them are still on time. Obviously some of them have had delays, but it's not particularly uncommon.
In 30 days, she got 20 times more than we did. How do you explain it?
So here's what I'll say on the two things.
And how do you fix it?
I have not myself looked deeply into the Stacey Abrams story, but I'm very skeptical of the accounts I keep hearing about it. I suspect that if she had made $2 billion in 30 days, she wouldn't be now hosting a podcast on crooked media. She'd be on an island somewhere. So I can't comment on that.
It's called crooked media.
The President America thing. It's a joke from Donald Trump, actually.
It's very out. I don't know.
The broader thing here, though, right, which is frankly, what I worry about is that what you had in that DOE process was fairly quick for the government. One of the things that I am targeting in the book is a way that even when members of the administration, when governors want things to happen, they are not willing to upend the process to pass the new bills, to reconstruct the architecture of the federal or the state government to get it to happen. Jerry Brown and Gavin Newsom wanted high-speed rail to happen.
Can't you acknowledge it's insane that somebody can get $2 billion after 30 days?
Can you listen to the words that is coming out of his mouth without and not interrupt him, and maybe like understand the words that he just said, where he said he's obviously skeptical that this even happened, but like
I am not going to acknowledge a story I've not looked into myself because I'm not sure I trust the count of it.
I don't think it's
crazy. I don't think it's crazy to get the money after 30 days, but it depends on whether or not the process was good. Hold on, I want to stop before you guys move around a bunch of like random.
I want to stay on abundance for a second.
The thing that I want to stay on with abundance for a minute here is that the thing that I think would be useful to do is actually build legislation to make these processes work more quickly with more discretion from decision makers and then oversight after the fact rather than heavy process before the fact. I was talking to somebody highly involved in the rural broadband programs under Biden, and one of the things they were saying to me was that there is this entire edifice, as he put it, of policy that is here to make sure I do nothing wrong. What would be better, and I think this is right, is to allow me to act more and then look afterwards to see if I did something wrong and then hold me accountable for it. I think too much of our regulation is precautionary as opposed to being able to let people move quickly and make decisions in the real world and then go back and see how they worked out.
I think that's a great point, and I agree with you on that.
And
I think there are a lot of people out there who would say that
acting quickly in
the government's too bureaucratic. There's too much red tape in terms of getting things done. Any kind of project like the rural broadband takes 15 steps. 3 of them were DEI. That's crazy. The environmental reviews and the lawsuits that bog these projects down for years, make them unfinanceable. There are people who agree with you on that. You know what they're called? Republicans. Republicans agree with this. But you know who doesn't agree with you? AOC and Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. So maybe you're in the wrong part.
Which is definitely the people who Ezra Klein is supporting when he literally wrote the abundance liberal agenda. Like, okay, these people are not serious people, man. Are you fucking kidding me, dog? What are like
party? Because I don't think you're going to convince Democrats of this.
Well, we'll see.
Well, I wish you well in that. I hope you do.
I appreciate
actually.
that.
Yeah, no, I do.
Right.
I think if you can convince Democrats of this, I think it'd be a great thing. But look, this is my issue with some of what you and Larry are saying is that you want Elon and Trump to abide by all of these procedural niceties. You want them to play.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, Jenny, but I think for certain things, like I obviously don't think, I would just read the abundance book if I really wanted to know everything. But like, I mean, obviously, for broadband internet connection stuff, like if the chance of stuff going wrong is just not that high, and if what's the big catastrophe that's going to happen if we install broadband internet in some places too quickly? Like, I don't know. I think what he's saying makes sense for things like that. But
I don't say that.
Marquise of Queenberry rules.
You keep saying this is my view, but it's not my view.
You know who get things done? And this is what we say in Silicon Valley. You know who get things done? Disruptive people, founders, founder mentalities. They're the ones who get things done.
Your response, Ezra, as we wrap here?
Ezra literally already went over to shit earlier. If you guys listen to what he said,
I know you have to go.
Getting dumb things done quickly is not a good idea.
And
that is why.
It's almost like the exact same thing he said it earlier because he already talked about this. What?
Starlink was a much better idea than rural broadband.
Neither are batteries. Batteries are not dumb things.
You're asking me about what Trump and Musk are doing right now. We started here on the tariffs. What you're watching with Trump is using expanded tariff authorities to do things that have a bad process behind them and will have a bad set of outcomes. So look, I've asked you many, many times here. I don't really feel like I got the set of metrics I was looking for, but we will maybe talk again in 2 or 3 years and we can decide together,
Right,
was this genius work by the disruptors or was this a really, really dumb approach to economic policy?
What was the
Have there really been instances of destroying the local ecosystem by installing fucking fiber optic and broadband? Like, okay.
issue with the metrics that I gave you, Ezra? You don't think they're
Because
complete, or
Or many your full-time streamer? I mean, I don't have in the sense that I don't have a job, but not in the sense that I can actually make a living from this. But
I don't think they're
you want the unit of measurement, kilograms?
I don't think
dollars
they're
per
remotely
kilogram?
complete.
I think you're processing us. You're doing to us exactly what the government bureaucrats did to rural broadband. What's your metric? How long did it take you to deploy this? We have to go through a checklist. Yeah, exactly. Come on. These are debate tactics.
Here's all you need to know, Ezra. It's $100 to get Starlink. It's $15,000 to do fiber.
We're trying to debate principles, and you're trying to bog it down in procedural arguments.
Hold on. This is amazing to me. You really think saying to you, in 2 years, what are 3 or 4 metrics that would tell us?
No, we said
what you gave me doesn't fit the.
I don't think no, he didn't.
Oh, I mean, look, we don't need to do this whole thing again. But what you gave me doesn't fit the policy. It's just reindustrialization.
Hold on. We said that we want to reindustrialize America in critical industries, especially, and reduce our dependence.
Why is everyone so unhappy in my city?
On foreign supply chains that are based in potential adversary countries.
Those concrete enough, Ezra? Those are
Why isn't
concrete.
that a sufficient objective?
Because the other thing that the part of it that I did not hear
Those things to be measured.
was, okay, where is the economy, right? There's got to be some cost you don't want to pay.
So what metric would you want?
I'd like to see, like, okay, GDP growth has been X. I would like to
So
hear
you want
something about
positive
wages.
GDP growth, and we want resiliency for those 4 critical industries,
That's it.
amongst others. Okay.
And it'd be nice for the trade deficit to come down, and especially with certain countries.
All right, get back to work then. We're all going to get back to work. We got the 4.
By the way, it's so fucking stupid because I mean, the trade deficit will go down if you blow up the fucking economy, right? If trade is 20% of GDP and you reduced GDP, the trade deficit will also fall. Like, it's just not a win. It's not a win. Like, kill me. And also, I don't know why they just said positive GDP growth. I think Ezra was asking for, like, do you think is GDP growth going to be like higher than otherwise would have been? But they were just like, no, we're just going to run with positive GDP growth, which I would almost guarantee you that over Trump's entire 4-year term, we're going to have positive GDP growth, even if there is a recession. We'll probably recover from the recession decently quickly, like unless he fucks with the Fed and some shit goes down there, but. I don't know why my dumbass is listening. Okay. No offense. I'm 34, majoring in econ, finance, and work and wealth management. Did you go to college? I'm in college right now. I go to my local community college, but.
4 critical industries. We got the GDP increase. And trade deficits. Yeah, it's an open debate. All right. Ezra Klein's new book, Abundance, is out in fine bookstores and Amazon and all kinds of other places you can get it. And you can hear him on podcasts.
Thanks for stopping
incessantly.
by.
When are you going to stop this podcast for, Ezra? Oh, my God.
No, man. It's a growth industry, one of the last.
Absolutely. All right. We'll talk to you soon. Ezra.
Bye, y'all. Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Ezra.
All right, thanks, Ezra. How do you think the debate went?
I think it's a good debate to have, and we made progress here. The paradox of all of this is what they're describing in some ways is what Trump and Elon are doing.
Yes.
But
I'm going to game end myself so hard, dude. I'm going to game end myself. I'm going to game end myself. I'm going to game end myself. How many times did Ezra say he obviously disagrees with what Trump and Musk are doing? Jesus. If the EIS process takes less than 10 years for putting the broadband, there might be deer have to move across the street. True. Think of all the moles, okay, that you're gonna just think of all the earthworms that you disturb when you build your broadband thing. What a game at myself. I don't even know. I don't know what to. I don't know. These are not serious people, man. These are not serious people. That's all. That's what I gotta say. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Oh, of course. Thanks. Okay, I think we'll read this. And then I don't know if we're I don't know where to put it though. We're lucky to get 1% GDP growth in 4 years. It will be interesting to see if first quarter GDP growth will actually end up being negative. I kind of doubt it will be, but like it would not surprise me that much if we had a contraction in quarter one this year. And then especially if he continues doing this shit, if we see quarter two contract. Care about shrimp welfare, but not earthworms. Don't worry, I'll just donate and all the broadband we lay down. Okay, I'll donate to the shrimp welfare project and just offset the utils. Okay. Maybe we should make a page specifically for this. But I don't know what to say for like when people say, oh, you know, short term pain, long term gain, other than like. The long-term effects of tariffs have also observed to be negative. Like, we have studies on this, and like, if you could just describe like what is the long-term gain? Because give me a metric, like Ezra, like. Why does Notion automatically? I hate that Notion automatically does that when I. Okay, there we go. Woohoo. There's no utopia waiting on the other side of Trump's economy. I'm starting my music. Don't fuck me over, Spotify DJ. It's just pain now in exchange for more pain later. The carnage in the U.S. stock market continues. The S&P 500 is now down around 7.5% over the last month, and is lower than it was the day before Trump was elected. This decline means that relative to its all-time high a month ago, the S&P now has seen 4.5 trillion of wealth vanish into thin air. Yes, that's trillion with the T. It's equivalent to 4,500 billion or 4,500,000 million. It is a large number, and it is likely that the carnage isn't finished yet. Crypto, which generally behaves like a tech stock, is down too. This performance is among the worst of any president's first 50 days in office. For example, compare it to Trump's first term. Crazy. But unlike, say, Obama in 2009, who came into office right in the middle of a financial crisis, Trump's crash is entirely of his own making. Everyone seems to agree that Trump's tariff policies are behind the crash. I mean, quite obviously. But a man elected to fix the U.S. economy has instead gone after the baseball bat. Trump and his people seem to be embracing the devastation to party line as his economic disaster represents temporary but necessary pain, a period of adjustment, while Trump's policies create a utopian future economy free of all foreign entanglements. In a statement that probably sparked the most recent sell-off, Trump himself declared, "There could be a little disruption. You can't really watch the stock market. If you look at China, they have a 100-year perspective. We go by quarters. What we're doing is a foundation for the future." Newsmax anchor Rod Schmidt wrote, "Yeah, the Dow is plunging. This is happening because we have a president with the balls to undo a globalist economic agenda that's decimated American wages and quality of life." That is a pain that comes from real change. Kill me. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that bullshit. A Trump supporter venture capitalist told us long Main Street and short Wall Street, suggesting the devastation in the stock market is only hurting the finance industry while ultimately helping regulate American businesses, or perhaps the business of the future, since today's actually existing Main Street businesses got hammered along with everyone else, implying a poor long-term outlook. Mr. Minutes. I think it's a global to see how rich our country's going to be, and they don't like it. Okay. Hard line in defending Trump's tariffs is that they cause a short-term pain. But that is simply adjustment period. Plus Trump delivers a better deglobalized future economy. I will say, someone also suggested the tariffs will only hurt the financial sector, whilst making most average Americans better off. Columnist Bata Ungar Sargon even declared that the current level of economic wreckage was just a temporary step towards an economy based on love of country and love of your neighbor, which Trump would teach business leaders how to build. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Now, after reading something like that, you may be tempted to shake your head, walk, and say, oh my god, these people are nuts. Anyone would be wrong. There's zero chance that Donald Trump will teach American businesses how to build an economy based on neighborly love, nor are the AAP, I don't know how to pronounce it, scrambling to curry favor with Trump by coming up with public excuses for stock market declines and macroeconomic weakness, the type of people capable of teaching American businesses anything useful at all. And if we want to dismiss Trumpism because of its pattern matches to the failures of the past, I'm not going to call you crazy. Autarky under Francisco Franco kept Spain poor for 20 years after the end of its civil war. Peronism, which emphasizes economic independence and is sometimes compared to Trumpism, led Argentina to fall out of the ranks of first countries, suffering macroeconomic instability for many decades. Import substitution, industrialization, which many post-colonial African and Latin American countries tried after they won their independence, is widely considered a colossal failure. The Ming Dynasty and Soviet Russia both doomed themselves by sealing themselves behind iron curtains, and so on. If you want to look at historical examples and just say thanks I passed, I respect you. Let's say the long-term consequences of isolationism. Are generally negative. the autarky in Spain after the end of its civil war. Kept it poor for 20 years. Between 1940s and 1970s, Spain used a variety of economic policies that hindered international trade because it mixed of tariff quotas, administrative barriers, and exchange rate regimes. Very greatly over time. The quantification of the effects of various trade policies on international trade in this period is particularly elusive. In this paper, we use historical bilateral trade flows and a structural gravity model to quantify the evolution of Spain's border thickness, a summary measure of its barriers to international trade. We find that Spain's borders in the period 1948 to 1975 were thicker than any of those countries in Western Europe. Even after liberalization of trade started in 1959, these comparatively higher impediments to international trade supplemented implied substantial negative effects on consumer welfare. We estimate the cumulative welfare cost over the period of 1948 to 1975 exceeded 20% of the year's total consumption. That Argentina falling out, ranked the worst country, suffering macroeconomic instability for many decades. Hold on, oh fuck. While during both Argentina and Hong Kong, Argentina used to be one of the world's richest nations. Indeed, it's the world's 10th richest country when Rome took over. Hong Kong was relatively poor. Fucking insane graph. Contributed to its fall from being a rich nation. General macroeconomic instability. Decades. Import substitution industrialization. Many post-colonialities widely considered to be a colossal failure. I think I have the study cited, actually. Path, many post-colonial countries attempted to follow in order to develop. Now widely considered failure. strategy, I should say. Nor would we be alone. Trump's disapproval seems to be creeping up. Economic expectations are headed down. And as more and more Americans realize they got a bum deal. But in general, the idea that short-term pain is necessary for long-term economic gain is not always inconceivable. For example, Paul Volcker raised interest rates and caused 2 recessions in the early 80s, resulting in a conquest of inflation, probably paved the way for decades of good economic performance. Trump and his true believers probably really do think that cutting America off from the global economy will cause a bunch of new businesses to sprout up from the ground, much like mushrooms after a rainstorm, creating mass employment and economic equality and everything good they dimly remember America having back in the 19th century. But when I say the possibility can't be ruled out, I mean it only in the most technical sense. There are a number of obvious reasons why Trump's utopian economic project is doomed to failure and a temporary pain of a deliberate recession. It's just a gateway to an even greater and longer lasting pain down the road. Why Trumpism will fail in the long term, not just short term. First, let's go back to Econ 101. In every introductory economic class, they teach the basic theory of gains from trade. It assumes that what is the link for this?
In this tutorial, I'm going to discuss the gain from trade. The blue line becomes steeper. Assumed.
Whoa. What? Whoa, you can consume outside your PPF? Whoa. Crazy. Oh no. Second thought, upland. Neoliberalism needs to go. Oh no.
Friedrich von Hayek, the greatest economic philosopher.
The only neoliberal.
How magnificent it must be to witness his ideas validated by
definitions. There's kind of 4 different ways that people tend to use neoliberalism. One of the ways, I think, is to just talk about a kind of a period of global capitalism. So a set of policies we would expect standard.
Picture from the founding meeting of the Mont Pelerin Society. If you're not familiar with means, 1,000 words in Reader's Digest. At that point, the most popular magazine in the US. In text like The Road to Serfdom, millions of Americans were exposed to the ideas of thinkers like Hayek, neoliberal thinkers who all argued for some version of the following ideas. The market is a real thing, completely separate from politics, that produces inequality, and that's a good thing. While no market is perfect,
that's exactly what he
these outcomes are inevitable, like evolution or physics. The market is a fact of life, something completely separate from collective human agency. Anytime people want to organize things differently than by letting business owners call the shots, that's something called market intervention. And
that's exactly what Hayek said. Yes, you have a really great understanding of his argument. Second thought, true. He just wanted all business owners to call the shots behind everything. That's exactly what Hayek said. Anyway, Jesus, kill me. It just assumes every country has some cost of production for each type of go to service and compares to a situation where they only produce for themselves, autarky in a situation where they trade with each other. In this basic, simple theory, there are 2 reasons why trade makes a country richer. The first, everyone knows, is called gains from exchange. If another country is better making TVs than it is making corn, if I'm better making corn than making TVs, then I can trade my corn for their TVs, and we both get cheap stuff. What most people think of when they think about gains from trade. But a second reason to get gains from trade, in that basic model, specialization. If I can shift most of my workers and entrepreneurs from making TVs to making corn, and the other country can shift their workers from making entrepreneurs and making corn to making TVs, then we can trade for even more corn and even more TVs. Without trade, countries are left having to do everything themselves. They can't specialize in anything. Consider Canadian lumber. Trump is putting tariffs on wood from Canada, opting instead to open up American National Forest for logging. Yes, fine, we can cut down our own trees, but who's going to do the cutting? To create a bunch of new American lumberjacks means pulling workers off of whatever else they're doing. What? Opportunity cost? What? And whatever else they're doing increasingly means high value added professional jobs instead of low value service jobs. I'm going to have to still these graphs. Trump's tariffs on Canadian lumber are going to do one of 2 things. Either we'll have less lumber and the price of wood products will go up, or we'll have to reverse some of the trend towards professional jobs and make some Americans into lower paid lumberjacks instead. Either one of those things is bad, and neither is temporary. There were two basic reasons. Trade can make countries richer. Gains from exchange. Gains from specialization. Oh, come on, Google. You know what I'm fucking trying to... I know. I think I'm aware of this. I think I'm pretty good on this at this point. When we tariff lumber from Canada, of course we can cut down our own trees, but to do so requires taking Americans away from the high-value professional jobs they typically do, and making them lumberjacks. It'll have less lumber, and the price of wood products will go up, or will have to reverse some of the trend towards professional jobs, making Americans a lower paid lumber instead. Either one of those bad, neither is temporary. I think, read this. When I talk about dangers from broad-based tariffs, I keep talking about the disruption of supply chains. Tariff rates cause imported parts and components, but that's a short-term cause. Eventually, we'll rebuild the supply chains domestically. But doing that for every piece of every product, doing all the mining, logging, chemical synthesis, refining, assembly work, and the other low-value activities here in the U.S. will be incredibly expensive in terms of the labor and capital that could be put to better use doing high-value tech stuff. I guess I'll add, like, what do you mean? We'll have less lumber. What prices will go up, or Americans will be devoted towards making lumber. That could have been doing something more specialized, or something we specialize in. Or here. I think, hold on. I think I'll just. Both are bad, and neither are temporary. I thought I hit that, whatever. Tariffs on intermediate goods may only have short-term cons in that eventually we can rebuild the supply chains for products domestically. How we're doing so. For every component of every product will be increasingly costly. In terms of opportunity cost. Now, if you're afraid of getting stuck as the world's farm or the world's oil driller or the world's diamond mine, I can see why you might worry about specialization. If you think that high-tech manufacturing and other high-value industries are what drive productivity growth, you might want to intervene and make your economy to make sure you don't specialize in basic, low-value activities. Successful development states like Korea and Japan did this intervention successfully, and it was part of the rationale behind Joe Biden's targeted tariffs on Chinese high-tech products. Biden didn't want America to become China's farm. But in general, America is not the world's farm. Agricultural commodities are a significant part of our export mix, but machinery, electronics, vehicles, and other high-value added manufactured goods are important too, as are high-value service exports. Whoa. And also, tourism, which is plummeting right now because Trump is awesome. I love this. I love Trump. Let's go. Make America great again, guys. The U.S. is a technologically advanced country, and with lots of capital equipment, machinery, software, infrastructure, etc., this allows us to specialize in high-value activities, setting up the architecture of a piece of software instead of writing the code, designing the iPhone instead of slapping pieces together for shipment, researching new drugs instead of mixing them together in a vat, and so on. For example, consider electronics. There's a well-known pattern called the smile curve in the electronic industry. Some companies make a lot of profit doing the initial research and development, the product design, the marketing and sales. This is Apple. Then some other companies make a lot of profit making technically complex, hard-to-make parts like computer chips and screens. Traditionally, this was Korea and Taiwan. Then some low-wage countries get an army of low-paid women from the countryside to slap those pieces together, stick them in a box, and mail them to the store. Traditionally, in the 2000s and 2010s, this country was China, although today the work is shifting to Vietnam, India, and elsewhere. The pattern is called the smile curve because the profits you make are high at the beginning and at the end of the process, but low in the middle. Where would you rather be in a curve? Would you rather be Apple, or would you rather have a bunch of sweatshops with workers working 20 days in a row doing repetitive work for low wages? Now it's reasonable to say you might want to have a bit of both. As we've seen with China, having the entire supply chain for a class of products inside your country allows for companies to ramp up production of new products very quickly, to make small improvements at scale very rapidly, and so on. And if you outsource low-value activity entirely, you're liable to forget how to do it, which might make you forget how to do other higher value activities as well. This is a challenge that all rich countries have to deal with, and which China is having to deal with as well, as its population shrinks and it offshores more and more low-value activities to poorer countries. Alternatively, you might want to preserve some low-value jobs because you think lots of your workers are low skill. Okay, we'll get to that in a second. No, what? It's a video. I was just curious. It's a good image. Well. The smile curves present in the electronics industry. Some companies make a lot of profit. Doing the initial R&D. And engineering. Other companies make a lot of profit doing making complex parts, like chips and screens. I'll say, for example, Apple in the US. Companies. Korea, Taiwan. Lastly, low-wage countries like China, even Vietnam, employing an army of low-wage workers. To assemble the parts. Clearly, it's generally beneficial for the US to be on the, let's say, upper end of the curve. Example. Not the bottom of the curve. With sweatshops. Okay, you might want to preserve some low-wage job or low-value jobs because you think lots of your workers are low-skilled, and those low-value jobs are the only thing they can learn to do. So you might want to use iPhone assembly as sort of a make-work program. Indeed, in the 2000s, saw a massive surge from competition from China, sent many mid-skill American factory workers into low-wage service jobs or even onto welfare roles. This was the first China shock. But over time, the pattern reversed since around 2016. High-skilled jobs have been replacing every other kind of job. Maybe it's important to protect low-value jobs because they're also low-skill jobs. Why does this? It keeps finding new issues with. Or I'll say because. Daily only jobs. Any. Below skilled workers. Whatever know how to do. We did see this in the first China shock. Since 2016, high-skill jobs have been replacing all other jobs. I think I have this paper cited, but even this paper, I'm pretty sure finds that like there was like only 48% of jobs were lost due to trade. It's the Arthur Dornan Hansen. If I remember correctly, it's in this what's wrong with protectionism thing. Maybe it's in this. Do you know tankies who were convinced to renounce their ideology? Not really. Maybe Zach Cope or whatever. Hey, I found it. Study. This people, same study, emphasized the effect of employment. They were shocked. Estimates that 5.8 million manufacturing jobs were lost in a period. 1 million were lost directly and indirectly due to China shock, adding indirect effects on other industries and aggregate demand effects. Perhaps as many as 2.4 million jobs were lost. is one of the higher estimates, but Trump's target dream, is that how you pronounce it, would kill off at least part of the trend, forcing some Americans back into low-value jobs because there will no longer be things we can trade for. More specialization isn't always better, but if you kill off specialization entirely, your country is going to suffer. Anyway, the first reason Trump is going to fail, but it's not. That's the first reason Trump's going to fail, but not the only one. The second problem is that economic independence deprives American companies of economies of scale. Additionally, me when, come on, Google, you know what why is spell check not like 2 letters off, man? Have you debated Tinkies? A little, yeah. And how did it feel? What do you mean, how did it feel? I don't know. They're tankies. Most of them are pretty insane, but I can probably close that, huh? Stopping trade deprives companies from benefiting from okay, thanks, Notion. Economies of scale. Things only want to talk about Israel Palestine now. Not even the Baltic. Not why the Baltic countries are evil. Sad. This is true. This is true. Suppose your company that makes washing machines, if you make them for American customers, has 263 million possible adult customers. But if you make them for the whole world, there's over 5 billion possible customers, about 20 times as many. Economies of scale are incredibly important for companies to lower costs, especially manufacturing. Building bigger factories reduces costs. Buying in bulk reduces costs. Spreading your fixed costs to R&D over more factories reduces costs. Higher production volume, specialization within a company, more constant utilization of capital equipment. There are tons of reasons why economies of scale are incredibly important. By shifting the U.S. to an autarkic economy, Trump will kill economies of scale for U.S. manufacturers. Instead of being able to go after billions of customers, they'll be limited to hundreds of millions, forced to play in a smaller pool. Sure, that pool will be protected from foreign competition, but scaling up just won't be possible at all because any company's TAM that started to speak for a total addressable market will be much smaller. Example. For a company that makes washing machines for Americans, you could sell to 263 million all customers. If you make washing machines for the whole world, you can sell to 5 billion customers. Economies of scale are important for manufacturers to Reduce cost. Buying in bulk. And spreading your fixed cost of RD over more factory, over more factories will reduce your average cost. In case you're interested, there's a famous trade theory by Paul Krugman. It's based on this idea. In Krugman's theory, you want to promote exports while protecting your home market from imports so that your companies will get as much scale as possible and dominate the market. And if Trump was talking export promotion, I might be singing a different tune right now. Wow, new trade theory. What? But if you want to pull a maneuver like this, you need to do it quietly, protect your home markets with non-tariff barriers, and quiet support for your home companies, etc., like China does. Trump's brash, in-your-face tariff approach is likely already beginning to draw retaliation from trading partners. U.S. exporters are going to suffer right along with the importers. This is in addition to the fact that tariffs drive up the value of U.S. dollar and hurt the competitiveness of U.S. exporters. And it's in addition to the devastation of U.S. defense exports that are sure to follow Trump's betrayal in NATO and Ukraine. Then we think through, some 2/3 European defense procurement is spent on American weapons. If the U.S. Indeed switched off the targeting of HIMARS in Ukraine, a country fighting a war that not just Kiev, but most of Europe considers existential, buying any American technology will soon be considered a security threat, as a security risk. So by reducing economy scale for U.S. companies, Trumpism will lower productivity in the long term, not just in the short term. A third reason Trump's doing will hurt the economy is cutting us off from technology transfer. Even if the U.S. is not the world's single most creative economy, there's plenty of important stuff invented. Even if we are, there's plenty of important stuff invented elsewhere. For example, Japan has the best photoresist for semiconductors. Photoresist is a kind of chemical that you use to make computer chips by allowing high-powered light beams to cut silicone only in certain parts. The U.S. is great at some parts of the semiconductor production chain, but we're not good at making photoresist. If our companies want to become good, they need to hire Japanese scientists and engineers to teach us how, but it will be very hard to hire those people if our country doesn't trade with Japan. Also, a lot of technological transfer happens through reverse engineering. DJI makes the world's best quadcopter drones, so if the U.S. wants to learn how to make these, an easy way to catch up is to buy DJI drones, open them up, see how they're made, then first imitate them, and then see if we can improve on them. Chinese companies do this constantly. Closing off America's economy from the world will make it harder to get our hands on foreign producers to re-engineer. But even more crucially, it'll increase the delay before we even know those products exist and how and ought to be studied. Cutting the U.S. off from trade will also cut us off from technology transfer. Currently, Japan is a lot better at producing resist semiconductors. And if the U.S. wants to catch up, we'll have to hire Japanese engineers or reverse engineer Japanese products. Both are a lot harder to do. If we don't trade. Okay, screw you, Grandma.
Japan doesn't dominate semiconductor fabrication or lithography machines like it once did, but they still keep a mighty grip on the supply chain, particularly one very special chemical. The photoresist is often ignored. We just kind of offhandedly mention it at the end there. But without question, it is the most important chemical of the lithography process. In this video, I shall use the terms photoresist and resist interchangeably. Otherwise, the resist layer, after exposure, might lift up.
Okay, anyway. Also, a lot of technology transfer happens through reverence. I read that. In any case, it's not clear that any of these people advising Trump on economic policy understand any of this. I wonder if they even know what a photoresist is, or that GGI has the best drones. Elon Musk knows all this, of course, but he's too busy purging the civil service workers' wokeness to do anything like that, or to think about things like that. So in the long run, a closed economy will isolate America's technological ecosystem from the rest of the world and conditions sometimes called Galapagos syndrome. We're creative, but not as creative as the rest of the world combined, and eventually we'll fall behind technologically, as all isolated economies do. Isolated development branch of globally available product. Simply no utopia waiting on the other side of the years of economic pain that Donald Trump wants to subject America to. It's just more pain on the other side. And all the dysfunction that comes with pain, relentless blame and persecution of enemies, increasing repression, feelings of futility, helplessness. The Onion has it basically right. Trump says recession, unfortunate but necessary step to get to depression. Trump is moving very fast towards making his outcome inevitable, swinging the baseball bat at everything in the shop, determined to wreck as much of the U.S. economy as he can, or to prepare for the way for utopia that will never be able to build. And now he's proven that he doesn't care about the stock market or recessions or anything else that might suffer in the name of his ideology. If he hasn't stopped, it'll just keep getting worse. P.S. Some people to comment requested photos of my rabbit giggles. You are a couple. US is not as creative. Dirty old man, very true, Carl. Welcome to the stream. It's the rest of the world combined. Isolating ourselves will leave us susceptible to Galapagos syndrome. And US will fall behind technologically. Wow. Okay, woohoo. Okay, hold on. All this stuff needs to be over one. Wow. All right, woohoo. Okay. I got places to be. It's finally warm again. It's finally warm again. Finally warm again. head over to, well, I guess on YouTube you go to Tomfoolery again. Woohoo! I guess I could send you to Sarah, I guess. Or Food Shops. I'll send you to Sarah. On Twitch, we got 2 fucking viewers. Do you hate at this point Trump supporters? Do you hate at this point Trump supporters who still support him after the tariff mess? I mean, not like any more than I hated them before for supporting Trump. I don't know. I'll go to irrelevant. I don't want to rate irrelevant with 2 fucking viewers. I don't want to, if PPG is, wait, hold on. Do I have viewers on Kick? Maybe I can rate PPG on Kick or something. I was going to say, if someone small is streaming, it might be, no one's fucking watching on Kick. Okay, well, I'll see you all tomorrow. Head over to Sarah on YouTube, I guess. Love you guys. Love streaming. Love you guys watching me stream. For sure, streaming tomorrow. I think we have a debate tomorrow. Debate tomorrow at 8 p.m. my time. Probably reading shit and stuff afterwards. Love streaming. Love you guys watch the stream. Make sure to go check out the YouTube channel if you haven't. I'll see you guys. Yeah, Malibu PPG view bots. Obviously, no. I don't know if PPG view bots or not. It wouldn't surprise me if he did, but I don't think he does.